Okay, we are live. I'm waiting for my ad to skip. I do not have YouTube Premium.
Brett, I'm really glad you had the chance to ask Killian what that pass, the dialogue between Mike McKnight and Killian when Mike made that decisive pass. And really, to me, when I heard his answer, seemed like it was emblematic of everything good in our sport. Mike asks Killian how he's doing. He's clearly suffering with that asthma attack.
And we are going to chat with Chris St. Jean, aka
Oh, awesome.
formerly Van Life Chris, over at the finish line. So let me pull them.
AKA Chris St. Jean, fastest final mile in Cocodona history. I guess don't fact check me on that, but I was just eyeballing it, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. That was incredible.
Chris, the historians are calling it the Buffalo Park Pass.
Um,
Oh yeah, we
I
got a
definitely didn't ever expect to have a running event named after something that I ever did. So I guess something that I didn't know was on my bucket list is now checked off.
yeah, and the amazing thing about that was one, it was the pass happened on the live stream, so it got seen in real time. The feed was super choppy. It cleared up 10 meters before that little gate, and we got to see you just flying by. So getting to commentate on that was so exciting because again, like how often does something like that happen in a 250-mile race? Where did that come from?
So I knew he was ahead of me basically on the approach to Eldon. I had the idea that I could try to hunt him down, but I mean, this is first 200 effort. It's not like, oh, I want to get top 10. I want to do this or that. Like the goal is really to just finish. And I was like, if I catch him, great. If not, whatever. Um, as I was coming down Lower Oldham, I ran into a friend of mine, Ben Cook, and he basically was just like, Chris, Killian is a minute ahead of you. Um, and when I heard that, it was just like the adrenaline dump.
Hmm.
I had no idea really where it came from. So I start kind of flowing down this, like, okay, he's got to be right there. I look ahead, I see him kind of going up the Buffalo Park. So I I like point him out to my pacer, and she was like, "Okay, well, what do you want to do?" And I was I'm gonna go back, like absolutely. Um, so yeah, it was just like caught up to him. I kind of wanted to pass him going into Buffalo Park just because I knew it was a downhill, and I know I could go a lot faster on that downhill. So I was like, I don't know. I would rather do that than do it on that like kind of techie uphill. But
Hmm.
yeah, and then it was just I put everything I had into it, and it was a lot more than I thought there was, and I got past him. I was like, okay, now I'm in a huge amount of pain. And my pacer was like, no, you cannot let up now. You have to keep going, basically until we reach the bottom of Buffalo Park. And we looked back and we realized that he wasn't giving chase. So we were like, okay, yeah, we got him.
Chris, you sound so coherent. People in the live chat might confuse this for a pre-race interview, not a post-race interview. But I guess the first question that I want to ask you, and we asked the same thing to Killian, this is still a relatively early era of 200-mile racing, and everyone has theories heading into it about what can work, what won't work, etc. I know we're only a couple minutes removed from your finish, but what have been some of the lessons that you're already thinking about applying to future 200-mile races from Cocodona?
I would say the number one thing that I learned from this experience was just to have a team around you that really gives everything to you into your race. Like I'm lucky enough to have a group of people supporting me, or to have had a group of people supporting me, um, that just really gave everything to it. And I guarantee you, I probably would not have finished if it weren't for them. Um, aside from that, just to take it one step at a time. Like mile 90 at Iron King, I was just like totally beat up and frankly bawling my eyes out. Um, and I was like, damn, I'm not even really close to halfway through this yet. Um, so just remembering that it's one step at a time, focused on like the next single thing you can do. If there's an issue, take care of it early and don't let it get bad. Um, yeah,
How
I'd say that's what I'm gonna put forward. Yeah.
how did you mentally get yourself out of that dark spot around mile 90 when it gets scary when you start zooming out and looking at how many miles there are to go, and that's an easy hole to get stuck in, and it's a really difficult one to get out of. What did you tell yourself, or what did you do to get through that section?
The first thing that came to mind was the people that had put in their time to help me. My parents flew out from New Hampshire for this race, which I didn't know was happening until I saw them at mile 70.
Oh, no
Um,
way. Wow.
yeah, they just like showed up, and I was like, oh, okay, hi. um, so like, I don't want to like if I'm not gonna finish this race for me, I gotta finish this race for them. Like, I don't want my crew, my parents, people that are important to me to be putting in their time to then just see me give up, really. Because it wasn't an injury, it wasn't a medical issue. If I had dropped then, it would have been because I just didn't want to continue.
Mhm.
And I guess looking at it from that perspective was tough. It was really not easy to see it like that, but um, yeah, it's just making sure that if you do drop, you drop for the right reasons. And I'm
Right.
not saying like, yeah, yeah, I guess that's the way to put it.
Chris, one of the great opportunities in these types of events is there's just a lot of time to do storytelling on the athletes, and we did a little bit of deep Google searching on you, went to your LinkedIn and found that you live that digital nomad lifestyle, and part of your move to Flagstaff was based on just how passionate you are about this sport. So, can you talk more about that decision? And I mean, it seems like it's paying off. You're living your best life right now, right?
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I was born and raised in New Hampshire. It's a great place. I love the Northeast. I'm always really happy to go back. But I took a road trip out to the West in 2019, and I lived out of a Toyota Tacoma for like 3 months. And I had passed through Flag then, and originally saw this community of people that shared this passion of mine, and there were a lot of them, which I had just not experienced that before.
Mm.
So I had to go back because I had a semester of college to finish up. But after that, I just kind of decided that I was going to do whatever it took to get back out here. And what I decided that took was to build a house in a van during the pandemic and just kind of send it. I was lucky. Like I understand that I have very lucky circumstances, and that it's not necessarily an option that everyone can just like do. I happen to have a remote job that is very supportive of me doing this, um, and yeah, so I realized that I had that opportunity, and if I didn't take it then, I had no idea when I'd be able to do it again. And I spent some time kind of bouncing around the West. Spent some time in Santa Barbara, Estes Park. Went up to like Portland, Oregon for a bit, but Flag always kind of drew me back just because there's a community of people around here that just love doing what I love doing, and it's just hard to stay away from that, really. So
Billy Yang
yeah,
gave you a shout out in the chat. He said you're a great guy.
thank you. Um,
Yeah, and there's got to
yeah,
be
so
there's got to be some motivational draw too to continually be approaching closer and closer to, your home and where you live.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm, as of February, no longer living in the van. I'm actually living in a building, which has been,
Oh,
I didn't
wow.
realize living in a building is a skill set that I didn't have anymore, and I am relearning how to do that. So it's been an adventure in itself. But yeah, I'm just really happy to be here and really, really, really grateful for it all. I mean, I just ran a 250-mile race, and now I'm just home. Like I just ran
Yeah.
basically from like city home,
How cool is
and
that?
yeah, right. Like that's incredible. So
There, there
it's
has been
pretty special.
there's been a couple questions in the chat, and definitely an ongoing topic of conversation throughout the entirety of this race. And everyone wants to know, like, what was your strategy surrounding sleep going into this race? Did you end up doing that strategy, or would you make something new up altogether? Take us through your sleep journey throughout Cocodona 250.
Yeah. So my strategy going in was to try to not sleep the first night, and then the second night catch an hour to an hour and a half of sleep between 12 and 4, and then do it again the third night. And if there's a fourth night, do it again the fourth night, and yada yada. Um, it ended up going a bit differently, where I ran into sleep issues pretty early on, and I ended up taking like a, I don't know, like a 10-minute nap at Iron King at mile 90, coming into like the first morning. Um, so that was the only time I slept that first night. The second night, I had a half-hour nap around midnight at Deer Pass, and then an hour nap at Sedona. And
Okay.
then I'm trying to think. It's still rather fuzzy, even though it was yesterday. Um, so I would say those were like the really defined sleeps. Aside from that, I took a lot of dirt naps.
Yeah.
Uh,
How long
just
were
little
those?
2 to 3 minutes. I had one that was like 10 minutes, but um, when you're that deep in the hole, it's like you lay down and it's instant. And I didn't realize you can have like a 15-minute dream in like a 3-hour dirt nap, or 3-minute dirt nap. Thank you.
Feels like 3 hours.
Um, yeah. So that's something I didn't know about. That was kind of cool.
Wow.
But yeah, I'd say I took close to 24 of those. And those kind of added up. That was really helped, just like mentally being in a place where you can kind of feel the sleep coming on, just to be like, okay, I'm just going to flop down on the ground right here, sleep for 2 minutes, get up, and just instantly feel better. So, yeah.
Chris, this is obviously such a massive undertaking, a 250-mile race. Are you someone that likes to get into the logistics of preparation, and you like to leave no stone unturned when it comes to consuming content? And if so, how did you approach all that when it came to this race? Like, who were you inspired by? What were you reading? What were you watching? All that kind of stuff.
So I try to take a healthy approach, like a healthy meaning not overthinking it approach to preparation for things like this, because especially as was an assumption that I had that ended up proving very true, it's impossible to predict everything that's going to happen during a 200-mile race. So if you try to be like, okay, I'm going to get to this aid station at this time and block that out, super regimented, obviously it's not going to go to plan, and then you're kind of left like, oh, didn't go to plan, now what? So I tried to build in some maneuverability where I didn't necessarily have like all of my calories planned out. I was like, okay, whatever is going to be, like whatever sounds good, I'll just go with. Just whatever sounds good at the aid station, sure, potato chips, fine. But pre race, so Jason Coop is my coaching grandfather. My coach's coach is Coop, and obviously Coop did this last year.
I've never heard that term before.
Wow. The family
That's a new one.
tree,
I
the
like that
family
a
tree
lot.
of coaches.
So I had access to a lot of that knowledge base just through my coach. So yeah, it was a lot of just that kind of firsthand account. Living in Flagstaff, obviously, there's a ton of people that did this in the previous 2 years. So it's just kind of picking people's brains as to like what worked well, what didn't, what to expect, and to kind of take everything with a slight grain of salt, because you're going to be a different person than everyone else that you're talking to, and you're going to have a different experience. So that's kind of that's the approach I try to take.
Right on. Speaking of grains of salt, I mean, you had mentioned that you hadn't, strictly planned out the nutrition plan. Like, if it sounds good, I'm going to eat it. Handful of people had asked in the chat if there was any significant standouts on the course in regards to food that you ate, or ended up just being incredible at these aid stations, because there is a pretty robust menu across the aid stations.
Yeah, I gotta shout out Munz Park. They had like an amazing like tofu chicken um, avocado sandwich that just like hit the spot so hard. And then the vegan meatball sausage pasta stuff at Tut Hill was incredible. So those are the two that really stand out as just being like soul food.
Yeah. And your stomach cooperated pretty well throughout the entirety of the race?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a genetic thing or what, but I find I tend to have a stomach that cooperates pretty well. We did spend a lot of time getting used to, like, when I go for big training runs, I bring like bean wraps and quesadillas and stuff like that, just to like get the stomach used to processing higher fiber stuff that you're gonna need to eat during a 200 miler. You can't just be plowing gels the entire time. So I credit that, yeah, to that training, as well as just like, yeah, I don't know. I find I don't really tend to have stomach issues terribly often, and I count myself very lucky for that.
Yeah, that's definitely a nice superpower to have.
Brett and Finn, while we're on the subject of nutrition and food on course, we were about to start this interview, and there was a case of Flota sitting on the table next to us. And so I offered a can to Chris, and he had no clue what Flota was, which makes me think that the way that everything rolled out, I mean, we got a hold of the commercial on Sunday, which I think they filmed over the weekend. We played it on the live stream on Monday when all of the runners were out in the Bradshaw Mountains. And so by the time they hit the aid station where this launched, most of them had no clue what was catching fire on the live stream and on the internet. So we've got cans here, and so I offer them up to Chris. So go ahead.
Jamil, do you guys want to have a live look at the Flota commercial first?
I did show it to him, but let's play it real quick. Sure.
All right, another floated.
Flota! All the energy of soda. None of the fizz.
None of the fizz.
We thought we'd join you guys.
They've got some as well. Nice.
Oh,
It's
nice.
just it's a Flota. Well, cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
Cheers,
Boom.
Matt.
Cheers to you
So
guys.
that's an interesting kind of phenomenon, is that the world knew about Flota, and they were the sponsor. I mean, like, Satisfy Running is one of the sponsors of the race. They sponsored this aid station, and yet everyone in the race is in, this weird vortex, kind of this race bubble where you're completely disconnected from the outside world. That just kind of, it's cool that you can actually be in a place where all you're focusing on is just one thing, but at the same time, I feel bad that you didn't get to down like a couple liters of Flota, but might taste even better now.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Talk about how you first heard of this event and what was like the moment that made you want to sign up.
Well, I first heard of it in 2021, just because friends of mine were doing it. I was passing through Flag a bit, and it was just kind of like this. Oh, cool! It's a 250-mile race that ends here in Flagstaff. That's sweet. What really caught my attention was when two good friends of mine from Santa Barbara signed up for it last year, and I was I was essentially the sole crew member for two runners um, for the entire race last year, and that was a ton of fun. I slept like maybe 4 hours as a crew person, and it was just like, yeah, I mean, it was like a 4-day running party, and I met my now girlfriend at last year's race. It already had a pretty big um, it played a pretty big role in my life. It just had a big presence after last year. Like it was just like so much fun. So I was just like, okay, I have to do this race. Like, there's no way I can go through life without doing this race. Um, and I knew that I had time for it. Like I mean, 200 plus mile training it's very time consuming, and there's a lot that goes into it. And I knew that I like had the ability to make room for it now, and so it was just kind of a this like, if not now, then when? It's not a given that you're going to be able to fit that in your life. So when you do have the ability to do it, like, you got to take that opportunity. And yeah, I signed up last August before I really thought better about it. Yeah, and I had like, even with crewing it and pacing a couple sections of it last year, I had no idea what I was getting myself into.
Looking back at what you just accomplished, what are the coolest parts of this race? It could be something about the course itself, the aid stations, the people. Like, what makes this race special to you? Like, what was special about this race in your opinion?
I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is just, I mean, it's a kind of cliche answer, but it's the community. Like, it's just the people that come out here and care so much about ultra running, care so much about Arizona, to just like put on this awesome, incredible race. Another thing that sticks out is I don't think there's another race like it where you go through so many different distinct environments. Like, you start in the Bradshaw, or like you start down in the Saguaros, you go up into the Bradshaws, get down into Prescott with the Dells, up to Mingus, down into Sedona, and it's like I cannot think of another race that has that same kind of just variety. And so for that reason, it's just like it's a lifetime worth of adventure in one event.
Oh, I like that.
Me too. What's next for you, Chris?
Recovery, sleeping a lot, but I dropped from the Bear last year, and I have some unfinished business there. So the Bear 100 this September is the next big one.
I guess there's just one more question I have to ask you. We were watching the last 10 to 15 minutes of your race. You were running at a pretty quick clip, and so is your pacer. Your pacer is a hell of a runner. Is that your partner?
Yeah.
Did she expect to be signed up for something like that when being like, oh, I'll pace you throughout the end of the race? Was there ever a talk of like, there's this possibility I might be flying at the end?
So your question was,
like, did you guys prepare for that? Yeah, in terms of pacing strategies.
So no. Specifically, no, not. It was a very spur of the moment thing to do that, but I wanted, because that obviously hurt like crazy. And so after it, I'm like, okay, I'm ready to back off. I'm 248 miles in. And she's like, no, you have to keep going with this until at least we make the turn and you can't see us anymore. Um, so, yeah, that's, you know, that's why she's my partner.
Yep.
Because she does crazy stuff like that. Um,
What are
so,
what are some things that you'll take away from this race that you can use as you head into the Bear, later this fall?
you can always turn it around. There were a lot of times there that I just did not think that I would be able to make it through. That I was just like, okay, I'm in this much discomfort, in this much pain, this much just like despair, like mental despair, so early in the race. Um, but somehow, you just give it a chance, and if you kind of, I don't know, just diagnose the issue and take the right steps to take care of it, like it'll come around. And I think, at least I in the past have totally been guilty of pulling the plug too early, where things don't seem to be going your way, and you're just like, okay, well, this sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm definitely not going to do that as much anymore, because I would never have expected this final day to be like probably the best feeling day. Like the section up and around Eldon, I felt so good, and I have no explanation for that. It just kind of happened, and just now knowing that that kind of stuff can happen, it just gives a lot of confidence that things can go well, even if they don't seem like it.
Awesome. Well, Chris, thanks for adding so much excitement to the front part of this race these past few days. It's been a pleasure to get to know you. You put on a show.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, what part of New Hampshire are you from? Do you know the White Mountains pretty well?
I do. I'm from southern New Hampshire, but I've spent a lot of time up in the mountains. Yeah.
Right on. Right on. I always tell folks those are the most underrated mountains in the entire U.S.
Totally. That's like, I'm calling it now. Next big trail running destination is the White Mountains and the Green Mountains in Vermont, because they're just unreal.
Yes. Yes.
Cheers to the White Mountains.
Cheers to the
Cheers.
Whites.
Cheers.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. Thank you.
Another awesome person.
Maybe cheers to the whites might not have been the best cheers there, been.
I think I actually just lip synced that one. Didn't say that one out loud because I was like, this is kind of effed up sounding.
I know what you meant. Cheers to the White Mountains is what.
If you're from the Northeast, you know that we're referring to the White Mountains of
Yeah.
New Hampshire.
Yeah, I just figured, I thought you were going to say, like, if you're from the Northeast, like, this is a normal cheers. And I was like, whoa. Put that one on a shirt, Finn.
You could do that one. I'm not putting that one on a shirt.
Oh, boy. Day 4 of Cocodona live stream coverage.
We're barely surviving.
Yes. Fleers, everybody.
And we do have filmers heading up towards Buffalo Park, the hospital, to catch some of the next runners, which will likely be Sedona Canyon's 125 runners.
Yeah, on the tracker it shows Matthew Kahn is the next runner that we'll probably see on course, followed closely by Rachel Buzzard. Both of their trackers have updated very recently. Rachel's just coming into right on the maybe a half mile out from Buffalo Park, and Matthew Kahn is just entering. He's got one little technical section of trail before coming into the famous Buffalo Park and making his way downtown towards the finish. So we'll get those images there very shortly. Producer Matt is on his 7th gallon of coffee this morning. It's not the morning anymore.
I actually
don't
did
know.
just brew another pot after you guys literally just brewed a pot. So we're just staying highly caffeinated here in the stew.
Yep, we got good thing Flota has caffeine in it. I don't know how much, but I guess it's enough. My can had a little bit of a Flota seepage coming out of the lid. Don't worry though, fret not. It was not corked. Still tastes good. Let's see, who else has made their way off of Eldon? Jason Cannon has made their way out of the Eldon aid station and is on their way towards the finish. Jared Bird, also out of the Eldon aid station. Andrew Smith as well. Those are all 250-mile runners. Denise Barasa in the Sedona Canyons 125 has also exited the Eldon aid station, and it appears that Tobias Wennergren, who is being paced by Eric Sensman, is in the Eldon aid station right now. Let's see. We've got 4 different runners in the 250-mile making their way up Eldon. We have Kevin Tiffany, Nathan Williams, Dominic Grossman, and Austin Newblum are all on their way towards the Eldon summit. And the next runner to approach the Eldon climb is Sally McRae. Sally is roughly a mile and a bit from the start of Eldon.
Yeah, I'm predicting that right around the 7 p.m. hour, there's going to be a lot of activity at the finish line.
Yeah, I kind of want to go down there and sit at one of the bars
That'd be a lot of fun.
at the finish.
Yeah, we're going to see probably Sally McRae finish around that time, Dom Grossman.
Yeah, I want to go yell at some people in person. Can only scream so loud into the microphone.
Just make sure you don't let Finn lead the cheersing of
No,
any of the runners.
Don't worry, I will be the toaster. If I am the toaster, nobody gets burnt. Dude, Finn is like really leaning into the caffeine this afternoon. He has a Red Bull can that I assume is empty, a giant mug of coffee that's empty, and a can of Flota that is nearing empty.
I think I've got one more thing of caffeine than you do. I think I'm +1 here.
Yeah, and that's not to mention the caffeinated Martin 320 drink mix that was consumed on the run this
Yeah.
morning.
Yep, that probably is why I haven't slept amazing the last 4 nights.
Yeah,
buzzing.
afternoon caffeine jacks me up. Well, in a good way for this live stream, in a bad way for my sleep. Oh, Matt's camera or mic was hot. That's where that static was coming from.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to give you an inside look at the bandwidth that it takes on our PCU for us to run this live stream, because my mic was sitting hot and right next to the computer, and so that was the noise you heard was the computer contemplating exploding.
Wait, is
here.
Mike McKnight at an aid station now? He's doing some aid station work?
Yeah, we're at Fort Tuttle, I think.
Yep, I assume he
With
may
Chris
have
Thornley.
athletes out there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Is it correct that Mike McKnight is coached by Jeff Browning? Yeah, the coaching family tree over the course of the entirety of the Cocodona races, it's pretty expansive. It's pretty awesome though. Bib 36. Well, if they're packing their bib is there, I assume that their body is also there somewhere.
It's Andrew Garber, who is 41 miles from the finish.
Could be having a little nap.
Yeah,
There's a nap station here.
nap time. We're We're getting some mobility work
Yeah,
down
this
there.
is
Wow.
uh Corinne or Corin Corin
Saw
Brown.
her here earlier.
Yeah, she was on the live stream yesterday with Chris. Said she'd be out there. Man, that looks nice. Like, do you think?
There's
If
no
I just
way I'm getting out of that aid station if I get that comfortable.
But my question is, like, do you think I could go to the finish and like borrow someone's bib just to go out to Fort Todd Hill and get a good stretch in?
Yeah, I bet if you grab the bib, just like roll around in the dirt a little bit, and then do your best shuffle into the aid station, see if anyone notices you, and you're like, I've got enough time before they cut off.
Like, it just looks like it would be so nice. Feels good just looking at it, doesn't it, Finn? A little hip mobility.
Oh my gosh, it looks great. So Andrew Garber, who was bib 46, did Across the Years back in late December, early January. Did 203 miles in the 72-hour event.
That's a lot of miles. What is the terrain for the course like at Across the Years?
It's like half paved, half like groomed dirt road.
Oh, so it alpha flies.
Oh yeah,
100%.
yeah. I mean, you could, depending on how long you're going for.
Yeah, I'll go any distance in alpha flies.
Well, if you're going 100 miles, maybe. But if you're
200
doing,
for sure.
well, what if you're doing 6 day?
Oh, I'm going 6 days in alpha flies.
I don't think you are.
Probably 6 different pairs of alpha flies.
Yeah.
I would be curious to see what an alpha fly
They
would
break
look like
down after probably a few days.
Well,
So-
I've put a lot of miles on
Yeah.
alpha fly. The foam is surprisingly resilient. I mean, in terms of dollars per mile, it's still a pretty bad ratio, but I've put 400 miles of long runs and workouts on an alpha fly. Held up pretty well.
What a scene here, again, illustrating how different 200-mile races are. We've got professional body work being done, I believe, on Andrew Garber, and we have another runner just reclined, passed out in a chair with Normatex on.
Dude, gotta love the space pants. That's what I call Normatex and any like branded leg sleeves. They're just space pants to me.
Love it.
I do love the space pants. They're one of the most relaxing things ever.
Brett, I got to say, sitting is getting somewhat easier. We're 4 hours in, and it doesn't feel like 4 hours.
I mean, as with most things, Finn, when you are persistent and you practice at it, you get better at it.
There's adaptations. Now,
Yep.
will my posture be going to shite? Possibly, but
Probably not.
we're working on it.
No, I mean,
Ben Light, that's Ben Light right there.
yep.
Coached Mike McKnight through some of his darkest hours and played a pivotal role in his win here at the Cocodona 250.
Yep. And, we've had 12 hours or so to kind of digest Michael McKnight's win. One, he looks great. Two, I still think it's one of the greatest comebacks of all time in this sport.
Yep. No question.
Yeah, I don't know.
On par with the Jeff Rose 2010 Western States comeback.
I genuinely believe that. Yeah. Okay, it wasn't for the win, but who had one of the greatest comebacks in a race was Sally McRae's first Western States, which is a movie that has not gotten talked about. That actually is one of my favorite Billy movies. I totally forgot Western Time.
Western Time.
Western Time is freaking incredible. It's the journey of Sally McRae's first golden ticket and first Western States. That was an incredible comeback. Western Time was amazing. I can't believe I forgot about Western Time. I think that's right up there with the UTMB movie.
Definitely. Worth a rewatch.
Yeah, Western Time. That's a bit of a deep cut because that's one of Billy's first YouTube ultra running films. It's been on YouTube for 8 years now. He definitely had a few before that, but I think this was one of the ones that put Billy Yang, Sally McRae, a good portion of trail and ultra running kind of on the map. Which that was interesting too. Is like we talked about this in one of our podcasts, was how some of these earlier films from 8 to 10 years ago had been perhaps more pivotal in the growth of this sport than we initially kind of thought, in terms of like, Western Time, the UTMB movie with Nike Trail.
Yeah.
If that doesn't exist, those storylines just never get out to the world in a way that Billy captured them.
Has the golden era for films mostly come and passed? Are we on the back end of the golden era of ultra running films, for example?
It definitely, I don't want to say it seems that way, but a lot of these content creators have moved towards shorter, more frequent clips or video stories. It's also, it's really hard to guess the right person to make a film around. Like, I feel like both Ethan Newberry and Billy Yang, for a handful of years, nailed it with the like subjects of these stories, and absolutely crushed it in regards to that. It's really difficult to predict who's going to win this race, who has a great story leading into it, and then go and capture all of that pre, during, post content.
So many things had to click for this movie. Like, she had to get the golden ticket at Sean O'Brien, and then
We don't need to spoil the whole thing.
I know. Well, I think if you're watching the Cocodona live stream, if you're watching,
No, there's someone who said they haven't watched it yet.
wow.
Look at that. See?
But I think by and large, there's a lot of passionate ultra running fans out there. This is one of the most popular films of all time. 573,000 views.
But in comparison to some of Billy's other ones, this is one of the lower viewed.
Is it
videos.
lower?
Yeah. Like, go look at UTMB's got in the millions.
Filter by popular. Yeah, so the Y has 2.4. This is his 5th most popular film of all time by view count. So it's the Y, Life in a Day, Mount Blanc, The Unknown, and then Western Time.
Yeah. Get a little tracker update. Okay. Matthew Kahn has made it. Where am I right now? I'm lost. Okay. Making it out of Buffalo Park onto the Schweitzer Canyon Trail. Not too far away from the final mile of the race.
Yeah, and we should have some filmers out there to catch those runners. So we will keep our eye out. I know that Spider Pena, who was in the chat earlier, is making his way out there. As is Shad and Corinne Chalvoy are both out that direction as well. So
Right on. Yeah, see, Finn, there's a good handful of people that hadn't heard of Western Time.
Hey.
And I'm so excited for all of you to watch that one. It gets me. It gets me every single time.
If we're able to help be the conduit to new content, I love it.
Absolutely. Handful of people asking. So in the Sedona Canyons 125, the lead lady is Rachel Buzzard, and she's approaching probably the final 2 miles of the race. She's going through Buffalo Park right now, and after Buffalo Park, it's the final stretch before the iconic left-hand turn into the finish.
see, we got him hooked already. He knows.
And for those who are also tuning in and need a little just overview of the Cocodona 250, so Michael McKnight was the overall winner and the first male finisher. And Sarah Osazuski was our first female finisher and 4th overall in an overnight comeback for the ages. When we finished up our broadcast slot at 6 p.m. yesterday, Sarah was still in third place on the ladies' side, but continued to stay so steady through the night. Really took a page out of the Dark McKnight's book and raged through the darkness up and over Eldon to the finish.
I think people are talking about the Nobody Asked podcast with, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, it's the Kara Goucher Des Linden podcast. It's called Nobody Asked. It's excellent.
We do have
We got
some
eyes.
runner cam footage here.
We got eyes on 416.
That's Matt
is
Kahn.
Matthew Kahn. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Des Linden to get into the trail scene. All right, so Matthew Kahn is going to be the second overall finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125. I guess also the first overall finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125 was Jeff Browning, who we actually saw right at that intersection.
Yes.
This morning.
I'm getting flashbacks.
We were on our way towards the top of Eldon, and we were maybe a mile into our run, and we saw a runner and their pacer and a camera person, and it was none other than Jeff Browning.
Running. This is, by the way, folks, this is a climb right here.
Yes,
This is a climb. This is not flat.
this is a hill. Yep, I know, coming from a lower elevation, that any slight incline spikes my heart rate. If you would like to do this race next year, one of the easiest ways to commit is to just sign up early, so that way you already have that financial investment. Registration for the 2024 Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and Eldon Crest 36 are open, and this is the lowest tier of prices. Looks like we're switching runner cams right here. It only took Matt 7 button presses. There we go. Matt, is there a way to pin the Ultra Sign Up link to this new chat?
Yeah, I will do it in, give me
Yeah, because
47 seconds.
Jennifer Smithson said, Sally's doing great. I would love to do this race next year, so we will at least make that barrier to entry for this race smaller by providing a link to sign up. And that will be in the chat. Finn just asked me if I wanted any more coffee. I'm like, no, thank you, dude. My eyes are like, I can't even blink right now.
That link should be pinned there. So enjoy, and I'm gonna see if we have any audio here. Sounds like we do have audio going out. We just have to be able to monitor in the studio here.
So for those tuning in, this is Matthew Kahn making his way to the finish of the Sedona Canyons 125.
I think we're gonna mute that audio just based on how much interference we're getting there.
A little windy.
Well, Wanday.
A little windy out there at the Donor 400. Did I just get muted? Oh, I thought it was like, if you say Donor 400 one more time.
No, it was me. I keep forgetting to hit mute before I set my microphone down next to the computer that may or may not blow up at some point today.
This is the little iMac that could. It's I mean,
The fact that we're streaming all of this off just a standard iMac.
technology is pretty
kinda
awesome.
awesome.
And tiny space heater for the room.
Yeah. But the live stream can hear the iMac here.
Yeah, there is so much hot air coming out of the back of this computer. Like,
So I apologize. I'll make sure that I'm muting my mic before I set my set it down. Chris in the chat asking if Spidey is pacing him. No, Spidey is filming. We got the Spidey cam.
Spidey cam.
Waiting for that light to change. See, Killian didn't even wait, or not Killian. Chris just braved the intersections and almost got swiped twice. That was something we forgot to ask him about.
Chris got lucky because he had the right of way. He had the green.
Yeah,
and it
he
said
got
go.
the little walk person, and then he almost got hit because
Someone else wasn't.
wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. Chris was. I mean, as we know, Chris does no wrong. And he was ready to let that driver know that they made an error of sorts. Finn, have you ever brushed your teeth during a race?
I've done mouthwash, which is amazing.
Oh.
It resets my taste buds and actually makes me okay with whatever is currently on the plate. I do it all the time.
And just to keep the people in the loop here, we also have eyes on our women's
This is Rachel Buzzard
leader.
from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yep.
Another local who is running home.
Zip line expert.
Yep. Works at Flagstaff Extreme Big Pine. She's just been running so far near the front of the overall field since the start, and it's awesome to just see her having such a great run here.
Yep, this is our first lady of the Sedona Canyons 125 and third overall. So,
And we'll keep swapping back and forth between these two camera feeds. I want to make sure that we get Matt and his incredible run and finish here, but I did want to just give you guys eyes on Rachel here as well.
Cool little story about Rachel. At one point a few years ago, she tore her Achilles tendon and couldn't walk for 4 months. It was the first time she was told she couldn't do something, but she said she told herself she had to adapt, take situations as they are and adapt, and instead of walking across the floor, she started to crawl, and here she is at the Cocodona, the Sedona Canyon 125, about to win the women's race and get on the overall podium, it looks like. So you're never down and out. We heard Chris say this. We heard Killian say this. You're never down and out.
And here we're back with Matthew Kahn.
Yeah, not too many things scare me more than a snapping Achilles.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That's gross.
Yeah, she's a local here. She got her bachelor's degree in Parks and Rec from NAU. Has always known she wanted to work in the outdoors. Worked for the City of Flagstaff Rec Services. Then she joined the Flagstaff Extreme Adventure course. And she's had a lot of success on the Aravaipa event scene. She's won the Pass Mountain 50K, for example, so demonstrating excellent range.
Yep, we're definitely starting to enter like a good size wave of runners coming up and over Eldon and exiting Eldon on their way to the finish.
And this is where everything starts to get super exciting. Not that the front runners are obviously incredible and really exciting, but you come to a point in the race where there's just a constant influx of runners finishing, which is how Shad got about 83 miles of running from the hospital to the finish last year. It's just follow someone in, go back out, follow someone in, go back out, and it's just nonstop. And it's one of the cooler moments of the Cocodona 250 live stream is once you get to start seeing all of these people who have, these normal people. This isn't what they do for a career. They're, making sacrifices in some capacity or the other to spend the time to make this happen. They're about to cross Cherry Street right here, just past the construction, which means one more block. They'll be making the left-hand turn onto Birch, which will put them just about a block and a half away from the finish of the Sedona Canyons 125.
Brett, I know
And
you
something
just-
else, sorry, Finn. I'm being told that at least as of about 10 minutes ago, there was a pretty decent crowd at the finish line here. So hopefully that makes up for the lack of crowd for Mike McKnight's finish in the wee hours of the morning for those in the live chat who were tuning in then. We're just trying to make it up to you.
If only Mike McKnight could have gone just a little bit slower, Do it for the fans. Either go slow down by a couple hours or speed up by a couple hours.
That was pretty sweet. When he made that turn, there was a pretty decent group of people. I'm not sure if it was family or friends who was right there, kind of cheering for him. So super awesome to see. And he is less than a block away from the finish of the inaugural Sedona Canyons 125.
Matthew Kahn, also just a regular on this Southwestern Mountain West race scene. Ran the Mogollon Monster 100 in 2022. Ran the Ouray 50 mile. Has run across the years. Whiskey Basin, Black Canyon.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Here he is about to finish the inaugural Sedona Canyons 125. Looking great.
Second overall. That's a hell of a run.
What a run. Huge shout out to Dan Pena for helping capture this.
Not too many podium opportunities for most things, actually, especially 125-mile races.
And we'll check back in on kind of the atmosphere and everything like that in just a minute. I want to make sure that we're giving Rachel Buzzard her proper due here, as she is on her way to being the first ever women's champion of the Sedona Canyons 125.
And it looks like Rachel had to stop at the light. So far, Chris St. Jean is the only one who had timed that one to perfection. It really did seem like all the stars aligned for him on that last mile.
Imagine if there are two runners at this point in the race and one catches the light and the other one doesn't catch the light, and they're just waiting at the intersection while the other person just keeps sprinting ahead.
Well, there's been some cases in like some road marathons where the train company said, no, we won't have any trains go while the race is going. And then one comes, and then the course gets stopped for 10, 15 minutes. That's the difference. That's the difference between a Boston qualifier. Right? The difference between Olympic trials or not. Like,
I'm just saying this, Brett. If I'm chasing a trials qualifier and I get stopped by a train, my day is stopped.
yeah, it's
Like, my
true.
day isn't going forward.
Yeah, no, that's true. If you're that far under the trials qualifier, then you're probably not at that race.
Yeah.
Like,
Rachel moving really well. That's been one of the recurring themes here in these races is so many runners running home to Flagstaff.
yes, there has been a lot of Flagstaff locals so far to finish this race.
I'm looking at this chat here. When Sally McRae reaches the finish line of the Cocodona 250, this live chat might blow up.
It's gonna just be like.
It's going to reverberate.
Where is Sally at on the live tracker?
Sally just started the Eldon climb.
Okay. She's probably going to eat that up, isn't she?
Sally does actually get to train on a lot of the Southern California mountains like Mount Baldy.
Well, and she does so much strength work. She's just like a physically strong human being, right?
Yes,
You know?
absolutely.
I think I think there's, some importance to that. But for the time being, it is the Rachel Buzzard show here.
100%. Gosh, yeah, it's windy. We're looking like a headwind. So far, on all my runs in Flagstaff, it's been like 80% headwind, 20% tailwind.
Matt and Brett, I'm looking at the leaderboard map here, and runner 196, Christopher Ropp, he appears to be at mile 125.7. Has he been is he been swept, or is he still active on the course?
I thought 125. So that would be the Jerome aid station at 126.
Yeah, no, his tracker is probably either just still there or like that's the last place his tracker pinged.
Gotcha.
But he is either he's having a big tracker error or he's done. My guess is he's done.
Yeah, that's well behind the sweeps.
Yeah, and it hasn't pinged pinged 9 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think that's a problem.
Oh no, 20 hours 9 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. It hasn't been turned off.
Yeah.
This guy's, well, and we can talk about it after this fascinating story. Amazing.
And you see Rachel starting to come through this construction here. That means she's less than 2 blocks away from her left-hand turn onto Birch.
Yep. Her tracker just pinged. It's accurate. Oh, wait, no, that's actually Matthew Kahn's tracker. I was looking at the wrong one. Hers is 2 minutes old.
Looking so good, Rachel. I'm sure she has a lot of friends here in Flagstaff to cheer her on at the finish. A lot of familiar faces.
Yep, the first female finisher of the inaugural Sedona Canyons, 125-mile. Yeah, 125. As if 100 wasn't enough. Jamil had the audacity to add 25 more.
We're just giving you the half a donut.
Half a donut.
Look at the cheering, blocking traffic for her and
So
everything.
cool.
Look at this. This is amazing.
Way to go, Rachel. Clearly a local favorite here. I don't know if this is her first W in an ultra event, but if it is, what a place to...
I think she won Pass Mountain,
She
right?
won Pass Mountain, correct. not her first W, but how cool it is to win in your hometown here.
We are
First
able to
100
bring a
plus
little bit
mile.
of audio in here.
All right, let's pipe in some volume. Coming down the final turn to the finishing straight, our women's champion of the inaugural Sedona Canyons 125-mile,
Look at this crowd.
Rachel Buzzard.
We're going to have to keep it here. Our static cam is blocked there, but absolutely amazing.
Look at that tunnel, Scream Tunnel.
That was pretty awesome.
So cool.
That's a lot of people.
That's almost as good as it's ever been.
Yeah. I mean, that's close to the size crowd Stephen Park had. Maybe
Yep.
a little fewer, but
Yep.
so awesome to see that many people out cheering on the first women's winner of the Sedona Canyons 125. There will never be another first women's finisher.
Yep. She has cemented herself in Cocodona history. Gonna start building that statue for the plaza. What a cool moment.
And it looks like we had to cut the audio there just for music concerns.
Yep. See, there's a huge benefit to finishing during the prime time slot. A lot more people are going to be out there to cheer you in.
And while we have a minute, we're going to send it back out to... Actually, we're going to keep it here. Shad's doing a great job of capturing the raw emotion in the finish line area here.
Great camera work, Chad.
Shad is just an absolute legend. Again, without Shad and a number of other incredible volunteers and everyone who's signed up to volunteer, both at for race aid stations or for live stream duties, none of this would be possible without you. So, huge shout out to all the volunteers and to all the Aravaipa staff as well for helping bring this crazy dream to life. But if that is the size crowd we just saw for the first finisher of the 2023 Sedona Canyons 125, what do you think it's going to be like for our final finishers?
Oh, it's going to be a tunnel of people from Buffalo Park on in.
No, I've always had the vision, I would love to have from Beaver Street Liquors to the finish, just
standing
cheer
there
zones.
lonely.
Yeah.
We
Maybe
need a
we'll get there.
band, parade. Yeah, definitely a lot of friends and family here at the finish.
And here you see Steve Adderholt coming over there. Yeah, just so amazing. Such a unique just finish area as well, literally in the heart of downtown Flagstaff. From here you can see the mountains that these runners would have been running through.
So there's 3 events now attached to this whole week. You got the Cocodona 250, you've got the Sedona Canyon 125, Eldon Crest 36. Matt, what's your favorite course?
I mean, that's tough. I think that all of the race courses are incredible. I think the original, the Cocodona 250 route is just such a monumental undertaking that, to me, and maybe that's unfair because then it also includes the Sedona Canyons and includes the Eldon Crest courses anyway. But, to me, that race is, it's just so crazy that It's like the most epic out of all of them. The one that would inspire me the most to participate in would be Eldon Crest. You know, it gives you basically a tour of some of the best permittable trails in one of the most iconic high altitude endurance meccas in the world, and I think that that's like something that's really, really cool.
I tried to pull up Jeff Browning's Strava to see if he's uploaded his Sedona Canyons run yet. Not there yet, but that'll be some fun data to look at.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any 250-mile races on Strava yet.
Maybe Michael McKnight. Oh my gosh, Brett. We have a Strava file.
Oh, let me pull it up on mine too. I've got 48 tabs open right now. Does he just go by Michael McKnight or
Michael
the
McKnight.
Dark McKnight?
Or the low carb runner. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
All right. While we have a minute, we're doing a little bit of deep Strava sleuthing on Michael McKnight. So yeah, as you know, he's hit his weekly mileage goal for the week, starting on Monday. His Strava logged 259 miles with 39,000 feet of gain. Let's see what else we can pull out of here.
Can I read this description?
Yeah.
So his title on Strava says Cocodona 250 first in course record. Description: what an emotional ride. The first day, everything that could go wrong did, mostly as a result of my own stupid mistakes. I spent over 6 hours resting, sleeping at an aid station, and trying to talk myself out of quitting. Ended up finding myself in 73rd place and had no motivation. But I decided to try one more section and felt pretty good. So I told my crew that I was going to push myself and still go for first place and the course record. Grateful to be able to rally back and push myself harder and longer than I ever have before.
That's pretty awesome.
Still had the win in mind.
So, yeah, I guess that competitive fire runs deep. So something interesting. I mean, all this is taken with a slight grain of salt, but when someone uploads, their Strava and switches it over to a race, it does separate the moving time and then the total elapsed time. And according to this, we have 56 hours, 9 minutes of moving time, and then 69 hours elapsed. So that's 13 hours of stoppage time. That's a big number.
And 6 of those came at one aid station.
There is time to rest. There is time to sleep if you need it.
Yeah, if you're like Mike.
Yeah, I mean, if you can move that fast.
If you're a solid runner, you can run pretty well. I'm just scrolling.
That's 2 decent nights of sleep.
So I'm scrolling through. I'm just scrolling through some random miles in. We're in the 120s, making our way towards Jerome, and like all these miles are like 11:30, 10:20, 11:40, 12:40. Like those are all miles that you have to be running pretty well. Mile 137 was a sub 10. We're looking 9:57. All the bigger miles are where there were stoppages at the aid stations, but for the most part, it was all very steady beyond that first day. This is pretty incredible. And even looking past the 200-mile mark, as Michael McKnight was, caught and passed Killian Korth and is making his way towards the finish. We're still running 10 to 12-minute miles.
You see Mike McKnight there out at Fort Tuthill getting a good.
He probably just brought his bib.
Yeah.
And was like,
well, I was hoping I'd see him like outside and I could just get his bib and borrow it.
So one of the middle mile going up Eldon on the course, climbs just over 1,000 feet. Can you imagine covering a mile as well as 1,000 feet of elevation at 240 miles into your race?
Well, not that far into the race, but you guys did that today.
Guys,
I know, and my legs were fresh, and it was really hard.
Guys, can I read Jeff Garmire's Strava title for his Cocodona?
Oh, what is it?
No one cares.
Wow. There you have it. Michael McKnight's average heart rate across the entirety of the event, 134. That's pretty wild, actually. That's like higher than I thought it would be. Average cadence, 148.
That is high.
I would definitely have to go back and look at like some of his other training runs and stuff to see how that compares.
Let's see.
I think that says a lot about what we maybe don't know about these 200-mile races. You know, Michael McKnight had 13 hours of stoppage time, with the biggest chunk of it being on the very first night. And he won.
So, Brett, I'm looking at Kevin Goldberg's file right now. It's just awesome that they're all uploading right now. He was clicking off like consecutive 930 miles in those last 10. So he was moving pretty well.
Wow, yeah. I believe that. I mean, I saw it. Saw it with my own eyes. Let's see, who do we have incoming? Well, not quite that incoming. I think incoming to Buffalo Park in the next mile would be Cocodona 250 runner Jared Bird. Finn, what can you tell me about Jared Bird?
Give me 1 second.
He's bib number 81.
81. We're spelling it B-Y-R-D.
BYRD, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit on Jared Bird. I'll go through it all because we got some time. I'm here with my awesome crew, which includes my wife, a couple friends. I live in Meredith, proudly representing the humid as hell Beast Coast. I've been an ultra runner for about a decade and completed 4 races of 200 miles or more, so he's a vet.
Vet of the
Last
sport.
year, Cocodona was my first DNF, and I'm here to finish that journey. What else do we got? Yeah, he spent the inaugural year watching online. He said it was his least productive work week. And yeah, he's back to make it to flag.
This is a redemption run for Jared Bird.
Yep.
DNF last year.
We'll have to ask him if he got BBQ on Eldon because that was what he was expecting.
I mean, he's right. That's on the menu.
And he married his training partner. Good
All right.
move.
Right on. So Jared Bird is our next expected finisher. Tobias has exited the Eldon aid station, probably still with pacer Eric Sensman, and they are making their way down the mountain as well.
I wonder how long Eric's been pacing for.
And we have.
He was picking him up at Walnut.
I'm gonna see
No.
if I can pull in. Jamil's working on trying to get it. Looks like a fairly unique shot of the finish line here.
Nice.
He's gonna work on.
How did Jamil get there? Did he climb the building?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe Jamil can give us a thumbs up if he scaled the building like Spider-Man. I think he actually.
Oh, he did. There's that thumbs up.
I think he just climbs it like a mountain goat, right?
Yeah, I mean, one small hop. That's a cool. Yeah, that
That's
looks
a cool
great.
shot. I'm guessing he is gonna get something set up there for us. Huge shout out to Jamil for getting everything set up out at the finish line for us.
Always innovating.
Brett, I got a good question for you when you return. I think Brett's going to get us some more coffee. Yeah, Rory. Rory says heart rate of 134 for that many days has to have some long-term health consequences? Question mark. I don't know. Matt, while we're waiting
Rory, do you
for,
think that it has more like more negative health consequences than just eating Takis and ho-hos all the time? Shout out to Rory. What was what was the question, Finn? Sorry.
we could start a fun little debate here. What are, besides like the big three that we do live streams for, so like Javelina, Black Canyon, Cocodona, what's your favorite Aravaipa event and why? Or like, what are your top 2 or 3?
I think my favorite event is outside of the ones that we currently live stream is Flagstaff Extreme or Flagstaff Sky Peaks.
Ooh.
I think that the 50-mile course at Flagstaff Sky Peaks is criminally underrated in terms of like almost a circumnavigation of the San Francisco peaks. We had to change the course last year due to the pipeline fire.
Okay.
But hopefully we'll be back on the original course this year because it's a super rad course.
Is that a loop course or is there any repetition on it?
It's a loop. There may be like some small repetitions in various sections, but
That's in October.
yep, this year it's in October. Last year it was the last weekend in September to kind of help meet the Golden Trail World Series schedule.
Right.
But it's back to kind of that first weekend in October.
Perhaps an underrated Billy Yang film, Sky High Flag, the town, the people, the race, talks about the Flagstaff Sky Peaks race there.
Yep. Yeah. I think that basically any YouTube content on Flag is likely very underrated because there's not enough of it. Even before I lived in Flag, you go to research running routes or just watch YouTube videos. There's not a ton of it. So I love any Flagstaff content.
Finn, you said you had a question for me
Oh, yeah.
a couple minutes ago.
Trail Gangsters in the chat says, Mike McMite was holding a average heart rate of 134 for the past few days, multiple days. Does that have long-term health consequences?
Well, that number actually means nothing if you don't know what the max is. If his max is 135, it definitely holds long-term health consequences. But, the other question too is, was he wearing a heart rate monitor? Is this off of a watch? How much is actually accurate? How much is not? So it's a very loaded number, that 134. Because I was just looking back at a couple of his training runs on Strava, and his heart rate immediately locked to the cadence. It says average heart rate was 170. Average cadence was 171. It's like, okay, we got to throw that number out the window. So, that always then just makes you wonder, like, okay, how accurate is this heart rate data? 134 seemed high to me. I really couldn't tell you if that has any, if that means anything towards long-term health consequences or not. Yeah, I'm definitely not. I know a bit about a lot of things, but I don't know too much about how hearts work.
Rory asks, wasn't it average HR?
Yeah, average one. Yeah, it was 134. And yeah, again with Strava, I don't know if that average 134 is only during his moving time, and it doesn't account the amount of time that he was resting. So, yeah, those would all, I guess, be questions we'd have to ask Michael McKnight as well as Strava. I know for me personally, I know my heart rate zones pretty well. My average for this race would be well under 134. I bet it would be in the low one teens. Yeah, like I could see like 110, 115. maybe.
Brett, so we got about 80 minutes left on the broadcast. Do you think we're going to see Jared Bird and Jason Cannon arrive at the finish line before our time is up?
Yes, because they're like 2 miles out. Those would be 40-minute miles. So definitely. Question for you is, will we see any racing between these two? Because they are pretty close to each other. Like they're about, I think Jason is about 0.4 of a mile behind Jared Bird. Seems like a lot. Actually not, because, the gap behind Chris, Chris St. Jean was over a mile back on Killian Korth coming off of Eldon. And what I'm now learning is that sometimes you tap into superpowers that you didn't know you had in the last couple miles of this race.
What is, Brett, the exact mileage marker of the finish line?
Like when you cross the finish line, what mile are you at?
Yeah.
I actually don't know the exact answer for it.
So
I
if
figure
he's-
250.
I think
So-
the Cal Topo says something right around 249, give or
So in
take
that
a
case,
couple
doesn't
tenths.
Jared Bird have like 4 miles left?
Well, all of the distances
On the tracker, it lists distance to next checkpoint.
Gotcha.
It says 2.8 for Jared.
Gotcha. Okay, so maybe the finish line is like more like 248.
Yeah, the sleep deprivation and the added stress on the body, just continuing with some of the chat going on, that does absolutely elevate your average resting heart rate. Like I know the last 100 that I did, because my Garmin that I have, it tracks my sleep, and I wear it every single night. And the first night after I finished my last 100, my Garmin didn't even know I was asleep because my resting heart rate was so much higher than normal. My average heart rate that night was about 90, and it's about 40 on average. So this kind of cumulative stress to the body over the course of like many hours absolutely affects, just that base for the heart rate, and it takes a while for it to come back. But yeah, again, this is just one of those things where like we don't have that much long-term accurate heart rate data from 200 plus mile races. So I'm sure we'll learn a lot more about it as as we just continue to gather more data points in this event.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're expecting finishers 12 and 13 pretty soon here. Maybe in the next 20 to 30 minutes if they're jogging like Chris St. Jean was and like Killian was.
It's a little bit of a fallacy to have like average heart rate math. There's not really such thing as 180 minus your age or 220 minus your age for your max heart rate. It's very genetic what your max heart rate is, and it does decrease over time as you get older. In many cases, in endurance athletes into their 30s and 40s, their max heart rate goes down, but they still increase their overall aerobic capacity. Their heart gets stronger, so the stroke volume goes up, which is the amount of blood that your heart will pump per heartbeat to your body. Most like high-end elite athletes, endurance athletes, like the average stroke volume of a professional cyclist is roughly like a can of soda per heartbeat. Like that's a strong. Yeah, I'll do anything to avoid the metric system. But I mean, it's pretty crazy to think that.
222 milliliters.
No, that's a small can. Maybe that's your stroke volume, Mine's like one liquid death. But yeah, so it's pretty interesting. Yeah, that heart rate, it's a very personal number in terms of how it doesn't really compare. I've coached a lot of athletes, and we've utilized heart rate data or heart rate training to some capacity, and I've had some athletes who, their heart rate's 140 and they're 35, 40 years old. And I coached someone else who was nearly 70, and they were able to get their heart rate upwards of 180 still. Um, yeah, very, very genetic. Deb runs far. Is looking at their heart rate Strava data from last year. That's actually a pretty nice distribution across heart rate zones. Yeah, Alyssa in the chat says that they've noticed having asthma really affects heart rate. I have a lot of springtime allergy-based asthma, and my body is working so hard to clear the pollen, and there's just so much inflammation going on. I noticed that my like average heart rate on some of those runs goes up a lot, and yeah, paying attention to that overall number can go a long way in terms of just like sustainable long-term training.
So we do have a lot of runners that are on that Mount Eldon climb right now, and I think for folks who aren't familiar with Flagstaff or Mount Eldon and want some context on this part of the course, Brett and I were actually just on it earlier today. I'll read a section here from the course website. The final climb of the course is a doozy, and it will also bring runners to the highest point on the entire race. The Eldon Summit Trail climbs to just over 9,000 feet above Flagstaff, and a fire lookout tower that helps monitor for fires in the summer months. After the summit, get ready for a quad pounder as the trail drops nearly 2,000 feet in 1.5 miles. If your legs were not already destroyed, wait, never mind. Everything is destroyed at this point. Your legs will be destroyed-er. After that brutal descent, you've got 4 miles of gentle crushed granite bike path and another 1.5 miles of sidewalk into the finish, and you are done, literally.
It's a great course description.
Yeah, destroyed-er is being added to my...
Destroyed, or that's going on a shirt.
Yep.
I'm just looking at Andrew Glaze's Strava because I realized I'd never actually looked at it before. Yeah, a lot of running. There's a lot of time on feet. It's funny, he's actually had like down weeks and up weeks because some weeks were like 100 miles and other weeks were 170 miles. So I guess if you put it in the perspective that way, 100 miles wouldn't be too bad. You get to reduce your volume by like 40%.
And just to hop in here, guys, I am going to be taking off here. Trusty producer Bryce is going to be back on. Finn and Brett will be taking you to the 6 o'clock time zone, or time
zone.
till the 6 o'clock time. And then you'll be joined by the majestic voice of the one and only Christopher Warden. So,
C-dubs.
bye, guys.
Boom. Tagging him, Bryce. We're off to a great start. We headbutted one of the studio lights. Bryce. Your microphone it's the farthest right one, I believe. Yeah, it's 4.
Hello, hello.
Actually, yeah, I think your mic is hot. You're good.
All right.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Hey. Thank you.
Gosh, put that on a shirt. Oh wait, I already said
I'm
that.
starting to think.
So, Bryce, what have you been up to today?
Today, let's see. So last night, spent the night in my car at Tut Hill.
Okay.
Girlfriend Summer, who's been pacing Sally, has been taking most of the graveyard shifts.
Yes, and they
so
are halfway up Eldon right now.
They sure are. They're
As
probably
per the-
getting pretty close to the aid station, I'd imagine. Eldon Aid, within like a mile or two.
Wait, so yeah, as the crow flies, it's like a mile, but
Got it.
as the trail flies, as of a couple minutes ago, we were roughly, I would say, nearing 25% of the way up.
Oh, got it.
So a few more switchbacks.
All right, right on.
But yeah, I mean, I was looking at the Strava segment for it. The middle mile of that trail climbs about 1,100 feet.
Oh, no kidding.
And then there's about, it's about a 2-mile long trail, so it's like
Sure.
it's like 2,000 feet of 1,000 foot a mile
Yep.
average grading, which is about 25% grade. So, and after 240 miles, I'm not even sure where I'd start in regards to like thinking about which muscle groups hurt the most.
Did you guys run down that today?
We went up the Blue Dot Trail.
You went up Blue Dot.
Just on that side, closer to the Airbnb, and then we ran down the service
Into-
road, and just we followed the course basically back to the finish in the studio here. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was windy and cold up there.
Yeah.
Like I told Summer, I was like, if you like pack one more layer than you think you have,
Yeah.
because the wind was it just was cutting through everything up
Oh,
there.
totally. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I think most of the reason they moved that aid station is because I think that first aid station got like obliterated.
Yeah, it definitely is in the correct spot, which had a second guess because we were running and then we were running down for a while. And we're like, did we miss the aid station?
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
it was back. But you do go up and over the climb, descend down a little bit, and then you run kind of flat along the service road across the little plateau before getting the aid station, a little bit more protected area. It's kind of hidden. You don't see it until you're about 100 meters away from it.
Yeah, right. It's kind of in the trees, yeah.
Bryce, I think a lot of folks in the live chat would be fascinated to know what you've been doing the past few days, behind the scenes, producing, shooting film, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I haven't really wrapped my head around it. I just haven't really processed the whole week so far. So jumping in wherever to film for a bit, and then a lot of running around gear. So moving the gimbals along course, setting up a few of the different static cams. One of my trips was to get vegan burritos for Jamil because he's not the best about feeding himself. He'll just go and he'll just work
He'll just go.
until he sleeps. And so I got him some breakfast burritos, and yeah, and then a lot of shuttling Summer. I think Summer before this section had racked up 62 miles of pacing. Wow. And
Yeah,
so this
'cause-
is like a 22 miler.
Yeah, I asked her, I was like, oh, so when are you pacing? She's like, oh, I'm going to pick up Sally at Walnut Canyon. But I'd already paced her into Fort Tuttle. I was like, those aren't that far apart.
No.
Like for Sally, that's 20 miles.
Yeah. Right.
It was like, so it was like jet up here to the studio, reorganize everything, and then head back out.
There wasn't much organization, but there was a little sleep. Our cars looks like a bomb went off in there right now. It's
yeah.
But part of the game,
Yep, absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it's been really, especially doing some of like the live streaming, starting the Sedona Canyons 125 was really cool, and seeing Jeff Browning run out of there like a bat out of hell. And
Right on. Do you know if by chance there's any camera follow cams on Jared Bird?
I see Dan follow cam. I don't see any following runners at the moment.
Okay, because I can see on the tracker
Is he getting pretty close?
he's getting ready to exit the Schweitzer Canyon Trail and then hit the last mile of paved to the finish. So I think there was 3 different potential runner cams.
Okay. I got
to
the Dan follow cam live. None of the other 2 are live at the moment, but
Okay.
that's not out of the normal. I know Shad will typically jump on once he has like a runner in his sights.
Yeah.
So I'll keep a close eye on it for
Got
sure.
it.
I see Dan's definitely in Flagstaff, somewhere on course.
All about saving that battery life.
Especially with the amount of miles. I wonder how many he's racked up so far this year.
Yeah, Matt was saying he went like 83 last year.
Oh, yeah. All in that one section of, what was it, Beaver Street? Just up and down.
That's wild.
Yep. It's a fun way to do it. I mean, you get to share, like, I mean, just imagine coming through 250 miles and you're just less than a mile from the finish line, and then that's what Shad gets to see, like, day in and day out. Is just like extreme emotion.
And they're all different.
Oh, yeah.
Every finish is a little bit different.
Totally.
Bryce, what's your background to Aravaipa? How long have you been here? How'd you get started? All that kind of stuff.
So been here a little over a year, maybe coming up on a year and a half.
Awesome.
Worked at REI for a long time, and then there was an opening for an administrative assistant, and jumped at the opportunity, and then they kind of bumped me around into marketing, and it's just been a blast. It's gone by really fast, and definitely been taking advantage of the race entries and hopping in as many as I can, having a lot of fun. I'd say like the first 6 months I raced way too much.
Yeah, I can see how that could be a perk that, like, not like you would abuse it, but
Right.
It would abuse you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It did. And I was out for like a couple months with shin splints, and then we reassessed a little bit.
That's awesome.
Let's see. It looks like, Jared Bird is just passing the hospital now.
I'm gonna throw it on Dan here.
Yeah, I bet he's. So I think Dan's at that intersection there it's when they turn left. So
Okay.
yeah, he's approaching him. I can see it.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right. I think we're getting eyes. I'm curious. Do we have volume? No. We don't have volume. So yeah, we've got eyes on our next Cocodona 250-mile finisher. This should be Jared Bird.
And Dan, if you can hear us and you're able to unmute your mic so we can maybe chat a little bit.
There you
The
go.
man himself.
Yeah, we'll see how that sounds.
I know that this was a redemption opportunity for Jared Bird after a DNF in a previous year. Great to see. Mission accomplished. Congrats, Jared, if you can hear us. I know it's a little preemptive, but congratulations.
He's eager. He's ready. He's ready to cross that street. It's like, where is the walking person? I think we're getting a little bit of feedback in there. I don't know if it's.
I can tweak that right now. There we go.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I guess we're also we're working against wind noise as well.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the sound.
Great job, my man. Almost there. All downhill from here.
You know, it always seems like you see people that say, like, you're almost there in a race. I wonder how far out the farthest you're almost there has been for a 250-mile race like this.
But like Tuttle Hill.
Oh,
He's given the Kirk Gibson arm pump.
that looked celebratory if I've ever seen one. Yeah, this is a cool finish. I love finish lines that are like in like a quote unquote urban area for a trail race. I don't know. I think it's really cool. Like I really did like the, you know, I love this finish. I liked the alternate course canyons finish coming in right downtown.
Me too. Me too.
You know, like the classic UTMB finish right downtown Chamonix.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, something about that. It's super cool, and I mean, it's a great way to, you know, rally the town around an event and get more than just the runners psyched on it.
If for folks in the chat, if you haven't been to Chamonix before, at this stage in the race, regardless of your position in the race, if you were in 14th or 89th. You are getting swarmed by people in the streets. It's one of the wildest experiences in a running event or just an endurance event, period.
Oh, I can't wait for Cocodona to be like that with the increase in the trail festival vibes. I mean, we have to remember that this is just the first year of the Sedona Canyons 125 and the Eldon Crest 36. And I'm pretty sure, none of the races sold out this year. Like there's still
Room to grow.
There's still room to grow. There's still room to just sign up. If you do want to sign up, the link pinned at the top of the chat is the registration link for the 2024 Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, and Eldon Crest 36 mile. And there is a special early bird pricing that goes through the next 2 weeks. So if this live stream has done anything for you and you would love to throw your hat in the ring for this adventure, go ahead and register for it. Just lock yourself in.
Brett, I'm looking at the 2021 results, which are comparable, I think, comparable course.
Hey, Matt's in the chat, and he honked.
That's awesome. 12th place at the 2021 race finished in 90 hours, and 12th place here is going to finish in just over 84 hours. So this race is getting faster.
Wow, I did not realize that.
Yeah, I mean, having a 6-hour increase, that's pretty impressive.
And I think we're going to see up to we could see up to 20 people, I think, break that 90-hour barrier here today.
And I'm a little late to the party on this, but what was, do you know how much time Mike McKnight took off Versteeg's?
About 3 hours.
3 hours.
I think roughly 3 hours. Yeah, because Versteeg did it in 72:50 in 2021, and Michael McKnight was,
I think it was like 68 something.
Wow. I wonder how far behind his time at Friendly Pines Mike McKnight was.
Yeah. So Mike was 69 hours 41 minutes, and Versteeg was 72:50, so 3 hours 10 minutes roughly.
That's crazy.
And actually, I mean, I think so. Josh Perry did as well. Do you have the times up, Brett, so far today?
Yeah. Let me see if I can get that leaderboard to upload. Yeah. Except it's not in the right order. You're just looking for overall finish time?
How many people went under Michael Versteeg's course record? I think Josh Perry did as well.
So, yeah, this is all in days and hours. I can't do the math to get it into just straight hours.
All right, I'm going to try to do some public math here. 2 days, so 48 plus.
72 minus 1 hour?
Yeah, so Josh Perry went under. Two. Yeah, I think it was
Top
two.
two.
Both Josh and Mike did.
Oh, yeah, the top one just says RD.
Ooh. So it's yeah. Steve Joseph says course was 5 miles longer in 21.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough to compare times for a course this long.
Oh, sure.
It's just so different, I think ultimately for, a trail race like this, it's just going to be if you get a win here,
Yeah, we're celebrating racing.
Win's a win.
Yep.
Yeah, shoot. Maybe we don't even need a clock other than just a cutoff. Just go purely by place and just no time at all.
I like that.
Yeah, headwind for most of the course, so that's definitely slowing us down at least a couple hours.
See if I can find any more stories here for people that are
Yeah, the
close.
no time trail race I think would be a good one where it's just all about placing for your finish and just from the route, and the all that's known is just a cutoff, and then everything else is blind from a time standpoint.
It's be kind of like last person standing, I suppose.
I mean, it would be even crazier. Like, no one can start with a watch, so like no one actually has any
Oh.
concept of times, like fueling, hydration, splits. That's just all up in your head, and like how intuitively can you run this race? I mean, yeah, you're gonna know at least the distances. It's like, say it's Sedona Canyons, 125, and you have to just start the race, and you have at least you have this many hours to finish.
Yeah.
Which you'd be able to figure out, like, okay, that means it's the next day or 2 days when the sun is at this point in the sky. But that's pretty much all you know.
Oh, so no watch at all. Like,
I think, yeah, you might as well just lean into that
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
So like no watch. So then you have to just like figure it all out when you're out there. I mean, you can memorize the distances between aid stations beforehand, but then once you're out there,
oh yeah.
you just gotta just do your thing.
There's something strangely appealing about that.
Yeah, that actually is kind of a nifty idea.
A little dangerous maybe, but I mean, I think that creates some excitement.
Yeah, I mean, from a navigational standpoint, people getting lost, that can add a little bit of danger. But like, if you did it on something like the Javelina 100 course, where you have an opportunity to get better over the course of the race and learn your different checkpoints, that could be kind of a nice like introductory to it.
Totally.
So I know there were some small differences here, but Jamil just texted us saying that Michael Versteeg ran 72:50:25 in 2021. Sarah O in this year's race ran 72:50:27, so 2 seconds off.
Oh wow.
Yeah, what an awesome race for Sarah.
Yes, everything. Well, I mean, I say everything worked. I don't know if there's a race. There's no 250 where everything just works, but everything worked better this year than the others.
I saw her at various points along the course, and I don't think there was one point where I saw her what looked to be a low moment.
Yeah.
It was either like determined or chatty and talking, but always it seemed to be. I mean, I didn't see very many low points, and maybe that's the experience. What happens when you do this race 3 different times, and
You learn a lot to do it 3 different times. So Jared Bird is entering the final few blocks of his 250-mile journey. This is a huge redemption finish for him. 12th overall, 9th male finisher.
Here we go.
The final turn.
Way to go, Jared. This is a huge redemption moment for Jared. He said he was explicitly coming back to right a wrong. He had DNF'd in the previous year, and he was here to finish.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big deal. I want to switch over to that static cam.
Yep, you got it.
See what kind of eyes we can get on that.
Go back here and play around something.
Oh, okay, this is actually a pretty good one. I wonder how long it takes to sink in, like what you just did. I've heard this story, people talking about it, when they finish. You've just been doing one thing for so long, it takes a little bit of time for it to sink in on like what just happened.
Yeah.
Straight to the chair. Yeah, he was running very well.
He'd be a great
these last
interview.
few miles.
It'd be awesome to talk to him about the redemption. Big Bird energy.
So I think we're gonna have to refresh the static line camera because we're not getting anything from it. And shout out to Dan for bringing us these shots.
Yeah, this is huge. I love the immediate finish line headshot because everyone who does this race, they do a pre-race headshot as well. And the before and afters are pretty fun to look at.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great work to the pacer too.
Big bird energy.
It looks like I think Shad has our next runner coming in.
Yes, in the 200, in the Cocodona 250, this was the next finisher after Killian, and you are correct. That is a pretty large gap, and it looks like we're rocking yet another pair of Ultra Olympus.
It's the thru hiker culture.
It's got to be. Next year, everyone's going to be wearing Speedlands. The new GS Tam could absolutely hold up to this race.
Oh yeah.
That shoe's pretty indestructible.
Yep. This is, I think, Jason Cannon.
Jason Cannon. Yes.
Looking
No.
just a
Oh. It could be Andrew
Yeah.
Smith.
wow.
They're close.
There's two, yeah.
If we can get the bib number on his short there.
So we're looking for either 32 or 124.
It might be Andrew Smith.
I'm looking at photos here. Let's see if I can pin it down. I want to say it's Jason, actually. Yeah, that is Jason.
It is Jason. Okay, sweet.
That's Jason Cannon.
Correct. I'm going to unmute
35-year-old burrito addict.
We might be attempting to get in a little live volume. We're all smiles for this finish. This is awesome.
So his mom was diagnosed with ALS in 2020, and part of his motivation for running this race was to celebrate her and to celebrate movement.
Hell yeah.
He also says another reason that draws me to this race is the distance and to show my twin girls that doing hard things is possible and could even be fun. So he's got, I would say, a pretty powerful why.
Yes. That's a very powerful. There's no way he was not finishing this race. And he looks good. I mean, super happy, running well. Love to see it. This will be our 13th overall finisher, and I think rounding out the top 10 on the men's side.
Yep.
Again, at the 84 hours. Yeah, I'm so curious to see what the learning curve for this race looks like over the next 3 to 5 years, and how people, get more consistent. That the finishers, the placings up, not even just up front, across the entire race, it's going to get tighter. And I mean, that's what I'm here to talk about that.
I believe this is his mom in the wheelchair behind him.
That's
which
awesome.
is awesome. Wow, that is so cool. This is incredible. And I'm assuming his dad jogging stride for stride with him.
Yep.
That's one of the best smiles we've seen all day from any runner.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, talk about running for like more than just yourself.
Swishing some drink before he hits that finish line.
Dude, you got to stay on top of your nutrition all the way to the finish line.
This is about as essential as it gets in ultra running. Like this is a special moment.
I think that's what a race. I mean, that's what this sport is all about. I mean, we're like, celebrating human movement.
The dad's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad we stopped there."
Proud parent of Jason Cannon. That's what the sweatshirts say. Proud parents they are. Someone in the chat said, it only took 13 finishers for me to start crying. Yeah, and a huge thanks again to, this is the Shad Cam, I believe, right?
We are on the Shad Cam. I
We
see.
are on the Shad Cam.
I see Dan heading up now for more. So yeah, I mean, just everybody involved just kind of gets like so emotionally invested, I feel like, in this event, and just
Yeah, absolutely.
Says he's looking forward to the pizza in Flagstaff. I'm assuming that's Pizza Coletta, so I think they're gonna have a nice dinner together after this.
Go get that pie, my friend.
He says he's had love for Arizona since he was real young. He'd spend summers visiting his grandparents in Lake Havasu. I keep returning to this beautiful state to recreate frequently ever since. My parents retired to Prescott, Arizona in 2018.
And here we go, rounding the final turn.
Wow.
This is Jason Cannon, everyone, our 10th male finisher, 13th overall, finishing with both parents, celebrating human movement. This is amazing.
Favorite finish.
congratulations, Jason. That is so cool. How special to have your mom and, I'm not sure, just family running that last mile in with you. I can't imagine.
So amazing.
Great moment right here.
This is Jason Cannon, our 13th overall finisher of the Cocodona 250, 10th male. Definitely wearing the Nike ZoomX Zagama.
Ooh, good eye.
Which, yeah, the Zagama and the Ultra Olympus have been two of the more popular shoes.
Yep.
And I'm gonna.
Right on.
I think I'm gonna switch it over to one of our drone shots here. Who's looks like hovering right around Munns Park area.
I feel like we got to clip the last 5 minutes of the live stream and just put that on like not a billboard, but just like a commercial for all that's great about our community.
That is what it's all about.
Oh, she's got his face on the popsicle stick in the back.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, damn it, who's cutting onions around here?
I'm gonna see.
Yeah, what a special moment.
That is awesome.
We'll continue to let them celebrate that. We've got drone shot. Where are we right now?
This
This is around Munns. What mile would that be? Munns Park would be 191, which would be.
I think this is at Buffalo Park.
Yeah, I was say those mountains look familiar.
Yeah. I wonder if we do have any runners coming through right there. See,
I could take a look. Well, there was another one coming into the finish like super soon. Maybe you should pop back to the finish cam.
yeah. Take a look.
Or
I don't have a finish cam. At
yeah,
the
we
moment.
had Jared Bird, Jason Cannon, Andrew Smith, I believe, is next, who is going through the Schweitzer Canyon trails and approaching the pavement.
Cool. That might be them coming up on the drone here. And I see Dan hustling to get up there right now.
Okay. Yeah, there's two. So Andrew Smith is, I think, the next one on course, approaching the finish, a little over a mile out, and hot on his heels is the second place lady in the Sedona Canyons 125 race, Denise Barasa.
So, a little bit of background on Andrew Smith. When asked what inspired him to participate in the Cocodona 250, he says, "I continue to tell my 4-year-old twins, Ruby and Porter, that they can do hard things. With Cocodona, I'm looking to push my boundaries, experience the highs and lows that come with the race, and live up to the words that I preach to my children." That's awesome.
This is absolutely a boundary expanding event. My boundaries would absolutely be expanded if I were to do
It's awesome.
Cocodona 250.
And Brett, he did the Coastal Challenge back in February in Costa Rica. That's a 250-kilometer stage race. That sounds to me like an interesting way, maybe a great way to train for these 200-mile races, is just like safely, or as safely as possible, do these large efforts day after day with like proper sleep mixed in between.
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by stage races. Like, one of my bucket list races is Trans Rockies. I've heard so many amazing stories from Trans Rockies, especially when you do the team division. Like, you're like basically roped up to your teammate.
Yep.
It just sounds so fun. Let's see. This is Denise Barasa, I believe. Hood covering the bib, but it's probably 450.
One of the best Instagram handles in the game, Tiny Debo.
Tiny Debo.
Shout out
making
to
their way past the medical center and on their way to the finish of the Sedona Canyons 125. I'm not sure how to sort the two races apart. But I do know that Denise Barasa is the second female finisher for the 125 race. Okay.
Denise Barasa, no stranger to these epic distances in our sport, has completed the Moab 240, has taken a spin around Mount Blanc out there in Chamonix, France, has done the Brazos Bend 100-miler. She's done Lavaredo, the Hurt 100, Run Rabbit, San Diego 100.
Wow. The ultra sign-up catalog.
Oh, she's been running ultras since 2008.
That is quite the resume.
So
Yeah.
She is
It's a good collection of buckles.
second woman and fourth overall.
Yes. Second woman, fourth overall.
Oh, so we got an even split on the top four between the genders.
There you go.
It's pretty awesome.
Love to see it.
when asked to describe herself in 3 words, Denise says tiny, tough, passionate.
Those go a long way towards Coco 125.
Here's a question she's asked. If money, logistics, and risk of injury were not factors, what would you pick for the adrenaline dump of a lifetime? She says, well then, put me in one of those flying squirrel suits and bring me to the top of a mountain and let me soar like the eagle spirit animal I am certain I was meant to be. Is that not the best answer to a question?
Damn.
Love that.
That is solid. And where's Denise from?
Oh, let me see. Okay.
Colorado.
Colorado, right?
She is a gold mine of great answers. So the next question she's asked, do you believe in astrology? She says, yes. When you race 100 miles, sometimes it takes the position of the stars and the movement of the planets to influence the events leading up to starting and finishing 100 miles. Wow.
I mean, everyone always talks about when they have that great race, what do they say? Like, oh, the stars aligned.
It's true.
Maybe,
It's true.
Maybe Tiny Debo's onto something.
So,
Ooh. Denise got pretty lucky at the light.
yes, that's the first good light we've seen in a while.
She only had to wait for a few seconds. Most other people had to wait, 30 seconds or a minute. Christopher St. Jean, he's gotten the most lucky with the light by far. He got to run straight through it. Except he did almost get run over by a car that wasn't paying attention. He was paying attention though, and had enough time to look at the car and angrily scare them down.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So she did an interview with I Run Far a couple years ago, and Denise is 53 years old now. They ask her, do you have an age in your head when you expect to slow significantly? She says, I don't. I go one race at a time, 1 year at a time. Megan Laws is a great example of that.
Mm-hmm.
She's not, quote, oh, look at my age, I'm no longer going to have these goals, end quote. It's like, my goal is there and we'll see what happens. It still comes down to going into races healthy and being physically and mentally fit for it. I'm in the healthcare field. I work in surgery, and people are always like, oh, Denise, you're going to have to get to your knees and your hips replaced. And, she's like, I don't buy that. So, Denise, you inspire a lot of people. We'll try to get some of these interviews you've done out into the live stream sphere here because they're awesome. She says the body has its limitations as we age for sure, but with the 100-mile distance, the 100K, and endurance racing in general, there's more to it than a young or old body.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we're learning as these races get longer. It's not just about pure physical strength. There's way more to it than that, especially a 250-mile race. Just speaking to some of the finishers, what they learned, what was going on, and the one thing that they both said was it turns out you're capable of more than you think you are.
Yep. Someone in the chat says we need a name for that light.
So slightly off topic here, but do you see all those black rocks that they're running on? I learned this
Yeah.
recently. Apparently they use those in place of salt to get rid of snow. And
Yeah,
it's
they
actually-
do that in Oregon as well.
Oh, do they?
At least where I live in Oregon, yeah, they do the rocks instead of the salt, just that way it doesn't run off into the, the rivers.
Sure.
Into the ground. Also keeps the cars from rusting out.
Oh, that makes sense. I saw snow, I think, for 2 days out of the year. Living in Phoenix, I was just it's all foreign to me.
Yeah, for sure. No, definitely a good question, though, because, salt on the roads is used in, I think, most places still. It still kind of hurts a little bit to hear, little rocks getting kicked up into your wheel wells and stuff when you're driving. But, I guess it's better than pieces of salt that size.
Yeah.
And once the sun comes out, too, the rocks heat up, and it helps melt the snow a little bit faster as well.
Thank you, Michael, for the donation. Brett, are we still taking donations for the blimp? Are we always taking donations for the blimp?
Aravaipa blimp. I was so surprised that when Jamil popped into the studio here for a second, I thought I was about to get wrung out, about all this blimp talk, and I told him, I was like, all right, Jamil, am I fired talking so much about the blimp? And he was like, no, dude, check out these images that I got made of the blimp. And
It looks like
Blimp Biscuit's alive and well.
biscuit.
Blimp biscuit.
It looks like we got eyes on Shad follow cam as well, so I'm going to toggle back and forth here. I'll make sure we get Denise's finish here, but see if we can figure out who Shad is following. Looks like bib number 32.
Who's closer to the finish? That would be Andrew Smith.
Okay.
Is
Denise
Denise
is most certainly closer to the finish,
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah.
So we'll keep it on there.
Okay, so the trackers show Andrew in front of Denise because Denise's hasn't updated yet.
Really?
But
I could be wrong, but
no, Denise's tracker still shows her on the trail.
okay.
So it's just late once it pings again. So there wasn't. They just updated. Yeah, Denise's. Andrew Smith is almost getting up to the Heartbreak Hill street light.
Okay.
That's what we're calling it for right now. Someone said in the chat it's like the Heartbreak Hill of streetlights. But yeah, Andrew Smith is right around that section. Denise is just a few blocks away from the iconic left turn on Birch Avenue.
is that Kelly pacing? No. I thought I saw somebody call out Kelly in the chat. Kelly Teeslink, she's a local up here, and she actually volunteers at Kelly Canyon, like annually.
Yeah, as you should if your name is Kelly. So for those just tuning in, we have Denise Barasa finishing the Sedona Canyons 125. She is the second female finisher and 4th overall. And here is the final turn to the finish line.
Way to go, Denise.
Yeah, see, they turn into the finish and just get blasted by this massive headwind right down the alley. Rude. Big thanks to our follow cam. We got Chris Warden there off to the side, watching some people come in. So we have visual. We know that for a fact he has not made his way back to the studio yet.
Not yet.
Those in the chat might be getting a few bonus minutes with Finn and Brett. Finn and Brett in the evening.
Breaking news.
This is such a rad finish.
It is.
It's so cool.
It is.
Tiny Debo, everybody. Second female finisher of the inaugural Sedona Canyons 125. If you want to follow in those footsteps, registration for the race is open. We're still waiting for it to happen, but theoretically someone could sign up for the race before they are done with this year's race. And that's unique because this is a multi-day race. The ultra sign-up rule is that you have to be under a year out from the race day. Or no, the previous race, this year's race has to have already started for registration to open. Has to have been open for 24 hours. And it's like, well, everyone after 24 hours is still in the race. So maybe someone is tuning into the chat that's out on the race course and they're wanting to secure their spot for the 2024 edition of the Cocodona events.
So we're looking at Andrew Smith here, bib number 32, and Andrew is among a long line of finishers so far that have just had incredibly powerful Ys. He says in his questionnaire before the event that he's running in part to show to his kids that there is value and even joy in setting out to and accomplish incredibly hard things like the Cocodona 250. So you're going to finish things like these when you
Here we go.
make that the goal.
Making the final turn. This is Andrew Smith, bib number 32. 84 hours, 35 minutes on the clock for the Cocodona 250. Give this guy a round of applause.
Way to go, Andrew. And there are his
There's
two
his
twin daughters.
And yeah, the way far out shoe identification was the Hoka Mafate Speed 4
Incredible.
for Andrew Smith. See, that's a shoe I would have thought to see more of on this course. I feel like the Mafate can just handle anything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And look at that influence for the two twin daughters. I hope this is a formative event and we have the next generation of trail runners.
I mean, well, Andrew looks so good finishing this race, they're going to think a 250 is not that difficult. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, I got that. Which perhaps that's the level of confidence you do need to go into something difficult like this. You know, you'd be okay with, like, it's going to be hard, but I know I can do it.
I mean, I've been shocked at how good these people have looked so far. Killian looked amazing. Chris looked amazing.
There's been I read one study about like kind of the way your brain chemistry changes when you near the finish line, and how some, like, this was done for like marathon and shorter athletes. There's some athletes that can kind of tap into what happens to your brain when you smell the finish line.
Okay.
Because imagine if you could be like that the whole time, or
Yeah.
earlier on, because everyone's like, you were so tired, why did you kick so hard at the finish? You clearly had more gas in the tank. Well, that's because there's like an actual like chemical something or other going on in the brain that allows you to then get to that finish, because your body
Gotcha.
doesn't want to mistime it. But if you can tap into that a little bit earlier, there's been some studies that have been done about like who are these athletes that are able to like get to that point midway through a race or just 3/4 of the way through, who don't need to see the finish line
Wow.
to get to that point. It's super fascinating, and just goes to show just the connection between like the mind and the body for really any endurance event, and it's even more profound as the race gets longer, as we are seeing with all of these Cocodona 250 finishers.
Point well made. Yeah, that's fascinating.
We have so much to learn.
Olivia in the chat says, how many of these guys have twin kids? I don't know.
I think people had twins a couple times, and Sarah Osazuski, our
Is a twin.
women's winner of the Cocodona 250, is a twin, paced and crewed by her twin sister Melissa.
Saw a question in the chat earlier. How far away are we from the finish line?
That is confidential information. I think we're about a mile.
0.6, according to Jamil's Strava rundown there.
Well, you've
Oh.
blown our cover now.
I mean, it's a radius.
Jamil, turn on the privacy radius. Yeah, I think we're about 0.6 miles away from the finish.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Maybe as the birth. 0.6 in any direction. It's a radius, yeah, you're right. It's a great spot.
Nope, and let's see if we can move it over to the Jason drone. This looks like this is heading into Buffalo Park. The next runner I see is
Tobias.
You got it. In the 125?
Yes.
Yep.
And should still be getting paced by his coach, Eric Senseman.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, that's what Eric was saying last night. That he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be getting. Did the mouse just die? I can get you a backup.
I don't think we need it. All right, we might need it.
Let me go grab mine.
All right.
Stupid Apple mouse. Do we have one more spot?
I'll see if I can pull up some more stories for soon-to-be finishers here. One of them is Austin Newblum. I think one of the recurring themes in this event has been the connection between the runner and their family, and just in general loved ones in their lives. And one of the cool things about Austin is at various points along the course he's been paced by his wife, and I bet there's a good chance that when we get eyes on Austin, he will have her pacing as well, which is so cool. Austin has a really interesting story. I'll go into it here. Born and raised in Reno, Nevada, went to college at the U of Nevada. Growing up, he never liked running. In fact, he hated it. He was one of the slowest during sprints in basketball practice. In his college years, he started working as a wildland firefighter in the summers and decided that he wanted to do it as a career. After his first fire season, he went skydiving. He loved that as well, and that's what made him realize he wanted to be a smoke jumper. Right before the next fire season, he had a motorcycle crash. He broke his left leg and arm, and he says he should have died at that speed, but he was super fortunate. Recovery took a long time. and it really changed the way he thought about pushing his physical and mental limits. And he says that that crash was one of the best things that ever happened to him. He remembers calling the foreman of the crew that he was about to join, and he asked how fast he would need to be able to run to be on the team. The foreman said that he would need to run 6 miles at 7-minute pace, and that's when he realized he had never even run 6 miles in his life, period. So he started running. What a cool intro into the sport. Since then, he's gotten into trail running, finished his first 100-mile race in 2021, and he now lives his dream job as a smoke jumper in Boise, Idaho. It's pretty cool. That's Austin
That's
Newblum.
a story, man.
So, kind of cool how all of these events lead you to this moment, you know. In order to be a smoke jumper, in order to have his dream job, he had to be able to run. You know, in order to get mentally strong and physically resilient, he had to have a motorcycle accident that made him reevaluate what was possible. And then he found that when he started running, he actually loved it. So that's cool.
Yeah, and you know, I definitely don't recommend crashing your motorcycle.
No.
But I recommend listening to that story and finding motivation from it.
Yep.
I also recommend always having a backup gaming mouse in your backpack. Good thing we got the trusty Logitech Lightspeed Geo 2 replacing the dead Apple mouse.
Brett, I think we just need to share this 2023 Cocodona runner questionnaire with the audience because it's just free inspiration. Like every single runner in this event has an incredible story.
That would be fun to I guess you'd have to get permission from all these runners. I guess we are also reading it out loud, so they probably did give permission. But to publish it in the form of
Yeah.
a book with short stories
Yep.
after each race. Question in chat, what is a smoke jumper? That's actually a great question. Usually it's like a wildland firefighter when there's forest fires deep into the woods and spots that aren't accessible by car. They put a helicopter around near the fire, and that's how they get on the ground. They jump out of the helicopter, and they get plopped into the middle of the forest near a fire, and they are the first crew there that helps put it out. It's a very dangerous, very important job, very physically demanding, very difficult, and one that I'm very thankful for, living out here on the West Coast, and there being quite a few wildfires each year. We need people like that.
Fun fact, my dad is a script writer, and he actually wrote a movie script based on a book by Norman MacLean called Young Man in the Fire, and it's about the Man Gulch Fire in Montana. And it's a crazy dangerous job. It's as you said, it's crazy. The runner's Austin Newblum, Troy, who asks in the chat, what's the name of the runner that's a smoke jumper, and he should be arriving soon.
Yeah, there's a group. So behind Tobias is a crew of 4 runners, all close to each other. Dominic Grossman, Kevin Tiffany, Nathan Williams, and Austin Newblum are all within half a mile of each other, as they are about 4.5 miles from the finish. So that could be a race.
Shout out to Nathan Williams. He's a local Salt Lake City guy. When asked what inspired him to participate, he said, seemed like fun.
Seemed like fun. I wonder if it still seems like fun.
There's a wide range of whys for this race.
So your dad writes screenplays.
He does.
My father-in-law does too.
That's wild.
I know. Maybe they should collab on
They
something.
should collab.
I'm sure something great will come from that.
Was that Tobias? Was that Tobias that we were seeing on the drone feed there, do you think? Or do you think that was just a random pair of hiker walkers?
I don't know if he's quite to that spot yet.
Okay.
Oh, he's close.
Because it hasn't updated in a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's been 8 minutes since his last update.
Did you guys know that Mount Eldon was formed, I mean, millions of years ago, but in a matter of 1 month?
Really?
Yep.
Talk about that for a second.
I mean, I
Like
did a little bit of research on it.
It's like is a volcano,
No,
or is
so
it plates that
it
crunched
was
up?
they think the plates in Flagstaff are moving over a hot spot, so it's kind of like moving to either east or west, and this was one of the magma flows that came out of it. It wasn't explosive.
It's just like a little bubble.
Yeah, it just magma just kept pouring out on top of itself.
Yeah.
Brett, Run DMS asked if we just became friends.
Oh, that's
Did we-
happened.
Did we know each other before this?
That's happened so many times already. Like the amount of times we could be like, "Did we just become best friends?" I think it's happened at least once a day.
Once a day.
Yeah. So we're gonna go downtown to the finish, huh?
Well, I was just going to ask, and maybe Bryce has. Bryce, where should we eat dinner tonight?
Oh wow, you guys got some options.
I think we got to go to Diablo Burger because that's like right around the
Diablo
finish,
Burger.
right?
Yeah, we're going to Diablo Burger.
If you're looking for a location,
Yeah,
It's gonna
I
be-
definitely want a spot right at the finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diablo Burger.
Maybe I'll just grab some Spring Energies gels at the finish.
Yeah, so in about 15 minutes, we'll have Chris Warden taking over the broadcast, the fourth return of the After Dark series, which is always fun.
Cocodona After Dark.
Cocodona Dona After Dark. I believe some high-profile personnel in our community are guesting on the show tonight, so
Yep.
I'm not
It's
gonna
gonna be a
give away the answer, but
fun list of guests.
apparently
that's okay.
apparently it's live, but I'm still not gonna give it away.
Someone in the chat, did we know each other before? Yes, Finn and I knew each other before this chat, but it is the Single Track podcast that brought us together because Finn had an episode where he had a call out at the end of the episode and was like, I'm looking for someone to potentially do like a sports talk radio type show with. And I listened to it and I was like, oh, I haven't been more prepared for anything than that, even though I'd never actually done it before. So I sent Finn an email, and a year and a half or so later, we're still rolling.
Year and a half. Yeah, we started in January 2022, and yeah, we did a thing called the Long Run Archives, and that has I think we're 12 episodes in now, or we're going to film 12 at some point. We do a lot of race previews, do a lot of joint interviews now too. Although I would say Trails and Tarmac. I feel like we knew each other.
That's
kinda
true.
Through Trails and Tarmac.
Yeah,
before that.
because Ryan Gelfie of Trails and Tarmac was coaching Finn. I was coaching for Trails and Tarmac. Gelfie would brag to me all the time about how good at running Finn was.
That's the only time anyone's ever said that. But I would actually argue the Billy Yang video is responsible because I watched the Billy Yang Chamonix film, and then I saw David and Ryan on that film, and then I reached out to Ryan to get coached, and then I met you. So really, it's Billy
Wow.
Yang.
And also, fun fact, Finn and I raced each other at Western States in 2018, and Finn beat me. We both blew up, but Finn did beat me. He blew up. I don't know. Like, you beat me, but you actually blew up more.
Well, I think, yeah, I blew up super
Because
bad.
what was your highest placing at some point?
I don't know, but I know that I should have gotten to Forest Hill in like 14 hours, and I got to Forest Hill in like 10 hours. And then it took me like basically 12 hours to get to the Placer High track.
Wow, yeah. Because I think you beat me by about an hour.
Yeah. Maybe my only W.
it might-
I got to cherish that W.
Well, I think that's the only time we've raced.
That's right.
That's the only time we've raced
I
each
refuse
other.
to race Brett ever again.
And yeah, we're retired. We're the shots that we're watching right now are of our drone pilot over about over Buffalo Park, and he's got there's some people out there, but I don't think they're in the race.
Yeah, I got a message saying those last people we're looking at, it was not Tobias.
Not Tobias. Let's see. We haven't done an update on who's approaching. Okay. Brian Janzik, bib 122, is in the Eldon aid station. Rolando Mendoza is approaching the aid station. Adam Williams is in the aid station. And Sally McCrae is just a few more switchbacks from the top of the Eldon climb, where then the runners on course will descend a little bit to that Eldon aid station. So Sally is almost to that aid station where she will then be making her descent to the finish.
So with Brian Janzik, he has a couple really interesting comments in this questionnaire. And for anyone out there that ever doubts the power of marketing, Brian says, a friend of mine saw it being promoted the first year it was live in 2021, and then I saw the promo video and I was hooked. So that's the 1-2 punch of word of mouth marketing and YouTube content, and you've got a guy who is investing in the race. And so Brian reminding us that marketing works.
And they say word of mouth isn't real.
And they say
that's a lie. Flat
it's
lie.
A bald-faced lie.
Also in the chat, I forgot to even just read it out loud, but when you were talking about how Mount Eldon was formed, someone went magma, which I know I felt the quotes, the air quotes there.
Liquid hot magma.
I just watched that really recently. Yeah.
So that was fantastic.
Zip
That was quick too.
Zip it.
Actually, not the first Austin Powers reference, because like either yesterday or 2 days ago, there was the corn. Oh, because we were doing the Floda tasting, and someone was like wafting. And then I was just like, oh, it doesn't have any corn.
One little fun thing about Brian Janzik, who's at that Eldon aid station. Last year, Brian and his dog Milo started a van rental business. And Brian says, at first it was challenging working with a different species, but we managed to get it off the ground. If you want to hear about it, go to milosadventurerentals.com and then go to the trips tab. So his business partner is a dog. Good choice.
Yeah, you lost me for a second. You're like, it was very difficult working with a different species. I'm like, a van is a different species than human. I get it now.
What did you guys think of the Blue Dot Trail?
I really liked the Blue Dot Trail. It got hyped up to being like super, super hard, and it was super hard, but I thought it was going to be like I might roll backwards and like die off the mountain like flat irons type hard, which like that's not my thing. I'm a runner.
Okay.
I don't climb stuff.
Yeah.
This was a nice amount of like very difficult steepness. In Ashland where I live, there's a trail that's similar steepness. It's just not as rocky. So
Okay.
different terrain, but like I've experienced like a similar pitch. But what I loved about the Blue Dot Trail is, you're just like 6 inches away from rock because you're leaning into it. You stop and turn around,
Right.
and then the views are phenomenal.
Yep.
Lots of blue dots actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't understand how people have mountain biked down it.
I
I
don't.
was about to
I don't
actually say
understand
that. Yeah.
Yeah, there was spots in the beginning where I was like, I get this. Like, I was like World Cup downhill, and then in the middle, I was like,
All right.
oh my gosh, this is full commit.
Yep.
Full commit.
Oh, we might have a sighting of a pack back there on the drone feed.
Oh, good eye. I don't. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah,
See some.
We
I
got
see some movement.
not blue dots, but 2 dots. Not to be confused with 2 chains.
Throw me a freaking bone here.
Lower the meteor! Man, I haven't watched that movie in years, but that movie has so many good ones. Like all 3 of them.
Sir, are you suggesting we blow up the moon? Would you miss it? Would you miss it?
A horrible schmelting accident. Yeah, there's some runners coming towards us on that drone. And I don't think we've lost any drones today. I heard there was one drone casualty yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah. You know, part of the game. Doing this much, you're doing 90 hours of coverage. You know,
Yeah,
things happen.
totally. So we might have eyes on Tobias Wennergren coming in. He will be fifth overall finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125, third male. Possibly paced by coach, friend, legend, famous actor, Eric Sensman, star of The Long Way Home. Has immediately gone up to one of my favorite running films of all time. That is about Eric's journey at last year's Cocodona 250.
That makes sense, man.
It's well, no, my favorite was what was it, 2 years ago when he ran Black Canyon and he looked like he was dead to rights at mile 50 and then stormed on to get a golden ticket. We were saying like, yeah, it's like the Sixth Sense, man, because I see dead people. Forever the Sixth Sense, man.
The Sixth Sense, man.
All right, so we've got definitely two runners. We still have some. The drones can't fly at night, but we've still got some time in the daylight. So this should be Tobias, bib number 412.
I think we've got Dan standing by, ready to catch him.
All right, Dan Cam,
The Dan Cam.
standing by.
Yeah, if that is Tobias and Sensman, they are not getting lost through this section. I
No.
would not imagine.
Eric Sensman would be the correct pacer to have.
Tobias gives a shout out to the Burning Man 50K. He says, fond memories in the sport. One is when I danced all day and all night at Burning Man and then changed into a tutu and running shoes to do the Burning Man 50K. Loved it. One of the most unique races. You know who else has done Burning Man 50K?
My friend Mike has
Mike-
done the Burning Man 50K.
Is that Michael Brandt?
No.
The
actually
founder
it's
of
not.
HVMN.
My friend Mike. But yeah, you're right. Michael Brandt, the founder of HVMN, exogenous ketones. He's done the Burning Man 50K.
Of course.
You think he did it with his mouth taped shut? So we're on standby for the Dan Cam. And then I believe after Tobias is our own Dom Perignon, who would be our next Cocodona
Well,
250 finisher.
We'll leave you with one more Austin Powers quote as Chris Warden joins the cast here. Allow me to introduce myself. We got to watch that one of these nights.
Yeah,
All
maybe we
three.
should just have that on. The TV went to sleep. We should have the live stream on, but I guess we all have it on our computers anyways. Yeah, we'll give Chris a couple minutes.
The interesting thing is that the remote that we're using for this TV was for the TV upstairs, but it works for both.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of Samsung TVs are like that. It's like if you have multiple Samsung TVs in the same room, and you're trying to go different channels, sometimes it's difficult because you control both of them at the same time.
It's interesting you say that. I have a Samsung TV in my room,
Yeah.
and when I turn volume down, it turns my fan off. I have a fan, like a remote controlled fan.
Oh wow, I didn't know that they'd cross
Cross-platforms,
platform.
yeah, totally.
Wow. I also didn't know Samsung made fans.
It's not a Samsung fan.
Oh, it's not a Samsung fan.
Makes no sense.
So now what I'm learning is Samsung remotes are powerful.
They're like universal.
Yeah, like, I wonder if I could just walk into like a sports bar with a Samsung remote and cause mayhem.
Giving me some ideas.
So you don't run into mayhem like me. Hi, I'm your Samsung remote, and I just changed your channel. And then like cue the angry person punching the TV because they think it's broken. And if you're not covered by TV insurance, you could fall victim to mayhem like me. I've been chock full of ideas this day 4. I still think the best one is the race with no watches.
That's a good one.
It's dangerously good.
Yeah. I'm going to pitch that one to Jamil because I feel like he's going to like that one.
All right, I'm out. I got to go eat some Diablo burger.
All right, Finn, Brett, thank you guys for joining us.
Always a pleasure.
It was fun. We'll be here.
See you tomorrow at noon Pacific.
Yep, we'll be here this time tomorrow.
Enjoy the burgers.
Gonna head to that finish line. Go yell at some people. We saw you.
We saw you.
And for those watching, Dan has not picked up Tobias yet. We are waiting on standby, but we do have an eye on all the cams. So once we do have eyes on our next runner, we will be sure to switch the camera over to him.
Clear all the drinks. This cup of water got hot just because of the
Sitting next to that. So I got information on the dog attack that actually. What happened? Oh, you didn't hear about this?
No?
So Matt Kahn, second place in Sonoma Canyons, and Rachel Buzzer both got attacked by a dog. What the fuck? Yeah. So I actually got an interview with him, and Bryce, I'm gonna try and put it on through OBS because you can use the screen share function,
Okay.
and we'll see if we're able to do it. If not, I'll just narrate basically what happened. But I also took some video of the.
Sorry to leave you guys hanging on that. We will definitely fill you in on the dog attack story. Chris Warden's going to be setting it up in the background here. So
Yeah, all you heard. There was a dog attack? Mute.
click.
Oh, did that go over the air?
Yeah, all people heard was, did you hear about the dog attack? And then it just went silent.
So people are like, "Oh, yeah." Oh,
They're
my
like,
goodness.
excuse me? Baking powder?
Right?
Oh, that's Wayne's World. Right, I got my Mike Myers mixed up.
I need my video. My monitor. What stream is this? This is what day are we on? 4.
I believe it's Thursday. Oh yeah. Let's see if we let's take a look at the tracker.
Need about 30 seconds to compose myself.
And we will have Chris Warden joining us on the broadcast shortly to kick off Aravaipa After Dark.
Oh yeah, I need to dial in via OBS.
And so according to the tracker, 1 minute ago, It looks like Tobias was getting quite close to the West Forest Avenue, so that first road, and then Dan should be picking him up shortly after.
Yeah, we can go live.
Welcome, Chris.
Welcome, welcome to. Thank you, Bryce. It's been a week. I literally. What did I just ask you? What day is it?
Yep.
Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. This is Aravaipa After Dark. I am Chris Warden, and we're going to do our best to keep you entertained, informed, and engaged here as we watch Cocodona Day 4. Day 4. I mean, I love the fact that we've got this race to keep us occupied and marginally productive throughout the week, but we're far from done, even if the clock says otherwise. We're at 85 hours. We've got the top finishers in so far, but by no means is our week done. We'll be following runners in both the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125 as they make their way towards Flagstaff, and then tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. The world gets flipped upside down all over again as the Eldon Crest 36, the inaugural. I hear that it's got some bonus miles, but the Eldon Crest 36 is going to be starting at Fort Tuttle. We have seen plenty of shots from Fort Tuttle. We have some filmers out there. We're grateful to have them. Rob Martin, I know, is among them. I believe that Mandy Midget is out there as well. I believe that Megan Silvera has pivoted over to there as well. Thank you for all that you're doing here to keep this broadcast as robust as possible. All right.
I believe
Who we got on our eyes on here?
best guess is that we are looking at Tobias, unless he's too far down. But
Funke? Tobias Funke?
Wintergreen?
Oh, okay.
Wintergreen?
Tobias Wintergreen. Well, you know who his pacer is then, right?
I do. Yeah, we were talking about it. He's not getting lost through this section.
Definitely not. Tobias is being paced by a friend of the family here who was on with us last night for Aravaipa After Dark, Eric Sensman. You know what? We've had a heck of a group of guests here so far this week, and it's just going to keep pumping. Tonight's special guest on Aravaipa Dark, you've been following him here for the last 36 hours or so. Well, you followed him for about 25 of them because that's all it took for him to finish. Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy himself, is going to join us here on Aravaipa After Dark, live and in studio. We're going to talk about his experience here, what his thoughts are of Cocodona in general, and we're just going to have some fun. We're going to talk with Bronco Billy, and just basically maybe we'll get him to share some of his future plans as a racer as well.
I was incorrect. So I think that was most likely Dom we were looking at in the drone shot.
Oh, Dom Grossman?
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah, Dominic Grossman, excellent runner. I'm glad to see that he is making his way to the finish line. One of the things I want to do, Matt. I'm so used to working with Matt so far this week. This is not Matt. This is Bryce.
Yeah.
We're having fun. Bryce and I love working with Bryce here in the studio. He tends to be the one stuck producing the pre-game shows and the preview shows that AGW and I do. I was going to ask if we could actually pivot to the iPad here just momentarily.
Yep.
As I want to show everybody the breadth of this race right now.
And we will be bringing it back to Tobias and Sensman here shortly.
Absolutely. So this is what our runner positions look like. We've got runners basically spanning a huge section of north central Arizona, and these are runners for both the Cocodona and for Sedona Canyons. We can head back out onto the field right now and give these runners their due. Our current runner on our viewfinder, that would be bib number 412, Tobias Wintergren, being paced by his coach Eric Sensman, and congratulations to Tobias for getting to the finish line. It's amazing how your mind and your speech starts to deteriorate 4 days into a live stream. So I apologize wholeheartedly. I can even hear my voice starting to show that wear and tear, but we'll do our best to keep things moving forward. And if not, I will fake it till we make it.
We're doing great, Chris.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of the storylines that are going to be happening here tonight while we're on the call. I think one of the things that we're almost certainly to see is the finish of Sally McRae.
So speaking of that, I just got an update.
Yes.
So she just arrived at the Eldon 8 station, and
Sweet.
I am told she's being revived with some smoked pork butt from Pete.
There's nothing like Pete's Meats to get you revived.
It's true.
Yeah, I went for a run with Pete last week, and when we got back to the house, the ribs that he had thrown in the smoker several hours prior were primed and ready to eat. I mean, nobody smokes meat like Pete. And, of course, the three meat goes up there atop Mount Eldon, because it's not just Pete Mortimer. It's also Julian Galuzzi and Nick Paniche.
You're absolutely right. Credit is due, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait to see Sally McRae cross the finish line. It's an inevitability. Nobody has ever not made it down from Eldon, I believe, in this race. So, basically the downhill from Eldon, as far as I'm concerned, is the victory lap. I think that at that point you're just kind of soaking it in, and once you get to town, it's all it's pretty straightforward. So I went down to the finish line for a little while this afternoon, and I was able to see our first place finisher Rachel Buzzard on the women's side of the Sedona Canyons 125. And it was kind of cool. One of the things, I don't know, did you see how many people were down there for her finish?
Yeah.
So get this. So my understanding is that Rachel and her husband, I guess, own a construction company. And they, did you hear about this?
No.
So they basically told everybody, you can get off work at 2 if you're going down there to go watch Rachel finish. So friends, family, co-workers, employees were all down there to welcome Rachel to finish and to hang out down in Heritage Square.
Oh, that's amazing.
Absolutely. Credit is due to somebody for winning a 125-mile race. That's not
absolutely.
easy.
And I know her name. She has frequented the Dirt Series events, I believe, even in the past year.
Yeah, and her work shows, her effort shows. So who is that is talking with Eric and Tobias right there?
I do not know.
So you have to see if we can find out. Yeah, Deb runs far. It is a bit of a painful victory lap, but it is a victory lap nonetheless. As you can see, Tobias passing Beaver Liquors, a landmark in Flagstaff. If you're thirsty,
It's a staple. Yeah.
yes, absolutely. I hear they have an excellent selection at Beaver Liquors. So. With that in mind, we will be following Tobias rather than stopping at Beaver Liquors, and follow him down Beaver Street itself. One of the other things that we're going to be talking about, actually, this is one I'm going to crowdsource simply because I saw it come up during Finn and Brett's show, and I don't know if we actually followed up on it or if they followed up on it, but I want to. There was something about a watch party for one of the Cocodona 250 runners. Like apparently they literally, I saw it in the chat. And if you were watching earlier, if you're this person, please repost this information. But somebody had a watch party at like some local bar where they did the live stream on their broadcast or on TV there in the bar to watch.
That's awesome. Is that out of state?
Yeah. I want to say, I don't want to be 100%. I'm not positive, but I feel like it might have been Jason Kanan who just recently finished. I'm not 100% sure,
okay.
but I believe I saw that that there was a watch party, and I would love to get more information on that. So if that was you, please hit me up in the chat, and I would love to get some more information about it.
And I'm going to bring it right back to Tobias, but we do have somebody else on Jace's drone cam. It looks like making their way through Buffalo Park now.
Awesome. We'll see if we can figure out who that is as well. The action's getting fast and furious here, Bryce. I mean, normally at this point, things are in a little bit of a slowdown, at least in the previous two iterations of the Cocodona 250. But who knew that throwing in another few dozen 125-mile runners would cause things to keep going. But that's good.
Oh yeah.
That's good. That gives us something to focus on. But we've got so many stories to follow here, and we're going to do our best to give everybody their moment in the sun here while we are on the live stream. Yeah, Boomer Trail Warrior. I was thinking the same thing. No, actually, I don't think it was Denise Barasa, but she did look a little bit similar to her. But who is that with them? I'm not quite sure. Oh, that's that's Sensiman's buddy from the film.
Oh, one of his crew members.
Yeah.
You were right.
I can't remember his name. Who saw Sensiman? Finn knows this. I think he's got the entire film memorized. Where are Finn and Brett when you need them? They're
Now they're at the finish line.
Yeah, they're heading down to the finish line to eat Diablo Burger. Oh, by the way, don't believe the hype on that temperature, 73 degrees. That is not being pulled from Flagstaff, because I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I was out there in a single layer top and shorts, and it was cold. There's a reason that I actually threw a full-blown shirt and jeans back on when I got to the house, because I was freezing.
And it's, very windy still. The whole week, really, has been pretty high wind speeds.
Yeah. Sydney Nestle asking a question. How many Eldon Crest runners are there, and how do you think it'll affect the 250 runners on the course? That's a good question, to be honest. I'm not sure how many Eldon Crest runners there are. I have not. Usually, if I want to access those numbers, I'll do so on Ultra Sign Up, but I forgot to make that as part of my note taking. I'll see if I actually did pull that as part of my data extraction prior to the race, but I'm not sure how many. And will it affect the 250 runners on the course? I don't think so, with one possible notable exception, that being the Eldon Climb. The Eldon Climb in some places is a little bit narrow, but for the most part, Walnut Canyon, and Bryce, you've been out farther in Walnut Canyon than I have been. I don't think that it's going to make too much of an issue for for either distances runners. I would hope that the 36 runners, the Eldon Crest 36 runners, are going to defer to the Cocodona 250 runners in terms of not trying to run them off the
Oh,
trail.
sure. Yeah.
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 If I were to hear something about that from if any Eldon Crest 36 runner was giving a Cocodona 250 runner a hard time, I would give them a face-to-face.
Oh, for sure. I think I do think for the shorter event that this is probably the most ideal section of the Cocodona course. It's flatter. The trails are a little bit wider,
Yeah.
fortunately. So I think there will probably be some room to pass them. But I'm sure it's been noted to those runners to be courteous and not too aggressive.
Absolutely. As Tobias takes the left on Birch. Fun fact, Bryce, I don't know if you realize this, but Birch is actually a one-way street going the other direction.
Yeah, that's what I was being told earlier.
Yeah, so when we tell everybody to go left on Birch, we're basically telling them to disregard what the cars have to do. So I noticed that when I was out for a walk/run this weekend. But now Tobias has taken the left on Birch as he is bringing his Sedona Canyons 125 to a close, and with an excellent showing. Only a handful of people have finished the 125-mile race at this point. And it looks like Tobias is going to be our 5th overall finisher. Tobias is crossing the last street that he has to finish. And one of the things that I gathered from being down there was the energy of all the viewers down in Heritage Square and actually around that whole area. So, congratulations to Tobias. Making that right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley through the gates that were closed earlier, and we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. But yeah, here we go. Congratulations to Tobias Wennergren, the 5th finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125. And I believe that actually puts him in at 3rd place on the men's side. So Tobias finishing on the podium here at the inaugural Sedona Canyons 125. Congratulations, Tobias. I hope that he enjoyed his run. And to get to finish alongside his coach, Eric Senseman, is pretty neat. I think that I think that's a ringing endorsement for a coach if they're able to help you finish crossing, an ultra, and you make the podium.
Yeah.
You really have to say that some people wonder if a coach is worth it. Well, that's living proof right there that it's worth it.
Something's working for sure. And let's see, we had a couple questions in the chat.
Yeah.
Asking for some coverage up at Eldon. Unfortunately, we do not have a live camera at Eldon at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to be bouncing around tonight. We're going to have a few aerial shots and maybe some live action trail follow shots for a little while. But that's one of the things about Aravaipa After Dark that I love, but I also is a little bit frustrating because, for the first half of the show, or maybe just for the first hour and a half, we get the aerial drone shots, the beautiful Arizona sunsets. You can't beat that stuff. Priceless coverage. But then, after the sun goes down, so do the drones. Oh, see, this is Bryce. You're amazing. Thank you for bringing this shot.
I would say Jason's amazing.
Oh, Jason is amazing too. This is the first time we've worked with him, and Jason came down from Utah, I believe, and is showing us he knows the good stuff.
Oh yeah, he's no rookie to covering 200 plus milers.
That's what I heard. Yeah, no, Jason knows exactly how to feed the audience when it comes to aerial shots. Even if you don't have runners on the screen, you get to see a beautiful Arizona sunset. And for those that thought our whole state was nothing but desert, you can see right there that is absolutely not the case. The desert's beautiful, but so is that ponderosa pine that we've got basically blanketing a huge swath of the upper half of the state.
Oh, absolutely. And this race just perfectly showcases it as you go to one high point to the low point to the high point, and it's just each day, each section is just so different from the last, and
it's almost a metaphor for running the races themselves, like in terms of your body.
Oh yeah.
You get the ups and downs, and every section is so different.
Yep.
We're going to be able to talk to somebody who experienced those moments and those shifts tonight in Bronco Billy. Jeff Browning will be joining us here in a little over an hour in the studios at Aravaipa After Dark. I loved being down at the finish and watching Rachel Buzzard, come across the finish line and finishing first on the women's side in the Sedona Canyons 125. I also had a chance to speak to Matt Kahn, one of the runners in on the men's side of the Sedona Canyon 125, and we had an interview. And I'm gonna see if I can do this, but let me play around with this while we're still doing other things. I don't want to stop the program to try and figure out technology. That's probably going to be the least entertaining thing that these people have ever experienced. But we're down here at the finish line. Eric Senseman is on your left-hand side. Eric had finished this race last year. The Long Way Home is the documentary, the excellent film by Dylan Harris that captured this. We have another runner here in our view.
Oh, there's Dom.
Dom Grossman. I should have known by the mustache right away. I can't believe it took me that long to figure it out.
Fastest mustache in the West.
Yes. FKM? Fastest known mustache?
Oh, wow, yeah.
Folks, that's all I got at this point. We are 4 days into coverage. I mean, I'm loving it. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I mean, this is just such an inspiring journey to follow for everybody. Dominic Grossman, no stranger to high-profile racing. We'll see what his final time is, as he's basically just a handful of minutes away from the finish line. Dom Grossman, has had some excellent finishes, including last year's Cocodona, where he finished 11th on the men's side. He finished Hard Rock last year, Angeles Crest, Cascade Crest the prior year, Hard Rock the prior year. A podium finish at Angeles Crest in 2019. Dom just goes out and does the hard stuff. Like, he is a huge fan of technical, difficult mountain races, and Cocodona is a little bit of a different animal compared to those, in the fact that it's twice as long, and for some stretches not as technical as Hard Rock or something like that. I mean, Hard Rock is unreal,
right?
But there are sections of Cocodona that are pretty gnarly. So Dom Grossman taking that victory lap down Beaver Street.
Well deserved.
Absolutely. Coming up on the iconic Beaver Street Liquors.
It is really called that in the chat. They were asking. Yeah.
Yeah, Beaver. Actually, I'm wrong. It's not Beaver Street Liquors. It's Beaver Liquor.
Right there on the sign.
I apologize. I don't want to be busted. We actually tried to set up I think we were trying to get a cheer and beer section together, but the logistics didn't come through. So like we had that, and then we also have our friend of the family, Corinne Brown, setting up a cheer station for the Healthy Kids Running Series. Hopefully, if we would have gotten both of them there, we wouldn't have gotten them mixed up, because that could have been a little bit of a calamity. The Healthy Kids Running Series and the Beaver Liquors beer and cheer section. Then again, if we put them right next to each other, it could have been a de facto daycare.
Well, Chris, we might have
Why
to...
is everybody laughing in the chat about Beaver Liquors? I don't get it.
I don't either.
Yeah.
We might have to address the dog attack
Oh,
at some point.
yeah. Let me. And here's the thing. I'm trying to on my phone figure out how to. Like, I went into our platform OBS and was trying to figure out. Like, apparently, I needed to download another app, so I'm working on that right now.
Okay, awesome, cool.
But if I can, trust me, folks, if I can get this video, I will. If not, I think I can just do the audio and just, basically, old school, hold the mic. But let me see if I can do this via the links that I have. As once again, we are looking at Dom Grossman.
So I'm just going to...
Yeah, Andrew Lee. I'm loving this race too. One of the things about covering the Cocodona 250, now the Sedona Canyons 25, upcoming the Eldon Crest 36, is that there are so many amazing stories from these runners.
Speaking of that,
yeah,
a little bit about Dom Grossman here. Dom Grossman is an aerospace engineer.
So he's pretty smart.
Allegedly.
I'll take his word for it. I mean, I figured that he probably wouldn't be an aerospace engineer for very long if he wasn't extremely good at it.
I'm teasing, absolutely. Dad to 2 toddlers.
Yeah.
Backcountry skier.
His kids. He was with his kids prior to the race. Like right front and center, giving them a big old hug on camera.
Oh yeah, he's been around Sally, so I've been seeing his crew set up, and yeah. He's and from husband also from Wrightwood, California. What section of the course were you most looking forward to? He said Kasner Canyon, if we can cross the river. They most certainly did cross that river. I am also excited for the entire first 35. So Dom likes the climbs.
I run the Crown King Scramble every year. I tell everybody it's my favorite race. But it's about a month and a half earlier, and that makes a huge difference in the conditions a lot of the time. Is that Buffalo Park right there that I spy?
That is. You might be getting some of the last drone shots here from Jason.
Oh, yeah. Buffalo Park is, such a great place to run. If you've not been there, it is just outside of Central Flagstaff. And the cool thing about Buffalo Park is, first of all, I was staying at a motel on Route 66 a couple years ago and ran up to Buffalo Park and running through the pathways that go by the hospital and everything. And I came across more deer than I could count. And it was like 8 a.m. on a weekday morning. It wasn't like a crazy, off time or anything like that. But the animals the deer were absolutely gorgeous. And then when I got to Buffalo Park, there are all sorts of pathways and trails that go every which way, mostly flat and easy going. And I just kept on kind of just going through the park, and I didn't see any Olympians or Olympic hopefuls, but that's where they all train. Like, that's where you really get to see some of those elite athletes. Like, if you go to Strava and you might be might be able to throw down like an 18, 17-minute 5K, that's great. That might be good enough for like 141st on Strava.
Sure,
for the stuff in Buffalo Park, simply because of who trains there. And I kept on going further and further and further into Buffalo Park, and I found the access to the Arizona Trail, and that's where the runners are coming out as they enter Buffalo Park.
Right.
It's so cool to have seen that area, and it's a gorgeous area of town. And Buffalo Park, while I did mention that Olympic hopefuls and athletes train there, it's also open for everybody as well. Looks like we have another runner heading past Beaver Liquors here, and that would be bib number 63, Austin Newblum. Congratulations to Austin, taking that victory lap down Beaver Street as he passes Beaver Liquors. And looks like, he's got a pacer in front of him.
Oh, I switched it back.
I'm sorry, you switched it back to Tom Grossman. Yeah.
He's,
Austin doesn't look like he might have a pacer with him. So who's on which follow? Is that Pena on Grossman, or is he on Austin?
So right now we're looking at the Shad follow cam.
So Shad is following Dom Grossman.
Yep.
Okay. I actually thought about wearing my when I was packing for this trip, because I knew that Spider Pena was going to be coming to town. You've seen everything I've been wearing is Cocodona gear all week around the house. I did bring one piece of Cocodona gear, and it's an ASU polo, because I have to balance the scales of justice. If Dan Pena is going to be, shown back and forth running through the streets of Flagstaff in his U of A shirt, then by golly, I have to balance the scales. As Dom Grossman gives his pacer a high five right before they take that right-hand turn down what we've coined Cocodona Alley, through the gates of justice. Gates of justice. Heading down the alley, and all smiles. I love this. I assume that his kids have to be waiting at the finish. Oh,
there they are.
That's the shot. That's the shot right there. How can you not feel inspired at Dom Grossman crossing the finish line here as his daughters come out to greet him? He's got two pacers. Fantastic. Dom Grossman crossing the finish line with his daughters. That's a melt your heart, fill your cup kind of moment right there. No lies.
Congrats to Dom. We're going to switch it back to the Dan cam here. Oh, getting some love from Sensman.
Man, I think that was. I know we had a great shot earlier out on the trail, the cut pass at Buffalo Park and everything like that. But for an entirely different dynamic, that was just as wonderful of a shot. Such a beautiful moment to see and share here at the Cocodona 250. Dom Grossman with his second finish. We'll have to see if we can find out if he's going to go for the trifecta next year.
It was he ran it last year, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Dom Grossman ran and finished last year in 11th place. And who knows? Maybe he'll come back next year. If you come back twice, then what's to stop you from coming back any further?
I mean, the three-timers all seem to do pretty well.
Yeah. Well, it's excellent that you brought that up, Bryce, because Finn and Brett brought something up earlier that I'm going to basically rehash because I can't come up with any original ideas on my own.
Bring it on.
Your winner, Mike McKnight, first year had a DNF.
Mm-hmm.
Second year finished on the podium, right? Finished second.
Yep.
And this year won in dominating fashion.
Yep.
Sarah Ostazuski, your female winner, finished fifth the first year, on the podium last year. And this year made the pass on the field, basically. It led for a while, then fell back to about fourth place, then came right back surging over the last 80 or so miles of this race.
And, yep. They had that final pass after Walnut.
Yeah, I actually was, when I went to bed, Sarah had cut the deficit from first to second from 5 miles to 2.5 miles through Walnut Canyon. So Sarah Ostazuski, our 2023 Cocodona women's champion, made that final pass in basically what amounts to the home stretch of the race, the final 10%.
Yep. And told earlier she was, I think, 2 seconds off of Versteeg's time in the inaugural year.
You're kidding.
Nope.
That's outstanding. Wow. I mean, because you think about the original course record on the original course being held by, you know, I don't like to throw the term legend around flippantly, but so I'm going to say this. I mean, Maggie Gooderill is a legend, and
Oh, yeah.
and and Sarah took her time and beat it by what, 13 hours? Because I believe that Maggie's finish was 85 hours in 2021. I can pull that up here real quick, but man, Sarah Ostaszewski, having an absolutely a banger of a race here. I actually am in contact with Sarah, and I think we're going to be able to get her in here tomorrow night.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so the Aravaipa After Dark Parade of Champions continues, and I've been blessed. Like I'm so fortunate to have this opportunity to leverage my once upon a time career as a radio guy, sports radio intern, even back in the day, who basically begged Jamil for a spot to be able to help on these live streams about 5 years ago, as our next finisher. Bib number 63,
Austin
Newblum has just taken that left on Birch.
This is the home stretch for Austin.
Absolutely, yeah, and but I feel so lucky to have gotten the opportunity to share these moments with an audience, because I go out to these races and I cry at everything. I really do, and this really I have to fight back the emotions, especially Saturday morning. You want to hear a 45-year-old man crying like a baby, tune in on Saturday, because that's inevitable. I'll have my moments. I mean, last year, Stephen Park, Saul and Colleen Vidrio, some of the back-end finishers we learned about and met over the final 20 hours, 24 hours of this race, we became, their biggest cheerleaders.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you just see him for so long, and there's just so much drama, and
yeah. I'm so excited to see Austin finish this, and frankly, I've never met him.
So let's see. He was born and raised in Reno, Nevada.
So he's a West Coaster for most of his life. As he made the right down Cocodona Alley, and we'll see what awaits him. He ran the Coldwater Rumble last year, so he's no stranger to Arizona. Looks like we might need to switch the camera shot here, Bryce.
Yep. Let's see if we can get. There we go.
And there we go. Austin Newblum, congratulations. As he is greeted by his support people and the Aravaipa hugging team. Like that should be. We need shirts.
Yeah.
Aravaipa hugging team.
Maybe onesies.
Onesies for the hugging team. I'm totally down with that. Yeah, Chelsea, I have to agree with you there. So much goes into this race. Whether people, have a crew that they have to put together and assemble and place in positions for success, or if somebody goes it alone, no matter which which situation that is, so much goes into the success in these races. And that's one of the things that I want to talk to Bronco Billy about, Jeff Browning, when he's in here later, as we see our next potential finisher here, Nathan Williams, bib number 31. Looks like Nathan hails from Sandy, Utah. So he's no stranger to running some hellacious trails, I'm sure.
What inspired you to participate in this race? Seemed like fun.
That's, what is that? Is that type 1 or type 2 fun?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably mostly the latter.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know that there's type 1 fun and there's type 2 fun. And people who know much more about things. Oh, we have two finishers right here.
Do we really?
Yeah, that is, of course, we mentioned.
Oh, I thought that was a pacer.
Bib number 31. I did as well. Nathan Williams. And in all likelihood, is that going to be Kevin Tiffany with him? I mean, they're basically neck and neck on the tracker. And it looks like we've got a break between them and the next finishers. So, 71, Kevin Tiffany. Congratulations to the two of them.
Thank you, Shad.
Yeah, I mean, they're not necessarily, they don't have pacers, but in a race like this, you kind of probably just pick them up along the way.
You start moving the same pace, you know.
Yeah, this is fantastic. You think there'll be a mad dash at the finish to
The sprint,
a
the race,
sprint
the race is
finish
on as soon
to
as you take the
determine who
left.
finishes like 16th? Oh, this is great. This is the Shad Cam too, right?
This is most certainly the Shad Cam.
Yeah, Shad Cam. I was actually talking to people at the finish line when I was down there earlier, and I was talking about, how much Shad had run last year. For those that aren't familiar, Shad, who is following our next finishers here, Kevin Tiffany and Nathan Williams, Shad ran a staggering 83 miles following the race last year. And almost all of those miles came up and down Beaver Street and Birch Street. And he's looking to top that this year. The local legend of Beaver Street.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah. So, of course, now our next two finishers, Kevin and Nathan, are going to be taking that left on Birch. And now they are in the home stretch of home stretches.
Do you think they will cross together?
Yeah, I think so. I think that in a situation such as this, they're probably, I don't know how long they've been running together, but, does it really make a difference whether you finished, 16th or 17th in this race? I mean, and the time difference is like a split second.
I mean, absolutely not. But that doesn't mean I don't want to see it happen.
Here we have Bryce cheering for a sprint finish here for two runners who have run 250 miles.
Yeah, that's mean. You're
So
right.
they take that right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley and have to beat feet on the concrete for about 65, 70 meters to see what's up.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's come on, the camaraderie. I mean, between Dom Grossman and his daughters and these two guys, basically, showing all the bro love in the world. How can you not feel inspired? It makes me want to go out and run. I mean, it doesn't, but it makes me feel really good about running in general.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
Exactly. Fantastic job by Kevin Tiffany and Nathan Williams. Nathan is on the left, Kevin is on the right, as they are being greeted by a crowd of people at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Their run has drawn to a close about 83 hours, 43 minutes, and 48 seconds. Congratulations to the two of you. What an amazing job. I can see, is that race director Stephen Adderholt on the right in the beanie and the puffy?
It most certainly is.
Absolutely. Stephen Adderholt is, I had a chance to speak with him at the finish line and just talking about how excited that he is to be, out there and around. We saw him at Sedona talking to runners and interacting with them. And when I told him that, he's like, "You saw that?" Like, oh, we see everything. We have eyes everywhere.
Well, also Steve is also everywhere doing a lot of different roles. He's race directing right now, but he's also the one managing the static camera. And the only reason we have this up and running right now is because Steve's technical skills.
Yeah. So when you think about what a race director does in a 250-mile race, ours is also a tech wizard keeping us entertained at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Yeah, kids at the finish line. I mean, there are all sorts of people, cheering on strangers and holding up posters. And, I can't wait to see our Cocodona cheerleader on the bicycle on Saturday because I know she's going to be out there. She's been out there the last 2 years. I hope she doesn't let me down.
Almost as iconic as that left-hand turn.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Almost as iconic. As we can see, that was, I believe that's Kevin Tiffany hanging out there at the finish line, getting ready to undo those shoes.
I don't believe that's Kevin.
Oh.
I met Kevin in Crown King.
Okay, so that's Nathan Williams then.
Correct.
Apologies. That Nathan Williams at the finish line. Kevin Tiffany on the left, hugging somebody as our photographers, Scott Rokas among others, and taking photos. Is Howie out on course then? Perhaps Howie Stern.
He's got to be somewhere out there, right?
Yeah. Sometimes he's at the finish. Sometimes he's on the course. I can never tell. All I know is that when all is said and done afterwards, that odds are that another Ultra Running magazine cover photo is going to come from from what he and Scott do.
Oh
So.
yeah, yep, they do great work. I would not be surprised, but I believe if we saw, if either of them were there, we would see them getting the angles, maybe on the ground.
Oh, absolutely.
You know.
Howie got down there last year.
Oh, as low as you can possibly
Yeah,
go.
taking pictures of our final finisher in 2022 for Cocodona, Stephen Park. He was literally lying down, looking up at Stephen, who was lying down on the ground as well. It was actually a kind of a cool visual to see Howie taking shots.
Is that Anastasia there?
Yeah, I
Can't
think it
tell
is.
because
I
of
think
the
it is
hoodie.
Anastasia as well. I thought I saw her out there. David Manthe, has anyone tried to leapfrog the stone pillars at the finish line?
Yeah.
That seems like the worst idea ever. Can you imagine? Like you're 250 odd miles into the race, and you're literally, because those are only about 4 feet from the finish
I
line.
don't know. I mean, some of the finish line photos where they're doing the heel taps or jumping up, touch the sign, and get some big air. It's like
Fair. Oh yeah, but I think that in a race such as Cocodona, you basically just you play it cool.
Yeah.
Because frankly, if you're doing anything crazy, that means you had energy to burn out on the course.
You didn't run fast enough.
Right.
So let's see. Do we do Nathan Williams? So that tracker is 22 minutes ago. So we do have quite a big gap here.
Yeah. So I suppose that in this, in the next few moments, I'm going to try and put together the interview that I made with second place finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125, Matthew Kahn. I'll pull that up as soon as I can, if I can.
I'm going to pull up the iPad here. And
Yeah, please do.
Oh, nope.
Well, we can show some of the pictures from this year's race. This is Rachel Buzzard crossing the finish line. As I mentioned, you see how many people that are there supporting Rachel? That's pretty amazing. I was there this afternoon when she crossed the finish line. I literally showed up 30 seconds before she did. So that's a great shot. The winner of our men's side of the race, Jeff Browning, who will be here in the studio in just a little while, celebrating his yet another win in one of the more illustrious careers in American ultra running history.
You know who we also might have in studio for a bit here?
Who?
Shelby Farrell.
Really?
Might be stopping by to talk about her experience. I think she's paced Sally for probably 80 miles so far.
Oh, wow.
So she might have some insights for us, and I
would
she'll
think
be
so.
joining us here in a little bit.
I'd love to hang out with Shelby. We've hung out a few times in various live streams in the past, so always a pleasure. Here is second place finisher Eliza LaPierre celebrating at the finish line with Stephen Adderholt at the Cocodona 250. Eliza did have a brutal race, but brutal race and still coming away with a second place finish is pretty amazing. This is our tentative guest for tomorrow night's Aravaipa After Dark. Winner Sarah Ostaszewski, three-time top 5 finisher at the Cocodona 250. I can't wait to talk to her about her progress in this race over the last few years, as well as, at this point now, Sarah has, I believe, placed herself in that, top tier of American, mountain ultra trail running runners on the female side. I mean, Sarah's fantastic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then it seems like the more rugged, the more difficult the course, the more that Sarah excels.
Absolutely. And one more shot here from our iPad. That is Mike McKnight. Mike McKnight was down around 60th, 65th place.
More than that. I think it was in the 70s.
Okay, yeah. I mean, this was at Camp Kippa around mile 63.
Camp Kippa, Friendly Pine, yeah.
And this was day one. Mike McKnight was not having a great race. But things came together for him. And lo and behold, Mike McKnight came back and surged over the next 2 days.
I saw him. Where did I see him last? So I saw him at Munns Park. So closing in on that 200-mile mark.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was fresh and just like running with a pep in his step.
He looked like he was cooked at Camp Kippa, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
And Matt and I were kind of like, I don't know if we thought necessarily that he was going to drop, but we didn't know what to expect from that point forward. I thought it was entirely possible. I would have probably handicapped it at maybe a coin flip.
Yeah.
Because he was really hurting bad. So the fact that Mike McKnight fought through it, you think of, elite runners, and you don't really think of them going through a lot of that, pain cave early on. But you know, and usually, or not usually, that's not fair, but
A
occasionally
lot of times.
somebody who is, you know, considered to be of an elite status, if things aren't going their way early on, they're, you know, because this is their livelihood
Right.
in a lot of ways.
Live to run another day.
Absolutely. And unlike, you know, other situations, Mike McKnight pushed through it, and he came back and he won the race. And not only won the race, but dominated the second and third days of this race.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the only fault that I have with Mike McKnight's run this year is that he finished while I was sleeping.
Yep.
Like, other than that, I was very happy and to see him make that full return to redemption, because you know, he came here in 2021 and had a DNF last year, came in as the runner-up. I mean, String Bean's run last year was insane.
Yeah.
That man could not be stopped. But Mike McKnight came back for year 3, and he is now the reigning Cocodona 2023 champion with a course record on the, quote, original course at this point. You know, so kudos to Mike McKnight, the Dark McKnight, as it were. For doing a great job. I think we're going to take a quick break or head back to one of our static cams, and we're going to have our special guest here, Shelby Farrell, who has been all over the course, hanging out, crewing, cheering, pacing, you know, basically doing everything but racing. But you know what? She's done that here before, so I think she's on to other things. We'll talk to her about her experiences pacing the sweetheart of the Cocodona 2023, the fan favorite. No, not Kevin Goldberg, Sally McRae. We'll be back in just a few moments. And we're back here at the Cocodona 250. I'm Chris Warden. You want to pull up the studio cam really quick so I can show who we're hanging out with?
Sure do.
I am hanging out here with somebody who is no stranger to this race. You can tell because she's wearing the gear. but then again, so am I, but I never ran the race. But Shelby Farrell, welcome to the studio. Welcome back to the studio.
Thank you.
You, of course, ran this race previously. You ran it in 2021, correct?
I did.
So you ran the, quote, original course. And last year I remember seeing you out on the course, on the final day, cheering in and pacing runners as they were heading down Beaver Street. And this year you are pacing somebody else yet again. And you've been helping one of the more popular runners in the race make her way to the finish line. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been so cool to follow this race for the last 3 years and be involved in a lot of different ways. So 2021, I ran the race. I learned so much. This race is incredible. I'm so pumped for all of you crossing the finish line right now. You are absolute warriors. Keep going. Then last year, I got to pace a whole slew of amazing runners. Sarah Ostaszewski, I have to send her a text. She's a beast. Like, I have chills thinking about her. I didn't see her finish, but we all stared at the tracker as she just charged her way.
And it was a late charge that got her there too.
Yeah, she knows how to run that mountain. So I actually paced Sarah Ostaszewski for that final section last year.
Oh, wow.
So I can picture it. It's vivid, And then, this year I'm with Sally McRae.
Yeah, I can tell because you've got your fingernails painted in celebration of this.
Yeah, I couldn't resist.
So you ran the race the first year, and then you came back last year. It seems like you were pacing and crewing, and this year you're doing that again. What keeps bringing you back?
I don't know. I think it's the community. There's something really cool about space this race creates for the ultra community. Everybody here is just like a special, awesome breed. I definitely want to run the race again. So having the opportunity to pace has been a great way for me to study the course for that day when I do come back, because I will come back. And
verbal.
Yeah.
We got that verbal. Shelby Farrell's coming back to Cocodona.
I will come back. I will run this race again. But I do have some other missions kind of that I've been dreaming up.
Oh, well, we'll talk about those as well. Can you actually, we will definitely talk about what you've got coming up and what you're doing right now with yourself. What sections did you pace Sally?
Yeah, let's get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
Sally is such an incredible teacher. She is so strong. So I paced about 84 miles with Sally, and it's gonna. Wow. I'm gonna have to go back in my brain and think for a second exactly where they were, because it's been a blur of a week. But I got lucky. I got to pace a lot of the daytime sections with her. Mm-hmm. I was with her when we first saw how chewed up her feet were at Fain Ranch.
See, I missed this, but I'm kind of feeling like I might be glad that I missed this.
To be honest, I'm excited to see what her feet look like now. I mean, I know that sounds evil. That sounds
like an ultra runner is what it sounds like.
Yeah, but I think just having ran so many miles with her, watching her battle this pain, it's not like a few blisters. When I raced, my feet got messed up, but I'm pretty sure my feet didn't look half as bad as Sally's. So
I can see you're kind of almost like shaken
by
what you've seen.
I'm like, I know. I cried basically through the entire section of Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon. Mm-hmm. And I paced that section with Sally today, and she was just a rock. She was so determined. She was setting little goals for herself as we went. She just was laser focused, and you wouldn't have even known her feet were bothering her at that point. I mean, you can tell a runner's in pain, but she flipped a switch, and it was so cool to see.
Yeah, as somebody who's had an ultra literally come to a grinding halt because of blisters that I just simply couldn't overcome and troubleshoot, to hear that she has been doing this for at this point about 135, 140 miles is really inspiring. So, I am really, in awe of what she's doing. Of course, she is actually now being paced by a mutual friend of ours, Summer Igo, and I hear Bryce knows who she is too.
Yeah.
But we're going to see if we can possibly get some some contact with.
I reached out to him.
Okay.
Service is a little spotty, so I don't think they're gonna be able to jump in quite yet.
Okay.
So she's gonna keep an eye on it, but
absolutely.
they are slowly grinding their way to the finish line, and apparently she's feeling a lot better after the pork butt.
Yeah, man.
Nothing like a good pork butt from Pete's Meats.
Pete's Meats. That aid station is such a high. It's such a high.
So you've been up there as a runner and as a pacer before. So, for those who, we joke about and we talk about Pete's Meats, and they've seen, some pictures and some video up there. Describe what it's like to have climbed a brutal section such as Eldon coming from Walnut Canyon. And then when you're at 9,100 feet elevation, to come around the corner and hit a tent that is basically probably smelling like your wildest dreams at that point.
Yeah. As a runner, I shrieked with joy. I was absolutely elated. Probably could have peed my pants happy. And it wasn't even about the meat. I honestly didn't really know who Peter Mortimer was at that point, so I didn't really trust taking his meat. Or maybe my stomach was upset, so I just ran 200 something miles, whatever. So I will admit I did not have the meat as a runner, but I did accept a PBR from him. And
Pete's PBRs.
Yeah, it's this other hustle.
Yes, it's a side gig. Pete's whiskeys too is also an excellent one.
Oh wow, yeah.
Big time whiskey guy.
Actually, yeah. So then you hit that, and you have this crazy descent into Heritage Square, and I'm a big fan of downhill running. So just knowing that you can just let your legs roll, and it's. You're there, you did it. It's an insane feeling. I think that whole Eldon finish is epic in itself because it's like its own little bite-sized adventure at the end of a 250-mile race. You get to see the completion of a total summit and descent of Mount Eldon.
Yeah. Well, your definition of bite-sized differs from mine then, because I went up there on Sunday and I was huffing and puffing and struggling, and I was on fresh legs. And I see all of these runners, I watched you do it year one, and I've seen, countless runners now in the last 2 years make their way up Eldon. And knowing full well that they've done, in this case with the Sedona Canyons, like maybe 120 or in Cocodona's case, 240 plus miles, to go up there on that kind of leg, I can't even fathom. But then again, I also couldn't imagine how great that first bite tastes from the aid station when you do get to the top, regardless of what you're eating.
Yeah, those calories hit in a good way at that point of the race. So,
I'm actually I have to apologize because when we were talking about Sally's blisters, AJW has joined us in the chat, Andy Jones Wilkins, and he was out at Crown King on day one, and he said that Sally was working on her feet as early as mile 37. And they were bad then, and she's been running on hamburger feet.
Yeah, she doesn't usually have foot issues. She's never lost a toenail, I heard.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That is absolutely ridiculous.
I remember my first toenail. I saved it for a while.
Wait, was that at Cocodona the first year?
No,
or was that,
it was like probably my first marathon I trained for.
Sure.
The first time I actually trained for something. It just,
So, you've got the intel on Sally's crew because the crowd or the viewership online is just craving more Sally info and Sally intel. If we stop to talk about somebody else, somebody will try and bring it back to Sally McRae.
Oh, let's talk about Sally. I'll talk about Sally all night. Sorry.
And before, I just wanted to mention Sally's crew and Sally's Pacers specifically consist of basically two people, which is Shelby and Summer, and they have split every single Sally has not gone out without a pacer once.
Yeah, since what was that, Friendly Pines?
Since Friendly Pines, Shelby and Summer have split every single one of those pacing sections. I jumped in for one short one, but I mean it's been really inspiring to see the crew, Eddie, the whole team.
Of course, Bryce went for the easy duty, the short duty.
No, we didn't want to share those miles. What's the shortest one we can give up? Yeah, this has been just an insane experience. So her husband, Eddie, is just calm. He's so calm. And she comes in and hugs him and kisses him, and it's just sweet. There's so much love in that relationship.
I can tell you're moved by this.
Yeah. The sleep deprivation always gets me at the end of the Cocodona 250 week too.
And you've spent so much time out here, and to see you keep coming back, really is a testament to how much fun this race is, whether you're running it or whether you're just here to soak it all in. You come in from out of state to do this every year. I actually saw you. I didn't get a chance to talk to you down at the finish line, but I saw you down there, and I was actually going to, try and engage in conversation. But there's so much going on down there at times that, it's like, but that's because there's such a positive energy at this kind of event.
It's so positive. It's really, I think I rode off of the positive energy from Cocodona 250 all year last year. Dark places in races, I'd go back to what I experienced here, pacing or just witnessing. Okay, but back to Sally. We got to keep talking about Sally. Sally also has a really cool crew team, or not crew team, camera crew.
Yeah.
Two awesome guys, Tyler and Drew, and it's really neat because they'll be filming at the start and end of each aid station, and so usually you'll kind of get a glimpse of one of them in the bushes as you're getting close to the aid station, and there's just something so positive about that there's so much camaraderie with Eddie, Tyler, Drew, Sally, and now Summer and myself, just like working together to figure out who's going to go out there next. How can we get Sally in and out of aid stations? How much sleep does she need? What do we do with her feet? It's been a lot of really, really cool teamwork.
Yeah, I'm Chris Warden here with Shelby Farrell. We're going over basically the current status of, there's some
Eddie.
Fun, Eddie McRae in the chat imploring you to stop with the sappy stuff. But how can you not want to talk about such a positive situation?
Yeah. Sorry, Eddie, you lose. I'm just kidding.
And we did get a request for some wraparound coverage of other aid stations. We do have right now on the screen, that is Munns Park, which is about mile 181. Have you been out to Munns Park so far this year, Shelby?
Is that where I finished, Bryce? No, I finished at Schnebley, so I haven't seen Munns Park actually.
Okay. In years past, actually, because Munns Park was not part of the first year course, were you actually even out there last year as a pacer?
So yeah, that's been kind of tripping me out a little bit. There's been a lot of little subtle tweaks to the course from the first year, and I think I know where I'm going, and then I get there and I'm like, oh, the Sedona aid station's not the church this year. I somehow missed that memo.
Yeah, that actually kind of became a little bit of a point when we were trying to get a case of Flota delivered here from that aid station. Jamil had left it for our friend Rob Martin to pick up, and Rob's like, where's the aid station? I was like, well, you've been there. He's like, not this year. I'm like, oh. So we had to kind of scramble in and find that. So, but yeah, Munns Park right there. Do we have any eyes at Fort Tuttle? Do we have a static cam there as well? Because it sounds like there's a lot going on there. That is the Fort Tuttle camp. I know you've been there.
I've been there a lot.
I'm sure you have some memories, both happy and agonizing, as you see the aid station run by Kim Casey and Chris Thornley from Squirrel's Nut Butter. What was your experience like when you get to Fort Tuttle? Those of us who even haven't run the race kind of look at this as the gateway into Flagstaff. You can look off into the distance and see Eldon. You can see Humphreys Peak and Agassiz Peak, and you know that the finish line is actually in between you and the scope of your vision for possibly the first time of the race. What's that feel like?
Yeah, I think this is my favorite section of the course, actually. I don't know, Sedona's amazing. But no, this is my favorite. I actually got to pace Joe McConaughey from Fort Tuttle to Walnut Canyon. So I've had 2 serious pacing duties in this section. And as I said before, I cried through it in my time in 2021. But the trails are really buttery and flowy, too. Mm-hmm. And you're in these tall ponderosa pines. And I said to Sally out there, I was like, I'm just in awe of these pines. They're so tall and strong. And she was wearing an outfit that blended in very well with the ponderosa pines. And I'm like, you are a ponderosa pine. You're so tall and strong as you're going through here. It's a nice section. And I would definitely encourage anybody considering doing this race to think about this section before blowing up. Like, try to save some energy to actually enjoy this section because it's actually runnable to some degree. You can make up a lot of time there.
Yeah, that's my memory. You know, I've done bits and pieces of Walnut Canyon, but my memories from actually being out and about around the course were that, you know, once you depart Fort Tuttle, you basically head east underneath I-17, and then you open up kind of almost a meadow area, and you know, it's kind of exposed, which is, you know, fine if it's sunny, but terrible if it's you know, cold and, you know, nighttime out there. But at that point, you've got that hopefully, you know, positive energy that is going to keep you going, because at this point you are on the victory lap. I want to actually take a moment because even though our picture's a little bit pixelated, I believe that is Kim Swearingen in the picture. Kim is actually running the Sedona Canyons 125. I want to confirm that. But you know, hats off to another runner who has made it as far as Fort Tuttle. Yeah, that's Kimberly Swearingen right there, Flagstaff native, basically running home.
I love that.
Heading home from Sedona Canyons 125, starting out at just outside of Jerome, Arizona, and heading into the home stretch here. The final, in her case, final third of the race, basically. So
Here's a silly question that I should have researched. How does their course differ from the 250 course?
They basically, the only difference is the first, like basically the starter's chute. So they actually start right off of the Cocodona course, just outside of Jerome, basically at the bottom of town, so to speak. If I can pull it up here. So, you know, the Sedona or the Cocodona course goes, you know, I believe that it's somewhere right down below town where there's just this hint of a spur off. It's not like it's any sort of notable change. So
cool.
Looks like Bryce has something on his mind. I didn't know. I saw the mic in hand. I didn't know if you were gonna say something. So
no, Bryce has a really good resting face. We discussed this earlier.
I just thought he had something.
I feel like when I zone out and rest, I look really ridiculous. Bryce looks like serious, like he has something to say.
Yeah, we'll take a moment in just a moment here. We'll see if we can get. You think we could possibly pivot to another station here?
Yeah, I'm working on a link for Ruth, who's at Munns right now. So
awesome, and that's Ruth Stewart.
Yes,
one of our awesome volunteer filmers, Ruth Stewart.
Sure is.
That is again Kimberly Swearingen heading out from Fort Tuttle. In the Cocodona, or in this case, she's in the Sedona Canyons 125. Tomorrow morning is the Eldon Crest 36, starting at 7 a.m. from this aid station. There are a few names. We'll do a little bit of a preview. Is there anybody that you know that's running in the Eldon Crest that you wanted to shout out?
I have this really bad feeling like I kind of want to bib for it. But I know my husband would kill me and say, no, you don't need to do that. But
well, you got to get your miles in, right? I mean, you know, have you gotten enough miles in this to be satisfied?
Can you ever get enough miles in to be satisfied? No, that's the wrong answer. I got 84 miles in, so I should be satisfied. But, I mean, I'm here, right? And I don't have to race it. I could just enjoy it. I don't know. I got to stop thinking about it. Shut that thought down. But one more cool thing about the Fort Tuttle to Walnut Canyon, you go by that airport.
Yeah.
I don't know why that excites me so much.
Well,
a plane was about to take off as Sally was going through it, and I was filming, and I was like, this is going to be the most amazing shot ever. And then it just moved a couple feet and didn't take off. But just visualize that, guys. There's a plane and a runway, and you're running through the woods, and if you're lucky, one will take off right there, and it's just, I don't know. It's a cool area.
Well, I have to admit, this is the first I've heard of anybody mentioning the Flagstaff Airport as a point of pride on the Cocodona 250 course, because usually the airport I hear about is the Sedona Airport, and I hear some words from people. They use the very creative, loquacious ones when talking about their experiences when going by, because apparently that section of trail, they've since changed the trail now. They go on the other side of the airport, but your experience in 2021, I heard that was a pretty rough section of the course.
Yeah, that section was really hot, and now they've added a water stop there, so I'm guessing that maybe that's the area that there's like somewhere in there.
Yeah, it could be. I have not done much around the Sedona Airport. I've heard the trails around it are pretty spectacular and rough and rugged, but that was my understanding, was
Yeah.
that the area around there was not a favorite of some of the runners.
Well, that didn't bother me.
The views have got to be great. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Sedona. Anytime you're in Sedona, it's awesome.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So I got to run 31 and a half miles with Sally, all of the Sedona section basically. And it was a trip. You're just, you're just looking around. You're in awe. How did these rocks get here? The colors, the wildflowers were nuts out there this year too.
The thing I love about the Sedona shots that we were getting this morning from our filmer is that, the clear blue skies, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The contrast against those red rocks and the lush greenery that we've got this year due to, high levels of snow and rain in the high country, man, it just created such a gorgeous color palette that I couldn't get enough of it. We probably stuck on runners in the Sedona area more than we needed to, simply because I was loving those shots and I just refused to pivot off of them. Our filmer this morning was probably like, why are they still on me? But yeah, I was having a blast just sitting there looking at those shots. It's just every section of this course brings a different point of beauty, whether it be the greens and the browns of the desert, the entire switching of the color palette up in Sedona all the way to Flagstaff, where you've got the pine and then the white caps of the San Francisco peaks.
Yeah.
What is your favorite section of this race, having run basically everywhere there is to run in it?
The color palette thing is such, we were talking about that while we were running a lot, because you really do go from these very different colorful sections, the saguaro cacti in the beginning, and then they're gone, and that's kind of a relief, because you feel like maybe the heat will be over. But then you have those grasslands with, oh my gosh, the pronghorn antelope. I think every time I've been out in that Fain Ranch area, whether it's before Fain Ranch or after Fain Ranch, that area is, the race director, good old Steve, described it as some BS. I heard in the
Did you were you a little bit jealous of the runners this year at Fain Ranch, as Satisfy took over the station and turned it into, from the looks of things, like almost like a health spa or nightclub atmosphere?
It was pretty cool, although honestly, if I were racing, I probably wouldn't have. I would have wanted to.
It would have been a trap.
It's just, yeah, it's a trap.
Yeah,
it's
so,
a trap.
That's how I approach it. Not that I don't appreciate the idea. I think it's fantastic.
Super cool.
I loved watching the runners basically kick back in some comfy chairs and massage boots and everything like that. But man, at mile 97, you still got over 150 miles to go, and a little bit too much relaxation and comfort might be a detrimental thing for you at a race such as this.
Although this is something that I learned from 2021, and I think that you saw it play out in some races this year. It's not the worst idea to slow down around that point and take a break. Your body will thank you, and it'll pay dividends later. For example, in that Fort Tuttle to Walnut Canyon section, or the descent down Eldon. So, that's one of those lessons of stop. There's still a lot of miles left. Enjoy those reclining chairs and Normatec boots.
That's an entirely fair way to look at it, Shelby.
Yeah.
I'm here with Shelby Farrell. We're talking about her experiences as a Cocodona 250 competitor, pacer, crew person. She's been hanging out for dozens of miles with Sally McRae. But what do you have going on? What have you been up to lately? And what's coming up for you?
Yeah. So my husband and I and 2 cats just went full-time van life.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's been 3 months, actually, so not just. It's crazy how 3 months have already passed.
Well, then it's flown by, yeah.
It's fine. But it's starting to, it's real. It's real. It's happening. And the main goal and kind of, why we made the decision to do this is, we have a bunch of family on the East Coast. So we need to spend time with them. But I have a huge FKT mission that I've been really dreaming of for a long time now, that it's time to let it rip. So.
You keeping it under wraps
No,
for now?
I'll
Or?
tell you because I mean, if somebody wants to go out before me and try to do it, whatever, I can't stop that. So I've kind of just, I'm not going to keep it a secret. I think
Nobody's
the more,
gonna. I would
I know,
hope
right?
that
That'd be
nobody would come
silly.
out and snipe it simply
Right.
because they wanted to do it.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe
to-
they had it planned already. That's cool, whatever. But yeah, I don't want to keep it under wraps because I think it's better to talk about these things. So you're setting that intention and owning it.
Yeah.
You know. So yes, I am doing the Long Trail FKT supported. So 273 miles all the way up the state of Vermont, 66,000 feet of gain. So you basically start at the Canadian border and you finish at the Massachusetts border.
Isn't that one of the FKTs that Josh Perry has on the men's side?
I know Jeff Garmeyer has it. String Beans on it. Like I should really know. I'm somebody that kind of, I don't obsess over what other people have done.
Yeah,
I try
you-
not to.
You
So-
blaze your own path. That's
But
one thing that you've always done.
There have definitely been some Long Trail FKT holders finish this race who I will be in touch with in the coming weeks to pick their brains on their experience. But it's I went to college in Vermont from Connecticut originally, and it was the first trail I ever trail ran on. I taught skiing for 7 years on 2 of the resorts that I will be crossing over. I met my husband on Mount Mansfield, which is the tallest peak on the trail. And there's a lot of deep personal connections that I will be talking about leading up to this FKT attempt on my YouTube channel, Shelbs F. That's 2 Z's, SHELBZZF, because 2 Z's are just more fun.
Yes.
I don't know. That was the logic I had when I made that Instagram handle 10 years ago. I'm rolling with it.
But it's easy to remember.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Folks, we're hanging out here. This is Munns Park Aid. I want to give a shout out to somebody I just saw on the screen. That was bib number 168, Tommy Jacobson. So I have a fun little story about Tommy Jacobson. Tommy is from Denmark.
Oh.
And came over here to run Cocodona from Denmark. He's run multiple 200 milers. I believe he's done 2 of the Triple Crown. And he's 62 years of age. And back home, whenever he's setting up for one of these runs, he actually sets up a fundraiser. And he raises money to help send children in India to school. Does a lot to try and give money to secondary education there. And so far to this point, he said he averages over the past few years he averages sending about $35,000 a year in American money over to schools and to student efforts in India. So hats off to one of our recent eye shots on the live stream, Tommy Jacobson from Denmark. So I'm sorry, absolutely inspiring story from Tommy.
That's incredible. I've never been good at fundraising, so I really, really respect people who are.
Yeah, I'm willing to give a few bucks here and there to good causes that I believe in, but I did raise some funds during, while trying to run a marathon one time. I did it because if we raised X amount of funds and we ran the race, we got a special jacket as opposed to just the T-shirt and the medal. So.
Yeah.
But I admire and applaud those who actually are able to not only do a successful job, like for instance the people that raise money for events such as Boston and New York, and the marathon majors. I mean, man, that's a lot of work. So whenever you are able to raise that kind of money, like I always feel like you've earned your place.
Yeah.
So shout out to everybody who works to raise funds for whatever charitable causes they believe in. Looks like we've got another shot here. Paul James Johnson. Did they just grab the Paul's shirt and lift the back of it to verify who he was?
Just being thorough here.
I get that, but it's.
I'm sure she got permission.
I'm sure she did too. I'm not gonna. If that's Ruth, I believe that she would not do something like that without asking. So. Ruth is a many-time repeat volunteer in the Aravaipa community. So, thanks to Ruth for being out there, and congratulations to Paul for making it this far. He's got a ways to go, but he looks like he's in pretty good shape over there.
Yeah.
I want to give an update as far as where we're at in terms of cutoffs and the back of the pack. As we mentioned, we are at Munns Park. And my highlighting skills could use some work on Adobe. But Munns Park is, at this point, the runners there have about 100K to go, probably a little bit less. And
and they have to be out of Munns Park by 1 a.m. So the runners that are there right now, unless they're down for a long nap, they're going to be just fine. It is 7:24 here local time, so they've got about 5 hours 35 minutes to make their way into and out of the aid station if they're not there yet. Now, I'm going to do what I can to try and figure out how many people are in both the Cocodona and in the Sedona Canyons to figure out who still has to get there. That might take me a couple of moments of on-the-fly math, but yeah, at 191.7 and 66, carry the 4.
Do math. I'll talk about Sally.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just saw a question on there. Have we missed Sally's finish? No, you have not. Where in Connecticut am I from? Stonington, Connecticut. And
it's an AMA for Shelby Farrell right here.
Let's go. This Red Bull's kicking in. But the the big fun Sally thought that came to mind while I was sitting here. She is not just out there to finish this. I know that she's out there to finish, but she's pushing. Like one of the goals she had in that last 16, 17-ish mile section that we did was to really put the biggest gap that she could between her and the females behind her. And I just think that there's something incredibly badass about that. It's not just keep trudging along and I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish strong, and that was just really cool to witness. So I wanted to insert that tidbit.
All right.
Did you see in the chat there's an account called Iconic Left Turn?
I love it. I love the icon too. That's fantastic.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that's good.
Yeah, Iconic Left Turn. Thanks for joining us in the chat. Joining other such luminarious accounts as, what did I see? Vodka Flota. I saw Jeff Browning and Pete Mortimer's cow is out there as well. I love seeing some of these creative names. I'm assuming these are not your real names that you're sharing with us, but you never know. I mean, some parents get pretty creative out there with their kids' names. So.
Yeah, I mean, I was in SoCal for the last 5 years, so I saw. Just kidding.
We're gonna actually, you know what? Here we go. I have done the tally. I can't name all the names in all likelihood, but we've got about 25 runners that have not yet hit Munns Park in the Cocodona 250. In the Sedona Canyons 125, only one runner has not made it yet to to Munns Park. Well, of course, those runners started later. They started Wednesday morning, and the cutoffs for Sedona Canyons 125 are quite generous. And I want to stress to those that are interested in running a 100-miler but feel like they can't make the cutoffs, you have 75 hours for
that's nice, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You have 75 hours cutoff. I mean, some people might look at Cocodona as a huge undertaking, which it is. I mean, you've done it. But 125 hours is still a big hurdle to do because you've got to include multiple sleeps in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
And but Sedona Canyons 125, much more manageable with a 75-hour cutoff. Most runners would probably take 1, maybe 2 naps along the way of that course, but you can still finish. I mean, you don't have to be fast to complete Sedona Canyons. Eldon Crest 36, there is for a 36-mile race, there is a 27-hour cutoff? Yeah, 27.
That sounds right.
27-hour cutoff for the Eldon Crest 36 as well. So if you want to go out and complete your first ultra and you're not sure whether or not you can make the times, because sometimes you go to a 50K or a 50-miler, like a 50K that might have a 9-hour cutoff. Some people might find that daunting.
Yeah.
A 50-miler with a 12-hour cutoff, such as Arizona's iconic Man Against Horse. That's a hard one. Even at my fittest, I was still chasing that cutoff. But Eldon Crest 36, having 27 hours to do it, you got all the time in the world. You can, really just, soak in the enormity of the journey. As you mentioned, Shelby, that's one of your favorite sections of the trail as well. So you get to hear or get to see what Shelby was testifying to a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and I would say don't stress about the cutoffs too hard. If this is something you want to do it and keep moving. And like Chris said, they're generous. So as long as you keep moving forward, stay confident. Just a little confidence goes a long way.
We believe in you.
Yeah,
You can do
we
it.
do.
Of course. Did you know? I mean, you've been kind of incommunicado for the past, I don't know, like 80 some odd hours. I mean, I know you've been tuning in here and there, but did you know that registration for the 2024 Cocodona has already opened up?
Oh boy. Okay, wait. Is this Jose Souza?
You bet it is.
Oh my gosh, I was like kind of
Yep.
freaking out when I saw him.
Two-time finisher of the Cocodona 250, Jose Sosa.
Absolutely. He is a tough man.
And I think he's doing it solo this year. Like he has no crew or support.
Has he ever had a crew?
He had his coach was out here with him.
He has a very
year.
vocal fan base and an entourage sometimes. Like, I've seen that man show up with like 15 people at a race to cheer him on.
He's
He's
amazing.
very well liked.
Another SoCal runner.
Yeah.
I met him when I ran Cocodona.
San
in
Diego, right?
2021. Yep.
Yeah.
He's a really hard worker. I don't know exactly what his job is, but something to do with being on like tall roofs of stuff. And if you follow him on Instagram, it's like scary. Yeah. And he works super long hours and then has kids, still finds time to train for these things. It's really, really, really inspiring. But when I met him at Cocodona last year, it was on the first initial hard climb.
Yeah.
And he was just jamming it. And I was pretty close to Jamil at that point, and we looked at each other and we're like, I don't know if that guy's going to be able to keep going at that pace. And he never teetered off. He had some like weird calf issues at one point. He kind of floated back a little, and then he caught me again at the Mingus view, and his leg was all taped up, but he was in great spirits. And just a super gentleman. He's like, you go ahead for the picture. And I went ahead, and then he was running behind me and talking, and I wasn't in the mood to talk, and I was like, you go ahead. But just a really great guy. If you're ever near him on course, chat him up, because yeah, I actually got to pace him at Leadville too this year.
Oh, nice.
So that was some cool Cocodona family love happening, at other races around the country.
Yeah, I want to say, okay, I just wanted to confirm something as we were talking about Jose Sosa. So I want to say it was Mogollon Monster 2021 that he was out there. First of all, had an amazing race. Finished that race in under 28 hours. That's a very stout time for that course, number one. Number two, I think that was the year where he had, like I wasn't kidding, like an entourage of people out there to support him and cheer him on. And that's pretty impressive to get a bunch of people up to Pine, because Pine is not a kind of place you just drop in. Like, you don't fly to Pine unless you happen to have a private jet and like an airstrip that we don't know about. Like, it's pretty fantastic to know that he has that much support in this community, because everything that I've gathered about Jose, I only had brief interactions with him, but he definitely is somebody that you can get that positive vibe from.
Yeah, and I think the running community in San Diego, it has he's very involved in it, and they love him. So I'm so glad we got to see him. Yeah, third year.
That's amazing. And actually, I want to do a quick rundown of the Naughty Nine who have decided to run this race for the third time here. As far as I know, they're still on the course. I'll probably audit that here shortly, but the 9 people that we have that are going for their third Cocodona finish, female winner, the winner of the women's race, Sarah Ostaszewski, Jeff Garmeyer, top 5 finisher this year and last year.
I love watching him race.
I just love watching him do anything. He's so entertaining. Such a funny guy. Andrew Glaze, guy who, frankly, this is just another week for him.
Coco Canyons? I mean, come on. How brilliant is that?
Yeah. Courtney Boyle, another one. Wes Plate. Wes has been documenting his runs here for the past couple years. I'm sure that he's going to have another video waiting for us here in just a little while. We've got Brian Janzik. Brian Janzik is a Tucson, Arizona native. Aaron Fleischer, Carl Balloon, and, of course, the aforementioned Jose Sosa. Looks like we're peeking in on a crew here. I believe unless I miss my guess, I saw a fathead for Harley Guy there. And if that's Harley Guy, I saw him coming out of Sedona earlier, so I'm glad to see yet another runner that we were following this morning, still moving along. Yeah, because is that Jeff Hemperly there in the middle of the shot right here? I don't know if they can hear me, but I think is that Jeff and Holly possibly?
I don't know, but I like their setup.
Yeah, yeah. It's if that is Jeff Hemperly and Holly Hovius, I can't quite tell, but that might be the El Frico Racing rig right there. They do a lot of riding and running all over the state of Arizona, so it is great to see them out there. I believe that they were pacing Harley Guy as Harley was making his way through this race.
I will say this is, first time I've been a van owner, and I'm so excited to do my next race with it because it's my home, so it'll be easier to fall asleep in it.
That's true.
It's just
You'll be more accustomed and comfortable, and I think that's got to be a great setup for you.
Yeah, vans are cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are a lot of good vans parked out there too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So it's like a little bit of a van show.
Well, there's like a bit of a fleet of it going on here. So, that's not true, Matt. I pay attention to the chat. I'm just in conversation with our special guest right here, Shelby Farrell. Shelby Farrell has been updating us on Sally McRae and her progress. Shelby, I appreciate you spending your time with us this evening. And are you gonna head out to the finish line to greet Sally McRae and her pacer Summer as they come in?
Absolutely. I have some yellow to wear, and and then we'll hang out. I have a friend coming up from Telluride. She'll be here, I don't know, late Friday night, early Saturday, so I'll bring her to the finish. We'll get to see some of the final finishers and hopefully do some more running on these beautiful trails before I point the van east and go send it on the long trail.
All right. Well, good luck to you on the long trail. I'm going to be obviously following. If people want to follow your adventures as you take on the FKT for the long trail, how do they do so?
Yeah, please follow me on Instagram, Shelbzef, and YouTube. Again, that's Shelbzef, SHELBZZF. Really need those YouTube subscribers, though. It'll help inspire me and encourage me to make more content. So, yeah, I promise it'll be a good time. I plan on doing a scouting video for basically every section of the long trail, as much as I can fit in over 6 to 8 weeks. So,
Shelby, always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming in. Folks, we're going to pivot to our next guest here, and this is going to be a lot of fun. I've been looking forward to this, having this conversation for several hours, since this morning at the very least, but also this is somebody whose career has been something that I've loved following and focusing on for the past several years. So stick around. We're going to take a quick break as we actually follow another runner down Beaver Street as they head towards Birch. That is bib number 122. That would be Brian Janczyk of Tucson, Arizona. We are going to make sure that we capture Brian's finish, but I'm going to take a quick breather, and we will be right back with our next guest, the winner of the Sedona Canyons 125, Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning. I am Chris Warden, and this is the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Aravaipa Running. All right, as you can see right now, that is Brian Janczyk finishing here at the Cocodona 250. Congratulations to him as he's part of a very short list of three-time finishers. Fantastic work by Brian. Maybe we can get a chance to talk to him sometime this week and see what keeps bringing him back. But and congratulations to him here as he celebrates with his family and support crew. But I also want to pivot to my next guest. This is one that I'm really excited to do because I've had an opportunity to talk to you in bits and pieces, but this is the first time we've really had a chance to spend, I guess a one-on-one situation. Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, Jeff. First of all, congratulations for your absolutely fantastic run here at the Sedona Canyons 125. You set the course on fire this week, and I have to admit, I laughed when I was reaching out to you to have you on, and when you said, when I said, well, figure out whenever it works for you, and you're like, yeah, Friday morning's good. Like you had already kind of had a finished situation in your head, and so you already knew that you were dialed in. So congratulations. So this is yet another win for you in the 100-mile and beyond distance. How many does that make for you?
28.
28. That is the second most all-time amongst runners, trailing only the great Carl Meltzer. So, congratulations to you for adding to your tally. What was it that drew you to Sedona Canyons 125? A runner like you've got your pick of the litter when it comes to races.
Well, being now in Flagstaff, I like to support Aravaipa. And I really like this race because, I love the 250. I love the whole concept of it. Finishing in where I live now, I coach people. So like last year I had 4 runners in the race. I coached Mike McKnight, who won the 250 this year.
Yeah.
So I love this. I love this race a lot. I love how it's run. It's just a really good scene.
Yeah.
And so, naturally when the 125 popped up, I want to do the 250. I am going to do the 250.
Okay, and that was going to be one of the things I was going to ask.
I figured you would ask that question, so I'll just volunteer it. Yeah,
okay.
That's on the plan.
Okay, yeah, because you've shown an affinity for certain races. Obviously, Western States, you've been there multiple times. Hard Rock, I wanted to actually talk to you about my experience with you at Hard Rock last year. You might not even remember it, but it stuck out in my head. And it stuck out even more with something that I saw in the video this week when you were out on the course. So we'll get to that in a minute. You also, in addition to running your own race this week, the 125, you coached the winner of the Cocodona 250, Mike McKnight. You have to be proud as one of your own runners has finished the Cocodona 250 in a blistering fashion.
I'm super stoked he found his warrior mode.
Yes, you said that.
He really, really was struggling the first day. Forgot his electrolytes the first 33 miles, and with 11,000 feet of climbing.
Yeah.
He really suffered in the first 60, 70 miles, and he called me on Monday night in the dark, walking, and was just in a bad place.
Yeah.
And so we had a good chat, and he also was being paced later by an athlete I've coached before who's from Phoenix, Brett Stevenson.
Okay.
And so Brett and I were texting back and forth, and I was giving him some tips on like, hey, this is what we should talk about. And we were both going back and forth and talking about he needs to find his inner warrior, and he just needed to find his mental place. And, he rallied, man, and like a great comeback story.
Yeah, when it comes to Mike McKnight, you both have some similarities in how you approach your nutrition at a race and your diet in general.
Yep.
I'd love to talk about that, but that reminds me of one particular moment where Mike McKnight a couple years ago at Across the Years, and you were out there, when he decided to do a 24-hour run without calories.
Yeah, that was just to see, like, we wanted to capture data because during COVID, he had done one in his in Cache Valley in Utah where he lives, and he had done it in 1837, or he'd done a 100-miler with just self-supported or with friends supporting him, and did no calories, but no one could do any data that year because everybody was like working from home and everybody's equipment was locked up because of COVID. So we'd always talked about like, well, it would have been really cool to get some data out of that, like what were your ketone levels looking like? What'd your blood sugar look like? We obviously know that like it's probably not a smart idea to run on no calories.
I would agree with that. I'm a neophyte. But
but definitely it was more for like the sake of finding some of that data.
Sure.
And he doesn't race that way. He just wanted to understand what his body was doing. He did blood work before and after, and it kind of backs up what the research already shows, and that's, if you're not doing calories, you're definitely messing with your bone density and
Yeah,
all kinds of
and
stuff.
that across the years race was also an extremely controlled environment as well. I mean, it's literally a 1 mile loop where if things do go sideways, you're able to like basically bail or make adjustments on the fly.
And it was really easy to like capture data too. You
Sure.
know, like we were taking ketones and blood sugar. He had a continuous glucose monitor on and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course, that's a flat round course. The last time I saw you on a flat round course was at Desert Solstice.
Oh my gosh.
I wanted to touch base upon that because you had a fantastic interview with AGW, and I remember, very vividly when you had finished that 100-miler, in the 16-hour range, that your first reaction was, man, this is an entirely different sport.
It is a completely different sport. Like I don't have any of that muscle memory. Like there's nothing developed there because when you're working on mountain running, you're constantly dancing. I mean, this course is a perfect example of that. Like super rocky in spots and a lot of the trail where you're not just like a metronome.
Yeah.
And the thing I noticed with immediately after about 20 miles on the track, you're like, wow, these people that do this regularly, they're like, there's like clockwork.
Yeah.
And they just like knock off like the same split every lap.
Yeah.
And I was like, super sporadic, like super fast, super slow, super fast, super slow.
Yeah, it was so funny because I don't know if I've ever heard anybody so vocal about how they were feeling as you were on that race.
I totally was like, my emotions were on my shirt sleeve for that race.
You were not shy about
No,
giving
my
your
wife
thoughts.
told me to shut up, actually.
Yeah,
She's like, you're embarrassing our family.
I've seen her, support you at a couple races, and that's fantastic. I love how you seem to be collaborative. Oh, by the way, it's your anniversary?
Yesterday was our marathon anniversary. 26.
Okay, well, happy anniversary, Jeff Browning.
Thank you. We're going somewhere this weekend.
Good.
Yeah.
So you didn't actually do the race as a.
No, that was not an anniversary present.
I think that's
I got
probably
approval.
the best way.
Full disclosure, I got approval before I did it, but we were going somewhere this weekend for 2 nights.
We are here at the Cocodona 250. We are looking at our next finisher here coming down the street, Adam Williams. Congratulations to Adam from Pullman, Washington. Adam is going to be finishing probably in just a shade under 87 hours as he is taking that iconic left hand on Birch. And he's got about roughly a block and a half to make it to the finish. And we'll be here to follow along with that. And for those just tuning in, I am here with Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning, the winner of the 125-mile Sedona Canyons race that he wrapped up this morning. And Jeff, did you meet your goals in this race as far as time, or did you have a time goal?
I did.
Okay.
And it was a little faster than what I ran.
Was it 24 hours?
It was sub 24.
Okay.
I wanted a sub 24. I think it's doable. I do think sub 24 is doable on this course. I think you need competition. You need somebody breathing down your neck, pushing you, because it's hard to find your inner warrior when you have no one to chase, or somebody's not chasing you. And that's the great thing about like when you're wearing a spot tracker.
Yeah.
If you get a little cell coverage, you could be like, oh man, that guy's like right behind me.
Oh, absolutely. And that's actually something that I would love to approach here as well. I don't want to miss Adam's finish, so he is coming to a close here. So just for a heads up,
good
this
job,
is the
Adam.
live shot, that's the YouTube shot, that's the chat, that's the track.
Okay.
We have a lot of screens that we're working with here. And congratulations to Adam Williams, bib 105 out of Pullman, Washington, as he crosses the finish line. Look at that crowd there waiting for him. This is I feel like Cocodona has a different feel to it than a lot of trail races. I think it's got like kind of a European feel to it in a lot of ways because, I mean, you've raced the big ones. You've raced Hard Rock here in the U.S. You've raced Western States in the U.S.
UTMB.
But like
Mount Fuji.
Yeah, you run pretty much everything there is to run. Your list is expansive, but like not a lot of ultras in America actually like traverse multiple towns and
I really like that part of it.
Yeah,
like the little like tour through the towns.
Yeah, you basically are heading
fun.
through Sedona, and then before you know it, you're in Jerome, Munns Park. Now you are familiar with these towns probably because you live here in Flagstaff, but at the same time, it's still got to be kind of cool to basically just run from town to town to town the same way you would at Hard Rock or Western States.
The only difference is there's not like an 8-year-old ringing a cowbell in your face at 2 a.m.
That's true. That's true.
That's the difference between here and Europe when it comes to mountain running.
Yeah, quick question. We had it in the chat, Bryce. I don't know if we can scroll up really quick. Somebody had a question for Jeff about nutrition, and I wanted to address that simply because it's an opportunity for me to get some questions answered as well. Are we able to pull that up? Okay. Matt Emerson congratulating you and asking if there was data on keto running and kidney issues.
I don't recommend keto.
Okay.
Regularly. It's a tool.
Okay.
And to be leveraged from time to time, but not a 24/7 diet.
Okay, that makes sense. Like a periodical shift.
Yeah. Think about it as like a periodization phase, or like a one meal, 1 day, or reset, those kind of things. Mm-hmm. Or to get adapted, we use it for first 4 weeks when we get people adapted, but then we bring back carbohydrate strategically around effort and volume. So the OFM protocol, kind of optimized fat metabolism, is really leveraging natural carbohydrate. Yeah. So fruits, starches like sweet potato and potatoes, and real food, kind of mirroring a ancestral diet, kind of hunter-gatherer type of diet in our current society. We're not hunter-gatherers anymore, but we're not that far removed genetically, and that's kind of where, at least in my camp, that's our philosophy.
Okay.
And so we leverage carbohydrates strategically to top off glycogen after a workout, and then use ketogenic occasionally. Like right now, I'm going super low carb after the race to get rid of inflammation.
Okay. You mentioned, of course, that you're the coach for Mike McKnight, of course, the winner of the Cocodona 250 this year. Are there any other athletes in any of the races that are also under your tutelage this weekend? Is there anybody else? Or?
I had a couple of runners, and both I had 2 DNFs this year.
Oh, okay.
In the 250, and I had DNF in the 125.
Okay.
So I had 3 DNFs this year. Last year I had 4 finishers in the 250.
Okay, nice.
Mike was second, and then I coached Colleen Vidrio, who was second to last.
Oh, Jeff, I got to tell you what, I remember seeing you actually kind
I
of
was stressed
heading
out.
down Beaver Street with them in the waning minutes. And
Shout out to Colleen. Good job,
Colleen
Colleen.
and Saul both, man.
Yeah.
That hit you right here.
Yeah,
man.
it was like a little heart-wrenching. I cried.
Yeah. Oh, I did.
That's
too.
the only time during a finish of coaching that I've cried.
A husband and wife couple, basically barely under the gun at the Cocodona 250, and to see them, finishing arm in arm was, one of those stories like, who's chopping onions, So it was a truly a great experience. One of our sponsors for this race is Ultra Aspire, and I know you got this question multiple times during your run because I asked it because everybody in the chat was asking it. What was your pack?
The new 5-liter Bronco race vest. We have a 5-liter and a 12-liter called the Big Bronco race vest. I wore the 5-liter.
Okay.
Yeah.
When it comes to those two packs, like what would be better for, what's better for what distance and which one is better for different situations?
The new Big Bronco is probably good for most 100-mile races and that kind of stuff, like for most people. Mm-hmm. I used it for Moab 240 last year. That's kind of where we pioneered the pack for. But I have a really light kit. I mean, I geek out on like my required kit, and it's like the lightest possible gear possible, mm-hmm. and it all is down into like a 2-liter burrito size in a dry bag. Mm-hmm. So that's how all my gear is in, like that much space, and the rest is just cargo space for nutrition and water.
So you're very in key with trying to be efficient and compartmentalizing your pack.
Yeah, and my gear is just really like, pants, jacket, all that stuff's like super light. Mm-hmm. My waterproof mittens are 20 grams.
Okay, yeah. So you make sure that you travel light and and pretty efficient. Pivoting entirely here, we had Pete Mortimer on as one of our guest hosts here for Aravaipa After Dark on Tuesday, and I'm under Pete's tutelage as one of his runners. So you guys bought a cow.
We did.
I want to hear your side of the cow story because
we split a half, so we both got a quarter.
Okay, so I heard the cow got lost.
So it's basically a wild herd that runs on public land.
Okay.
So they basically act like elk. Like they're afraid of people. They're not afraid of horses because they're herded by horses, so they're used to them. But if they see people, they're skittish and they take off. Someone had left a gate open, and they were up on Schultz Pass is where they were running, and they got up and over into Inner Basin because someone left a gate open. And so when I went to get my quarter or my half, our half, the rancher was like, we can't find our cows. So I ran up into Inner Basin and looked. I grew up on a farm, so we had livestock and crops. So I'm used to being around them, and I went and looked for tracks. Found them in the snow. It was the first snow of the year. It was in October.
Okay.
And gave them a pin. They sent some guys on horseback up there to try to find them. They found a few, so we got our cow. But they still had cows, like 5 cows missing 2 years later. And I have one friend who is he's basically a cowboy. Rides a horse, can lasso. He lassoed one of them, caught one of them recently. Like it'd been like a couple years.
Yeah.
So anytime they find them, they bring them in.
One of the things about your career is that you've had sustained success. I don't think it's any secret. You're 51 years of age.
Yeah.
That's amazing to see you not only doing very well, but performing at a super high level. What has been the secret to your longevity, do you think?
It's a combination of things. I mean, it's everything but running. I mean, running is a factor. Like, right, you can only train so much without being overtrained.
Sure.
Mobility, strength, nutrition. Probably, I'd say nutrition and strength and mobility are pretty equal. I'd almost put nutrition above all of it, but just because from a recovery standpoint.
When you talk about mobility, is there like a flexibility component, perhaps?
Yeah, think like dynamic stretching type stuff. So you're always moving, not static stretching. Working on range of motion, proper movement patterns, ankle flexion. I don't know if anybody's familiar with out on YouTube, knees over toes guy. He does like the ATG split squat and tibialis raise, that kind of work. I grew up in a gym since 8th grade, so I've been lifting weights since I was in, probably, early teen. I had a football coach who was an early adopter of strength training. So I've always been in the gym pretty much most of my life, on and off, couple, hiatuses here and there.
Yeah.
But since my 40s, I've been strict. So I think that helps too, because you have good range of motion, strength through range of motion. It helps you recover. You don't lose muscle mass because we naturally lose muscle mass after 35.
Yeah.
So I'm always trying to maintain what I have.
Yeah, the maintenance is so important, and I was wondering if you happen to have to increase the maintenance, or you just had been so good about being diligent about it that it's made it I don't want to say easier, but less difficult to keep going into your 50s.
It's so habit.
Good.
That
yeah.
I feel weird if I don't lift. So I pretty much strength train at least 2 or 3 days a week with weights. One day pretty heavy, more powerlifting type sets, and then the other ones are more maintenance days, kind of like running where you do your long run and then you do maintenance days during the week. So similar in strength training. And I do some mobility routines also as part of those strength training days and on some of the off days. Not every day, but maybe 4 days a week.
Okay. Folks, we're hanging out here with Jeff Browning, the winner of Sedona Canyons 125. On the screen right now, we're actually at Fort Tuttle, which is basically, in my opinion, the gateway to Flagstaff and to the final home stretch of the...
And a great aid station.
Yeah, Chris Thornley.
Yeah.
And actually, I have to correct myself. Kim Casey's in charge this year. Chris Thornley is the assistant aid station director. But, as the days go, the traffic picks up at that aid station. You probably were no stranger to most of the trails that you were running this week at the Sedona Canyons 125. Did you have a particular section that you enjoyed more than the rest?
I really enjoyed Eldon, climbing up Eldon at sunset, even though it hurt. I mean, at sunrise, even though it hurt, because we just started the climb when the sun came up.
Yeah.
So it was gorgeous, east facing. The rocks are all lighting up. A photographer's dream. And it was really that section, just because it's my home turf.
Sure.
Also, the whole AZT section over to Walnut Canyon, because I live on the southeast side of Flagstaff, so I run those trails all the time, Fisher Point area and all that. So I know those trails really well. I know every single section. So, like, when I'm running at night, I just knew, like, oh, I got to go to those. There's all these little windy alcoves that you kind of go in and out of.
Yeah.
And it just seems like it goes on forever, but I knew exactly where I was, so that helped mentally. I really, really enjoyed Cottonwood to Sedona.
Yeah, I think that's
pretty.
It's a very gorgeous stretch, and it also is kind of cool how the physical geography changes literally underneath your feet. As
it's really a cool
heading
section.
into Sedona. I see you have a can of Flota there.
I do. I haven't tried it yet, so I thought I would on
Feel
air
free,
try
by
it
all
for the first
means.
time.
Jeff Browning trying Flota for the first time.
It tastes like flat soda.
Yeah, right.
Sure does.
I mean, it's
Exactly.
It's one of those things where, when we first saw the ads, I'm going to call it through my mindset as the day was going on. First, we get this ad. Have you seen the ad yet?
I have.
Yes.
It's pretty funny.
It is pretty amazing.
I love it.
But we get this ad about.
I could use some caffeine right now, actually.
Well, that's definitely.
I've had 40 minutes of sleep today, so.
Oh wow. Well, I appreciate you coming on. That I mean,
I can't sleep the
relentless.
first day usually. Your legs are too jumpy and sore and weird, and So a couple naps today, and unpacked all my gear and washed things and got laundry going.
Just kind of basically living life at this point. It looks like we've got a couple of runners. I believe that's Joe Criscola in the white over there. I'll see if I can figure out who some of the other runners we are seeing at Fort Tuttle are as we do some wraparound coverage here with Bronco Billy as he has tried Flota for the first time. Yeah, so when we found out about Flota, or we saw the commercial for the first time, we were just kind of gobsmacked. We thought it was like some fun little promotional bit that Satisfy Running was doing, and so we hadn't seen any physical evidence of it existing. But then, like at the end of the first night, I get a text from somebody within another section of Aravaipa's business, and they sent me a picture of the case, and they're like, "That's real." And I was like, "Oh, we got to get this in studio and try it."
It's hilarious.
So we were able to get it up to here from, first it made its way from Fain Ranch, where Satisfy had their setup at mile 97. And then it made its way to Sedona. And then finally, our friend Rob brought it up here, and we tried it on the air. And I'll be darned, it's exactly like you said. It's flat soda.
It tastes like flat Coke.
Yeah. I mean,
and way better ingredients.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the things I noticed about it. It's cane sugar as opposed to any sort of other
high fructose corn syrup.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was surprised by that, but again, it's exactly what it says it is.
Yeah,
so
it's good.
If you go in expecting something entirely different, then you're going to be disappointed. I was told by Pete Mortimer it does not go well in a Scotch and Flota. So.
I'm sure. Yeah, you like the fizz.
Yeah,
when you're going to mix it.
Yeah, that's an entirely different taste profile that you're looking for. Yeah, folks, we will be following the race to make sure that we do catch Sally McRae as she comes into the finish. She's a few miles out. It looks like she has actually completed the descent from Eldon, is making her way over to Buffalo Park. So once we get eyes on Sally, we will pivot over there. In the meantime, Jeff and I are going to hang out and do some wraparound. You're okay to sit. We're not keeping you from anything,
Nope.
right? Awesome. Love hanging out with you, Jeff. One of the things that I wanted to say also, thank you for being out at Crown King this year, and being the last bastion of assistance. Jeff was the aid station captain. Hell, you were the aid station, basically out at Oro Bell, mile 27.528 of the Crown King Scramble, which is a classic race here in Arizona. and you were manning the aid station, making sure that runners had everything they needed for that final push. So I just wanted to say thank you for that on a personal level.
Yeah, it was fun, and that is a gnarly aid station to get to.
Yeah, the drive there, I wouldn't do it.
Well, I have step bars on my Tundra,
Uh-huh.
and I bent one of my step bars.
Oh no.
Yep.
Oh geez, it's
Like, that's how gnarly that road is.
yeah, and with all of the high country weather that we've had this spring,
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah.
it was
It was even worse
amplified.
than worse than normal.
Yeah, even under great conditions. I mean, that's what the thing that always amazed me. I mean, in years past, I'm sure you're familiar with, how Chris Thornley basically parks his van on the very edge of the cliff. You can see that damn thing from like 3.5, 4 miles away. It's just taunting you, like, on the edge of the mountain. And, Chris wasn't there this year, but you were. So I just wanted to say thank you on a personal level for that.
Yeah, it was fun.
Hey, Bryce, we're getting some requests in the chat for the Flota commercial. Do you think we can appease the masses in that regard? Or, folks, this is what all the buzz is about. Jeff Running trying Flota for the first time. It's exactly what it says it is.
Oh, the energy of soda.
The first time I saw that, I was just so gobsmacked. I didn't know what I was seeing, but it made me so entertained.
It's funny.
Yeah. Jeff, we had a question from John in the chat. Would love to know what stretch on the course Jeff ran the fastest and what your average pace was on that stretch.
I have no idea.
It's one of those things you'll
I
go
just
back and look at
flowed,
later.
man, the whole time, like trying to find my flow all the time.
That's probably on Strava somewhere, perhaps?
Yeah, it would be on Strava. It will be. I don't know if I've uploaded. I don't think I've uploaded it yet, but I will, probably tonight sometime. But
yeah, so if you're interested, when that data comes out, we'll definitely have it for you. We just don't have it right now.
Yeah, I don't have it right now. Sorry.
Yeah. So another thing about watching you as a runner and also as a fan of the sport. I mean, I can tell how much you enjoy being around it because two moments stick out to me. One was last year's Hard Rock. I was sitting there and with my son and Pete Mortimer at a restaurant in, I believe it was Golden Block in Silverton. And it was after the race, and you'd had a very fine effort, a fifth place finish there at Hard Rock. And you came and sat down with us, and you couldn't wait to talk about Dakota and how he had basically tried to make his move. And then earlier this morning or last night when Jamil was with you at Fort Tuttle, and we talked about, and you found out that Mike McKnight had basically surged and taken the lead in the 250 here. You were such a fan of this sport, and seemed to be so excited.
I kind
to
of
talk
freaked
about
out a
it.
little bit, didn't I?
Yeah, oh, you did.
I did.
Your face, lit up. But
I was stoked.
But I've seen, in multiple occasions where you seem, as interested and concerned about what everybody else has got going on, as opposed, not only just what you've got going on, And it's cool to see, somebody who races at your level, at your competitive caliber, be so interested in what else is going on around you and be able to, excitedly talk about and prognosticate the races that happen. So, discuss, why you're so into the racing as a fan, as well as somebody who races at a high level.
Well, I've always been a student of the sport since I got into it, and I tend to be a personality-wise, that goes down rabbit trails on information and data and training or strategy or whatever. I like to research things kind of deeply until I can't research it anymore. I think that plays into the coaching part, that since I've been a coach. You really live vicariously through your athletes when you're coaching, and you want to see them be successful and achieve what their goals are. But especially when they're having our sport it can be super challenging, and things don't always go according to plan.
Sure.
or we make little mistakes that come back to bite us, and it was cool to see, knowing how Mike felt when I was going to deal with my own race. And, I talked to him on Monday night and then when he was in the race, and then to see him, rally and kind of find whatever he needed to find to rage at the end. It was really cool to see and to witness that and to know it was happening. I was asking throughout the day because one of my crew was Derek Lytle, and Derek's friends with Mike, and he was giving me updates throughout the day. So I knew that he was moving up. Mm-hmm. We just didn't know how far he could move up.
Yeah, he went from, we were trying to figure out exactly somewhere around 70th, 75th place, and eventually made his way.
He was in 75th place?
Thereabouts, right, Bryce? Isn't that we kind of determined somewhere between 70th and 75th place?
72 or 73rd place, yeah.
This is what I love about ultra running. Like, that can happen.
Yeah.
There's not very many sports where that kind of stuff can happen. And but it also is a testimony to why that you really need to not go out too hard.
Yeah. Well, and
especially in the 250 distance or 200, even 200 plus.
And people have been kind of trying to analyze already even what happened to him during this race. Obviously, you mentioning that he had nutrition mishaps in the first 50K, I'm sure that probably gave him a little bit of a queasy flashback to 2 years ago, because that first stretch of the race did not agree with him at all.
No. He ran out of water for two and a half hours that year. It was super hot the first season.
Yeah, and it obviously wasn't the same situation, but in terms exactly, but at the same time having a bad start to the race. And so, the fact that it was kind of, a different bad situation, probably didn't play well with him. And when we saw him at Camp Kippa at mile 63, basically just kind of leaning up against a rail and not moving well at all, and having to, basically, reach out to you and to kind of figure out what was going on, I'll admit, when I was seeing him, I was worried that his race might potentially be drawing to a close.
Well, and what's interesting, this is a good lesson for everyone out there listening that's an ultra runner, that it can turn around. Because this has happened multiple times to Mike. I've paced him multiple times, and it happened Moab 240 a couple years ago where he almost dropped on day one because his back was bothering him and all kinds of things, that it turned around, and he won the race.
Yeah.
And same thing here, like really rough day. And we were originally our strategy was like, okay, can you get back into the top 10? Can you get maybe on the podium? Could you possibly race back into third? And he got super focused, and obviously everybody came back to him.
Yeah. I mean, he had kind of, just had to lay back simply out of necessity. But once he actually found his rhythm, it was pretty striking, because, if you turned away for an hour or 2 hours while you were following the race, you'd come back, and McKnight's name became more and more relevant as the race went on, in terms of, following at the very top. And,
right.
And I'll be honest, even as late as Eldon, I was kind of wondering whether he would have the juice or just had enough miles in front of him to close that gap. But man, not only did he have enough miles, he basically turned the race on its ear for the last few hours before he finished, and had an absolutely stunning total when all was said and done.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder how much more impressive it could have been had he not had, such a sideways start to his race.
That's what we'll talk about as coach and athlete.
Absolutely.
Like there was a lot left on the course. That just shows you like this course could go even faster.
Yeah.
Now, but we have to I would say there's a caveat here.
Yeah.
Every year's different in the temperatures in the desert, right? And it was hot on day one, but we got a cooling trend.
Yeah.
It was not crazy in Sedona, and that helps.
Sure.
So, heat is definitely a factor in this race. And if you get a hot year, times are going to be slower. Just like at Western States, in the hotter years, times can be up to an hour slower for the winter, right? So it just depends on what kind of weather we're fortunate with. Okay.
You mentioned that this is something that you will talk about with him as his coach. As folks that are interested, we're hanging out at Munns Park. Munns Park is where the next cutoff is going to be here at the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Canyons 125. Runners have until 1 a.m. to exit Munns Park. From there, the both distances have just under 100K to make it to the finish line, and they have a couple other cutoffs in the intermediate time, but everybody's got to be wrapped up by 10 a.m. in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Jeff, you mentioned the coaching relationship you have with McKnight. If somebody was interested in hiring you on as a coach, how would they go about contacting you?
GoBroncoBilly.com.
Okay.
Just go to my website.
And how does that work? Do you kind of consult with them and kind of see if it's the right fit?
Well, right now I'm personally full,
Okay.
but I have other coaches now, all under the same philosophies. So we all agree, we're all OFM, we're all strength, mobility focused, longevity focused. So I have some good coaches under me now. We have a group coaching option too, which is a more budget-friendly coaching option. So, you can go check out my website and sign up with one of my coaches or our group coaching.
And there's a heck of a testimony today in regards to the ability of the athletes that you coach. I mean, we saw one of them have an absolutely amazing comeback in what was truly an inspiring thing to see.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, said GoBroncoBilly.com.
Yep.
Awesome. We are going to keep following things here at the Cocodona 250. I want to give a quick wrap up to those who are wondering what has happened to this point. We're going to be hanging out here for the next couple days still. But in terms of the podium for the Cocodona 250, Mike McKnight, as we have been talking about here, came back from several dozen spots back to win the Cocodona 250 in dare I say, dominant fashion. And, congratulations to Mike McKnight, finally unlocking the how to get it done here at Cocodona.
It was a monkey on his back, man.
I bet. Actually, that
was his goal this year when we talked. It was like, I want to win Cocodona.
I have no doubt, because there's no point in coming back unless that was why he was going to come back.
Yeah, right. After getting a second place and a DNF the first year. And,
yeah. So, hats off to Mike McKnight for finally getting it done here in year 3. In second place is through hiker Josh Perry. That was something to behold. I mean, you're talking about a guy with, this was a short run for him, so to speak, based on his FKT experience. Third place, Phoenix area rather, native Michael Greer finishing third on the men's side. On the women's side, Phoenix native Sarah Ostaszewski takes it down again. Third time's the charm with Sarah.
Yeah, I'm stoked for her.
Yeah, I was so happy. I did pick her beforehand, and I actually sent her a text, and all I just said was, I like being right, something to that effect. But congratulations to Sarah after a 5th place and a 3rd place finish in prior years, finally unlocking it and getting it done. Eliza LaPierre, a Western States maestro, or seriously talented veteran here, had what visually seemed like a very gritty, tough race, but got it done and finished in 2nd place. And in 3rd place, Mika Thews, who is got extensive experience at 200-plus milers, came in at 3rd. So congratulations to the 6 of them. In Sedona Canyons, I can run down the podium as well. Of course, your winner for the men's side was the man sitting to my left, Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning. I believe your time was about 25 and a half hours.
Yeah, 25, 29, 22.
Fantastic. And, of course, that was, as we mentioned, your 28th win of 100 miles or greater. And it's one of the second highest number of all time. Matthew Kahn, Phoenix native, finishing 2nd on the men's side, and Tobias Wenegren finishing 3rd. Tobias was paced in by Eric Senseman, his coach as well. Cool. So hats off to them. And on the women's side, your winner was Rachel Buzzard, and your 2nd place finisher was Denise Barassa. Now, I have heard of Denise, and I don't really know much. I haven't seen her race very much or anything, but she's got an extensive level of experience at 100 milers.
Yeah, she's done a lot of hundreds, and the year I won her 100 in 2016, she was the female winner.
Okay. So she's been around the circuit and had a long record of success.
I think she's a year older than me.
Okay.
Maybe. Or two.
She looked. I saw her come in, and she was, looking really strong when she finished.
Yeah,
and
solid runner.
Her nickname, I guess, is Little Debo, and I did not realize. I didn't put it together until
Tiny Debo.
Oh, Tiny Debo. Oh, sorry. Tiny Debo. My mistake. But she looked really strong and upbeat as she was coming into Heritage Square. Do we have a third place finisher on the women's side? I believe that Leah Genth and Jennifer Schwegler are about a half mile apart with less than 10 miles to go. So we'll be following that pretty closely here. Another thing we'll be following really closely is a finisher that a lot of eyes are on and are interested in, Sally McRae. Sally McRae making the big leap to the 200 plus mile distance discipline. When you made that leap to the 200 plus mile races, what kind of adjustments did you have to make?
I think the biggest one is the logistics are just like on steroids. I mean, just because the gear factor and like what you might need, you don't know where your pace is going to be, what you're going to need at what place, when it's going to be night. Where do you need to have batteries, lights, all those kind of things. I think the logistics of it are really complex. I really focused on foot care, like proactive foot care. So you don't, because if you get blisters or you get, something going on with your feet, it can really, really, really slow you down.
Yeah.
So that was a big one I was working on when I that and just getting used to the gear, getting used to carrying more water. I did all my long training runs with 3 liters at least, and figured out how to carry 4 because there's a couple places you had to carry 4. So, just training with it and working with it and figuring it out because, you don't normally doing that.
Yeah.
Carrying 4 liters on a long run or something.
Yeah. What do you prefer, hundreds or 200s?
Well, I've only done one 200 plus, so
okay.
So I can't really speak to it with depth yet. I still like hundreds.
Okay. Well, you do like you already did.
But I'm gonna do 250.
Shot. Yeah.
I'm gonna do the 250 next year.
It's gonna be.
I'm going to do it next year.
Oh, breaking news here, folks, on the Cocodona 250 live
Unless
stream.
something else weird happens and like derails it or something, but that's the plan.
So the tentative plan is that Bronco Billy is going to join us here at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, this year was scouting.
Oh, you know what? That's
it's a great way to scout.
Way to approach. Yeah, to go and run the Sedona Canyons 125. And of course, I'm sure you'll do extensive scouting on the lower sections of the course
I need to do the Bradshaws.
You come on down to the valley and make your way up, up to Crown King and everything.
And I haven't done Mingus, so I'm excited to actually because now I've covered. I wanted to see the last 125 like in the flow, like not in sections, but like how are you dealing with it? Like what's the terrain like? And that way I could just concentrate on the first 125 before next year. But I also promised my wife I wouldn't run a 200 this year, so that's why I'm running 6 100s.
6. So how many are down and how many you have to go?
I've done Coldwater
and
and this.
Okay, so 4
and
to
then
go.
I have the Rocky Mountain Slam. Oh. So I have Bighorn, Hard Rock, Wasatch, Bear.
Oh wow, that is so daunting and so impressive to hear.
Giddy up.
Giddy up. We have a new producer here on the board. That would be, perhaps you've heard him if you're watching. That would be Jamil Curry. Jamil, it's so great to have you here in the studio.
I'm feeling a little rusty, to be honest, and a little overwhelmed, but we're going to figure this out together. We're going to do it.
Well, the advancements, we talked about this earlier in the house, talking about how things have come so long. I was fortunate enough to be in on the first live stream that we did. We did the Desert Solstice 2018, and it literally consisted of, in terms of like a leaderboard or, flavor text and data on the screen of us aiming a camera at a computer screen. So we had a leaderboard, and things have come so far now. We've got picture-in-picture. We've got, the rotating sponsor window in the upper right hand with the timers. I love being a part of this and, getting to see races, whether it be this or Desert Solstice or Black Canyon. I love seeing where this sport has, where it's gotten to now and where it's going in terms of coverage. I think that's only a good thing.
Oh, no, it's fun. It is. I love it. And I know a lot of my athletes that I coach love it, and I know a lot of friends. You guys are doing a good job. Keep it up.
I appreciate it.
Keep
Love
pioneering.
hearing that. As we mentioned here just a few moments ago, Sally McRae, we expect to be one of the next finishers here in downtown, and we will be bringing you footage one way or another. At the very least, we will have a camera at the finish line. We might actually have a follow cam. We'll see what we've got. Oh yeah, go right ahead. Jeff has to step out to make a phone call, and he'll be joining us here in just a few moments. As you might have heard Jeff drop a bombshell, so to speak, that he is intending to. It's not 100% confirmed. Got to make sure that everything matches up, but he's intending to come back and run Cocodona 250 next year, and. We will actually take a look, and if you're interested in running the Cocodona 250 in 2024, registration is now open, and you won't be the first person to register if you decide to do so. In the Cocodona 250, we've already got 14 entrants for next year's race. In the Sedona Canyons 125, we've got a dozen entrants, and in the Eldon Crest 36, we've got an even 10. And one of the entrants for the Eldon Crest 36 is Aid Station Fireball, who has been wandering through the chat here and making sure that we are chock full of accurate trail and ultra running information. So, if you want to hang out with us as well as, join a few, well, I guess it's going to be a few hundred of people with the same interests and ambitions as you, come join us. You can check it out through the Cocodona 250 website or through Ultra Sign Up. You can search for Cocodona that way. And, like I said, you won't be first, but you could be next. This is the finish line static cam. We've got footage there. I will defer to others. I don't know if we've still got the Shad cam or the Dan cam out on Bryce. I got Bryce in my ears.
Bryce, I can hear you.
Bryce Brooks, who was here in the studio just a few minutes ago and now is out somewhere. Are you on the course?
Interview booth.
Well, it definitely works. We can see you. We can hear you. Are you setting up to interview somebody here in just a little bit?
Hopefully, yeah. I think that's the plan.
It's a little bit of echo, but we're glad to hear that you're down there getting ready to make an interview. I assume we know who he's looking to chat with at the end of the race. I love this. You can see right there we've got people at the finish line looking to, basically cheer in one of their favorite runners here. So Sally McRae, we're going to be keeping eyes on the final stretches of the Cocodona 250 course. At what point, Jeff, when you were running this race, were you like, I'm done?
A couple of times, man. It's just that extra 25 miles is a lot. I'm kind of actually looking forward to running Bighorn. I was thinking about that today. I was like, I don't have to do that extra 25 miles.
I was actually going to ask you about that because 125, basically just over 200K is a bit of an odd distance when it comes to ultras.
Yeah, it is. It's the only time I've ever done that distance, and it's really an interesting one because you get to 100 miles and you still have a marathon to go. It's just like,
That's such a great way to put it. I mean, it obviously is something that, makes sense, but yeah, that is a definite wrench in terms of, comparison to other races.
I mean, I would have to say that I definitely I definitely struggled in the Munns, Kelly Canyon area with all the trees that were down and it was dark.
Oh.
That was or maybe that was that, no, maybe that was that on the way to Munns
Okay.
where all the down trees were.
I think
I
I,
can't
actually
remember now.
don't know entirely, but I think it might have been after Munns before Kelly Canyon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many trees. Like,
I heard it was like 30 trees maybe,
At
and a lot of
least.
fresh ones.
yeah, and it was in the dark, so it's always hard to find your way around trees in the dark with your headlamp on. So you're like, which way do I go through this tree that's like completely covering the road? It's just double track, but there's a lot of rough double track too.
I'm wondering, I can't see a bib right there, but the runner is on the right and the pacer is on the left as they're actually coming up to the hospital here. So they've just got a few blocks left. No, that is not Sally McRae, but we're going to keep eyes out on Sally, hoping that she finishes here very soon. But yeah, we're going to make sure we can track all of our runners here. I know that you have some runners out there in the chat that you have a particular interest in, but we'll figure out who we've got here.
It's maybe possible this is Rolando Mendoza.
Okay.
Because 16 minutes ago he pinged, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. 16 minutes ago he was at 2:46. Yeah,
So that would put him ahead of Sally.
That would make
and
sense.
And she just pinged 6 minutes ago.
So Rolando Mendoza, we're operating under that assumption.
I think I have eyes on Sally with the shad cam. 1 second.
All right, we're going to go back and forth on that. Yeah, that is definitely Sally McRae right there.
All right, Shad, I've got you unmuted. Hi, Sally.
Yeah, we're doing it.
How you doing, Sally?
I might cry. I want to say thank you so much for your insane support and love all week. I had a lot of people relaying your messages to me. I can't thank you enough. It's meant so much. And I'm excited that we get to finish this together. Right? So cool. Finally.
Sally, you're a legend.
Yeah, Sally, we've been talking with Shelby Farrell a little bit earlier, and she was quite concerned about your feet. I mean, the fact that you've made it this far on them, AJW shared some stories about you back at Crown King. You know, it's a testament to your toughness, and I'm sure it's going to be something you're going to talk about at length as you break down and dissect this race for yourself and for the people that are paying attention to you and following you on social media.
Sally, our chat is blowing up with yellow hearts.
Absolutely.
Aww. Love you guys. So cool.
Yeah,
I'll talk about the feet in a little bit. But...
So is it as rewarding as you had hoped it would be?
Oh, so much more. This is by far the most epic trail adventure I've ever done. It was amazing. Every segment was beautiful. The terrain was constantly changing. I met so many people. Had to work through a lot of low points and work through a lot of discomfort. But, you know, at the end of the day, this isn't pain and suffering. There's an opportunity just to see how awesome the human body is, and it's pretty cool what humans are capable of doing. So I'm really, really grateful that I was able to push myself and work through some discomfort and just see what I'm capable of doing. And I mean, obviously that brings a lot of confidence, but if anything, I hope it encourages you too. It doesn't have to be in running, but you know, I never thought I would go, and my watch says 260.7 miles. This is the furthest I've ever gone, and my mind is just it's blown. I can't believe it. So.
Well, you got it done. You kept putting one foot in front of the other, so you know you did fantastic.
Hey, Sally, it's Jeff Browning. Giddy up.
Oh. Jeff, didn't you just finish the 125?
Yeah, this morning.
You're amazing. What in the world? Now you're on the live stream? You're incredible.
I was shocked
Hey,
when he.
congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
I was shocked when he agreed to come on too, especially after I found out he's only had about 45 minutes of sleep so far. Sally,
Oh my gosh.
he's
I
an
believe
animal.
it. He's next level.
Absolutely.
Legend.
So you're just a few blocks away from finishing your first ever 250-mile adventure across the state of Arizona.
Yeah.
We're definitely. I know that we've got. I would love to have you whenever you're ready and feeling composed and refreshed. To maybe have a chat with you at the end. But what else is on your mind right now?
Honestly, I've been thinking a lot about my kids. I don't know, Mackenzie and Isaiah, if you guys are in the chat. Mommy misses you, and I love you. And I have a bunch of friends from all over have been texting and sending support and love. So I just want to say hello to them as well. But right now, I have a lot of things on my mind. One of them is I can't wait to take off my socks and shoes. I haven't done that in several days because my feet are so bad that I didn't want to disrupt them. So I'm a little afraid to see what they look like.
So
I haven't taken a pain-free step in several days. So I'm really excited to get off my feet.
Yeah, your feet are approaching legend status at this point alone. I mean, you are a trail running legend at this point, but your feet are also climbing up the Q rating, so to speak, based on the what we've heard from several people. So fantastic for keeping them moving.
We're gonna cut to Dan real quick, who's coming towards the finish. We'll check in back with you, Sally. Good luck.
Thanks, you guys.
We are back with the Dan Cam, and we want to give every runner their due. Obviously, Sally McRae is approaching the finish, but before she gets there, we're likely to see Rolando Mendoza, who has picked up the pace a little bit here in the final last couple blocks of the downtown Flagstaff area before he gets to Heritage Square. Looking good. He's got a nice little jog going.
Looking smooth.
Jeff, we had a question in the chat, and I wrote it down. I believe it was from Josh, and I think I know the answer to this, so I'm going to kind of ask it and add my own tint to it. Josh was asking what your sleep strategy was for the 125, and I am going to ask, what I don't know if did you actually first of all did you take a sleep at all during the race?
Just straight through.
That was my guess, and to piggyback upon that, to follow up. How long does a race have to be where you actually start to incorporate that into your potential strategy? Like how many hours?
I think if you're going to be out for 48 plus, you need to start thinking about sleep as a sleep strategy. Because usually you can make it 36 to 40 hours without sleep.
Okay.
Sometimes, but in a longer race like a 250, you might need to bank sleep the first night.
Okay, that makes sense.
And not go crazy, right?
Yeah.
And go through the first night. Some people will need it, some people won't. In my first one, I skipped the first night, and I think in hindsight it would have been beneficial to have a little bit.
Rolando is
a lot of love in the chat for Rolando here.
Yeah, Rolando Mendoza getting ready to finish the Cocodona 250.
He's coming up. Here's his final turn into Cocodona Alley. And there is that finish line awaiting him. Big hugs from the pacer here.
That's fantastic. What a great feeling it must be. I know that this isn't Rolando's first 200-mile race, but it is his most recent 200-mile race. Good on you, Rolando Mendoza, for finishing the Cocodona 250. Congratulations. Was that Spider?
I apologize. There we go.
There we go.
Sorry.
Congratulations to Rolando being greeted by supporters. I don't know if it's friends or family or what have you, but it's definitely you can tell that there's a lot of love there at the finish line for him. And congratulations. You have completed an absolutely incredible adventure across the state of Arizona. And the beautiful thing about this race is that we've only got a handful of finishers so far. I mean, we've been covering this race now for 87, 88 hours at this point, and we have, well over 100 people that are still writing their adventure here and trying to make their way to the finish line. And we're going to do our best to give as many people as possible to give everybody their moment in the sun.
Gotta love the posters.
I love that. There were several kids and people holding posters down at the finish line when I was there. Did you see the group of people that were there for Rachel Buzzard? Like how many people there were?
Oh yeah. So Rachel's a local,
Uh-huh.
and I think her and her husband, they own a construction company. It's Buzzard Construction, and so not only did they have their family and friends, but also I think their entire staff came out to watch her win the Sedona Canyons 125.
They gave the staff the afternoon off for coming out to cheer on. We've got Sally McRae just passing Beaver Liquor on Beaver Street. She's picking up the pace a little bit. She wants to be done. What is it that you elites say, smell in the barn?
Yeah, smell the barn.
So, Sally McRae making her way to the finish. As we mentioned, we're going to do our best to number one, congratulate and give Sally the praise and the commendation that she deserves. But we're also going to give her a chance to compose herself. But we're hoping to have a word with her after all is said and done. But we're going to let her take her time and determine when she's ready to do it. But Sally McRae, who has been a point of acute interest for those of you following the Cocodona 250, obviously a very popular runner due to her presence on social media and some of the great videos that she puts on her channel. Also a very inspiring figure and really darn nice too.
Audio. You're still good though, but I lost his audio.
I remember when Sally, we saw her running at the Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada earlier this year in February, and she ran, and I believe she placed 4th. And she didn't even realize that it was considered a national championship race and there was actually prize money involved. So, just so humble and so fun. She was using it as a training run, which I found interesting. But obviously, the training plan that she undertook is paying dividends now as she is in the final couple blocks of her Cocodona journey. Yeah, the chat is blowing up with purple hearts and love for Sally McRae, and I just love to see it.
Yeah, she and I agree on strength training philosophy.
Oh.
We were all in an athlete house at Tarawara in 2018, and we chatted a lot about nutrition and strength.
I need help, Jeff.
I can help you.
Yeah, thanks for
we'll
tuning.
talk offline.
All right, perfect.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, be sure to hit that like button and let us know. And stick around because, even after Sally's journey draws to a close, like I said, we've got 100 more or so runners that we're going to be following over the next couple days that are running the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125. And then tomorrow morning, we start things in a whole different fashion. We have the Eldon Crest 36 that is going to be starting.
We're going to cut back to Sally, but we had a quick
Yeah.
Andre Lee sighting here. We got to go to him at Fort Tut Hill in the 125.
I see. Yeah, Andre Lee is a veteran of the Cocodona 250 as well, having been the final finisher in the inaugural year 2021, finishing with, I believe, about 90 minutes to spare. So congratulations to Andre Lee for making it this far, and I have no doubt that his day is still going to continue well into the night.
And we're back with Sally McRae. She is now in downtown Flagstaff, heading towards that finish line in Heritage Square after, well, she's got my time beat. Under 88 hours here.
Sally is about, looks like maybe 3 blocks from the finish line. Definitely been a blast to follow her effort this week. Always been full of positivity and energy. I got a chance to interview her last night on the live stream. She and her husband and pacer, Shelby Farrell, were hanging out, and and they were extremely gracious for being that far into the race. And I don't when I'm covering these races, I don't want to be invasive or anything like that, but they just happened to have a camera handy, and she was willing to talk about her experiences to that point. So, given the opportunity,
You can just
sure,
go
I'll
right
ask.
through the construction zone.
Okay. And then make a left right there.
It'll be about like another block, I would say, after that.
So Sally is heading up to the, I believe that she's actually approaching Cherry Street right there. Or is that, that's the
Dale
D Street. Dale Street, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Dale is where the construction is, that's right. It's got to be feeling good at this point.
Yeah, especially with feet. If your feet are bothering you, like I had a little bit of issue at the end of Moab, and it's definitely like grinds on your last nerve.
Yeah, is that something that you probably have encountered far less in the 100-mile distance?
Yeah. I mean, in the early days, more blisters, but nothing. I have zero blisters from the 125. But I also do proactive foot care too. Like I change socks, lubed, all that kind of stuff. Changed shoes once. But it definitely is harder in the 250, especially when you're dealing with heat.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're going through the night multiple times because the temperatures are changing so big. It's hard to stay on the proper drink rate because if you overhydrate when it's cooler, you'll have more fluid, which means you're not sweating at a high rate, so you'll store fluid in your tissue, and then you're more likely to get blisters.
Is it difficult to balance that when you're in a 240, 250-mile race like that?
Yeah, it's really hard. It's one of the more challenging aspects, I think, is because you really have to get geekier and geekier about your hydration and how much for your sweat rate. You know, like testing that with a scale and hour run and weighing yourself before and after.
And talking about it being cooler, that's got to be a bit of a tricky thing as Sally McRae is approaching left on Birch. Sally is now on Birch Street, and she has to cross LaRue and then go one more half block, and then she is heading down Cocodona Alley. I see we think we just had a trail gangsta sighting. Rory Monahan out there grabbing some video. Rory actually got some great video of some finishers earlier in the race, and I enjoyed watching that. I mean, you can see the whole village is behind Sally at this point. The whole community has got their eyes transfixed on what she's doing here, and such an amazing job. Just got to cross LaRue and a half block up, and then a quick about 70-meter jaunt down the alley to the finish line. As many hundreds and 200, obviously I've experienced 200 as well, but as many times as you see this, does it ever get old to watch somebody, punch something out that they've never done before?
No, it's awesome. I love it because it's like what the human body is capable of. It's pretty awesome.
The body and the mind as well.
The mind,
for sure.
The mind's a big one in ultra running, obviously.
She sees the banner. Oh, she's picking up speed as she heads to the finish line. And congratulations to Sally McRae as she is crossing.
Oh, that was a leap. Oh, look at this energy.
Yeah, she's flexing.
Oh, my goodness. Look
I
at
love
her
it.
go. Sally McRae finishing the Cocodona 250 with some style and flair right there. Fantastic job.
Go back to Shad. Shad, if you could get over there a little bit, that'd be great.
That was unbelievable.
Great finish.
We got to just see the YouTube cutout, and getting to see that again on a big screen was actually really neat. the support for her in our live stream has been fantastic. So thank you all for sticking with us, and we're going to keep following along. Jim Whitcomb in the chat, waiting to do his first ultra tomorrow morning, but he's staying up tonight to watch Sally finish the Cocodona 250. It is inspiring, Jim. Or as she's calling it, the Cocodona 261. Is that what we just heard?
Something like that.
Watches are funny.
Yeah, watches are really funny. The tech's not exact.
I think, yeah.
Well,
Mine died at some point.
Do you know that like some watches will continue to add mileage if you let them just sit? So when you're sleeping, like in these races, if you sleep, it actually will add it'll add mileage while you're sleeping because it doesn't do an exact ping.
Is that I see Bryce, her pacer, Summer Igo, Shelby Farrell, all down there, so excited. Basically, Shelby and Summer combined to pace her for over 170 miles, I believe. Our most recent finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125 just crossed our view as well. I believe that was Simon Gerard. Congratulations to Simon, a job well done.
He's got a great YouTube channel. I'm sure we'll be able to see his run up there shortly as well.
Yeah, the energy and vibe at the finish line's got to be outstanding. And I'll tell you what, it might be silly, but even though I'm not there, I feel it more being up here in Flagstaff. Maybe it's the thin air affecting my mind at this point, but it just feels different to be here as opposed to down in the valley and watching from home. So this is awesome. Job well done to all of our runners. Obviously, right now we're seeing Sally and her crew and supporters, soak it all in at that finish line. We'll stick around here, and like I said, we'll give Sally a chance to decompress. And whenever she is ready or willing, we will have our opportunity to ask her some questions. And if you've got some questions in the chat, once we have her in that situation, we'll be happy to do our best to try and relay those along and ask them here for you.
I wasn't expecting to get her. She said she'd do her interview.
So just, hopefully you'll hang tight with us, and we'll be able to, once she's ready, have our post-race interview with Sally McRae.
John Hinkie in the chat says he's already looking forward to Sally's 2024 250.
Well, she's I believe she's running Moab later this year, correct? Is she running any other of the Triple
Well,
Crown,
she's signed up for the Triple Crown.
Woof.
So technically, she's signed up for the Grand Slam of 200s,
yeah,
as they say.
Yeah.
So she's just gonna go all in.
That is all in. Whew.
That's pretty ambitious. But you know what? I think that one of the things that we'll probably find, Jeff, I mean, you talked about, having the opportunity in some cases to gather data. This has to be one heck of a data gathering opportunity for her.
You learn a lot just by doing the first one. Like what I thought I knew, I'd been coaching Mike for years, and I've been coaching multiple 200-mile finishes of athletes that I was coaching. But doing it, getting that, the personal experience really helps. And just the things you thought you would need, you didn't need, and the things you thought would work, didn't work. And but it's an interesting journey it's a long way. That's for sure.
When you were gathering your data after running your first 200-plus mile race, was there anything that really stuck out that surprised you that you didn't anticipate? Was there you're a student of the game. We talked about that earlier, and you're a fan of, basically going down that rabbit hole and learning a lot of information about your ultra running career. What did you discover that surprised you the most about your first 200-mile experience?
I fine-tuned my hydration. I've been coaching hydration and electrolyte balance kind of similarly for years, and I went down a rabbit hole after that race. I had some extra fluid in the tissue that we were talking about earlier with blisters, And I had blisters and stuff like that. And so I kind of did a deep dive into looking at hydration and electrolytes as a two-part puzzle of how much sodium do you dump genetically. You can get that tested. And then also looking at what you custom sweat in different temperatures. So doing a scale, 1 hour run scale test, way before, way after, find out what you sweat in different temperatures. So I have it fully charted in a spreadsheet now for myself, and a bunch of my athletes do that too. And that really helps. So like I just had to guesstimate during the race, like what the temps were, and I knew what I should drink per hour.
Can you hear us, Sally?
Yeah.
We're getting a little echo.
I'm looking at the comments.
Bryce,
Thanks for all the comments, you guys.
can you tell Bryce we're getting a little bit of an echo in there? Maybe he can help us. Bryce, did you have an echo earlier in the studio? Do you know what that?
We did not, I don't think.
Okay.
When you were out there conducting interviews with Killian and Chris?
It was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. Yeah.
I'm trying to think what that could be.
Thank you to Leah Yingling.
What's that, Bryce?
Still trying to figure out what's going on. I refresh the browser. Maybe I got it. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
I mean, there's a slight echo. I don't know if maybe it's just us in studio. Maybe the audience is fine. So maybe let's just go for it.
Sure, absolutely. We can do that. We are here now with Sally McRae, the most recent finisher of the Cocodona 250. Sally, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the support all week. I was getting a lot of feedback from Eddie. I know he was jumping the chat, and then whenever he would see me, he would share the messages and conversations that were going on. So I definitely felt the love and support like all week, and it made a big difference, especially when I was going through some low points and experiencing some discomfort. So thank you everyone who tuned in and took the time to write kind words, and just your support. Know that it really means a lot to me, and seeing all these yellow hearts, y'all are gonna make me cry. Thank you.
Sally, I want to actually also thank Eddie, because it felt like an information give and take. He was letting us know about how you were doing, how you were feeling, the high points, low points, and also it seemed like he was also trying to make sure that everybody out here was engaged and excited for your journey here. Can you describe how this journey has been for you? I guess I know that's a really broad question, but what is on your mind right now as you have just finished the Cocodona 250?
When we first decided to hop into the 200s, and then we launched that YouTube, one of being able to use the community just to encourage people, and it doesn't have to be in running, but really just anything that sets your heart on fire. We're so much more capable than we think we are. So I think like jumping into this 250-mile race, I had a really hard time wrapping my mind around going that distance. And when I hit the 200-mile mark, I celebrated. I celebrated when I hit the 150 mark. I celebrated when I hit the 180 with the 200, 220. I mean, it was really incredible. But the one thing that I always go back to is just, there's nothing extraordinary about me, but I think that it's really fun to show what we as humans are capable of doing. And like I said, that's just across the board. So right now I'm relishing in that. Wow, we can go this far, we can endure this much discomfort. What else are we capable of doing? And so I'm just so grateful to make it to the finish line.
Well, Sally, I think that there's there's well over 1,300 people in our chat that would find that would disagree about the fact that there's nothing special about you, because what you did this week has really inspired a ton of people that have been following this race.
Oh, thank you. I there's a lot of people that send us, Eddie and myself, messages and emails, on the daily, and they share their stories with us. And that's just going back to the community. I've been so inspired by being able to connect with people and hearing their real stories of struggle and in real life situations. And I think being able to use running as a metaphor for all of that has not only encouraged Eddie and I, but we know that we've been able to create a really cool community through that too. And man, I keep looking at the chat right now and just seeing everyone, and then there just solidifies that. So thank you.
Yeah, it's blowing up. I mean, every time we showed you on screen, one of my favorite experiences of this race was seeing you heading through the dells through right by Watson Lake there, and we had a drone overhead. We had Jamil with you. We had your film crew there. It really felt like a special moment. It was so fun to be following you right there, and it was also a gorgeous backdrop with the dells in the background.
There were so many. I mean, I'd never been to almost every single part that we ran through on the course. So I was genuinely just taken aback through every single segment. But the one thing that I really loved was the absolute joy on Jamil's face when he found me. And he's telling me like, oh, this part of the dells. Oh, you just wait till you get up here. And it was, honestly, that's one of the things that drew me to the race, was seeing the film that Steve and Jamil did about this course and why they put it together, and just the real love that they have for the trails and their land. And I about what they do, that definitely is who Jamil is. He puts his whole heart into these races. He puts his whole heart into the courses and creating an experience. So I got to see him a couple times out on the race course, and when he joined us for the dells, that was really special, because he was like a little kid. And I think it's really neat to know that when you sign up for a race, it's not just we're getting people t-shirts and medals. It's like he really wanted to create an experience, and it genuinely was one of the greatest trail experiences I think I've ever had in my life.
Thanks, Sally. That means a lot. Did it live up to the hype?
And then some. I mean, and then some. I think because the distance is so far, it is difficult to wrap your mind around what each part can be like. I mean, after a while, I forgot what day it was. So I was like, I think I only slept for maybe a total of 2 hours and 40 minutes. And, so there's so many different parts that it was difficult to prep for or really wrap my mind around. And so I think that being able to be in a race that is constantly surprising you and allowing you to experience things that maybe that you don't experience in your everyday life, or to the extreme that I was experiencing, that's a massive gift. So I think that the 200 distance it's more than an ultra. It's an epic, and it's definitely something that I think that people should put on their bucket list, because it is very different from a 100-mile race. And I love the 100-mile distance. This just like knocked my socks off. So it was incredible. I'll never forget it. You never forget your first.
Sally, that is so well put. And just looking over, me and Jeff here are just nodding with like everything you're saying, which is really, I think, really funny.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool, Sally, because they are. I'm sitting between Jamil and Jeff, and there's this knowing glance and nod that is going on between them as you're sharing your experience. Each of Jeff and Jamil and you have all done one of these epic 200+ mile races, and there's a commonality between all of you now. You can there are things that you can share that the rest of us can only imagine. So it's been really cool to follow this journey, and we can't wait to see what happens next as you are able to take all of this information that you've learned and apply it to the next steps in your journey.
Sally, there's also a lot of love
Yeah, I
for.
mean, we had
I was gonna say there's a lot of love in the chat for Eddie.
for Eddie.
Yep.
Yeah, which really just warms my heart because Eddie doesn't like attention. He's very opposite of me. I mean, he just got his Instagram account set up like a year and a half ago. He is just has always been a pillar of strength in my life and my number one support, and is always so willing to be there for me. And to see him really dive in not only into our YouTube, but the way that he engaged with all of you guys during this week. I mean, he was so happy. He was having so much fun. But yeah, he's a very good man, and I'm super grateful for him. And we have a lot of fun doing this stuff together. It's all an adventure for both of us. But yeah, Eddie is he's usually like introverted and a little bit quiet. He won't ever talk about himself. So I love that people are getting to know him in this way. So thank you for all the love for him.
Well, what do you plan? All right, I don't mean like what's next in terms of races, but what's next for you right now, as in like this minute? You gonna go and grab something to eat? You gonna go and take a nap? You gonna do some triage on your body and kind of figure out where to go from there, or what are you gonna be doing here in the next couple hours?
Yeah. Well, I'm so excited to lay flat. To like lay on a bed is just, and like take a shower. I am a little nervous about taking off my shoes and socks. There's a point where my feet were so bad that I thought it doesn't really make sense to keep on changing my socks and my shoes. So I have left them alone for like a solid 40 hours. And yeah, they don't feel great. So I'm a little nervous to see what they look like. But outside of that, I love to eat. Post-race meal is going to be going on the entire week. And then, of course, we have Drew and Tyler here who are putting together a film based on this race. So real excited to share that with you. But we'll probably do a little bit of filming and some interviewing tonight, just so they get the real raw insight, into the race. So that's the most immediate stuff.
I did. I mean, I could talk with you all night, Sally, about this, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we don't keep you from being able to rest. Do you have any other thoughts that you'd like to share with all of the people that have been following this journey with you, or?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, people that like took the time to tune in, to watch, and interact not only with each other in the chat, but just to send the kind messages. I genuinely want to say thank you so much, because there's a few times I came into the aid stations and I was pretty down, just really just experiencing some pretty intense discomfort. And Eddie was so excited to be able to share just all of the kind words with me, which made me think of you while I was running. I thought about the people that were either watching the chat or that were sending messages through that were genuinely cheering for me. And I want you to know that it helped. And I just want to say thank you. But the second thing is just, I know I had said it earlier, but it's pretty amazing what we are all capable of doing. So I just want to encourage everyone in the chat, whatever that thing is that you want to do, or whatever that challenge or goal or hard thing, get after it. Don't be afraid to fail. I mean, that was definitely my goal for this race, was I just wasn't afraid to fail, wasn't afraid to be a full-blown rookie out there. And sometimes those are the best adventures. So I just want to encourage all of you guys in that. It's never too late to go after a big dream or try something hard. You're worth it. And thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Sally. We'll let you enjoy your evening and enjoy your accomplishment. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Big love to you guys. Thanks for being here.
Folks, that was Sally McRae, incredibly lucid and chatty after her first 250-mile attempt. Congratulations, Sally. Looking good out there. We are following our next finisher here. Of course, Sally did bring in a lot of eyes and a lot of people hanging out to see her finish. Stick around. We've still got stories upon stories for days here at the Cocodona 250. And our next story that is going to be written here would be that for our next projected finisher, Michael Kirshen from Denver, Colorado, bib number 57. Michael Kirshen, he's a few short blocks out from finishing this race. Michael has run. He's got some race experience. He's run High Lonesome, Haviland 100, CCC in Chamonix. So he's made the rounds. I don't know if he's taking a quick peek. I think this is likely his first 200. So congratulations to Michael. I'll see if we've got any information on him in our in the runner survey. If he did fill that out, we can give a little bit more information on him. I'm not quite sure if he doesn't look like he might have filled out the runner survey, but we will keep an eye on him as he makes his last few strides down Beaver Street before he makes that left on Birch. Michelle Benno, I'm not leaving till I get sleepy. I wish I had that luxury. Jeff,
I'm getting sleepy.
I totally understand.
That's why I'm so quiet over here. You guys expect me to talk, or you guys have to ask me questions because I'm over here like going.
I feel like you're
that Flota didn't do anything. That caffeine didn't even hit me at all, man. It just bounced off me.
Well, to be fair, you've been up almost all but you've been basically up all but 1 hour since early Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're talking
since 4:55 a.m. on Wednesday morning. I've only slept 45 minutes.
So yeah, you're basically 40 plus hours into your day, so to speak.
This is good 250 training.
Yes, it's great 250 training. So I mean, you've done this in the past, but yeah, I mean, I'm grateful. We'll let you go here in a few moments, but I just wanted to say thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate you coming in. I know that you have a family from out of town, but it's been a great opportunity for me personally to get to talk and ask a lot of the questions that I've wanted to for some time after beginning to follow your career more intently after your amazing back-to-back Western States Hard Rock year. That was where I first really started to pay close attention to your career.
Keep going straight.
And seeing you go back-to-back and have amazing performances at Western States and then at Hard Rock. That was what was it, 2018, right?
2016 was the first year I did it.
Okay. First time you did the double.
Yep.
Okay.
But I did it again in 2018 as well.
Okay. I think that 2018 might have been my first exposure to you doing it, but for those that are wondering, what does Jeff Browning have on the horizon?
Besides the I'm doing the Rocky Mountain Slam,
Mm-hmm.
so that's coming up next this summer. So 400s and from June through September.
Keep going straight.
And then
that light is Birch.
Then
You're gonna
Cocodona
go across the
250
street,
next
take a
year,
left.
and that's all I have planned right now. I don't really have anything else on the horizon that I've solidified yet.
Well, Jeff, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here on the live stream, and I'd love to bring you on again sometime. Next year, obviously not going to quite work out for you if you're running the Cocodona 250.
Hopefully.
But we're looking forward to following your adventures this summer in the Rocky Mountain Slam. Once again, for people interested in working with you and the coaches that you have with your organization, how do they find out about that?
Yeah, go to my website,
Go across the street, take a left.
gobroncobilly.com, or you can follow me on Instagram at
Yep,
gobroncobilly.
All right. Well, Jeff, thanks again for hanging out, and
Yeah, my
I'm sure
pleasure,
we'll see
Chris.
you around here the rest of the week.
Yeah, thanks.
Take care.
Cheers.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Browning,
Yeah,
everybody,
Jamil.
Bronco Billy, as we see our most recent finisher, or soon-to-be most recent finisher, Michael Kirshen from Denver, Colorado, drawing to a close. He's made the left on Birch. He's heading down Birch, and he's going to be making that right turn down Cocodona Alley, and we will be here to catch that and celebrate his accomplishments here at the Cocodona 250. We're going to do a quick wrap around coverage of the course and where people need to be and when in terms of cutoffs here in just a moment as well. So stick with us. We're going to follow Michael in. So take care. Be back in just a moment. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
Yeah,
for,
absolutely.
It was, like I said, it was
See you, man.
great.
Yeah, you were right about that section. It's a lot like hard rock coming out Jerome.
Oh, right.
It's
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious.
That's
Yeah.
a cute shot right there. Hugging his
Oh,
kid.
thanks, guys.
Yeah, kind of a fun start to that race, huh? Just kind of
Yeah,
bombing
easy
down.
to bomb your legs.
Oh, heck yeah.
I probably went a little too hard.
You can turn me back on. You guys should still talk. I'm gonna call this.
Right on. See you, man.
Yep.
Take care, Jeff. Michael Kirshen finishing his Cocodona 250, greeted by a young child here at the end of Cocodona Alley, and looks like he's going to bring it in with family in style. These are the moments that are so inspiring and enjoyable to see the family making it truly truly something to behold here at the finish line. This is Chris Warden. I'm here with Jamil Curry. Jamil, you finished this race in the inaugural year in 2021, and your whole family was pretty much at the finish line as well. Can you describe that feeling? Or, how does it hit?
It's good. For me in Cocodona, I was just ready to be done. That was my main feeling. But yeah, I've done a lot of events over the years, so I think for me, the difference for Cocodona was it was so long, like it was mind numbing to think about. I was out there almost 93 hours and then just ready to be done.
Well,
my feet had kind of fallen apart in the last 20 miles. So,
well, to be candid, you really only have yourself to blame for this because this was your brainchild.
Well, yeah. I didn't anticipate having like giant blisters on the bottoms of my feet, but it does happen. We did have a question in the chat about a Fort Tuthill cam, and
Sure,
we do
yeah.
have that.
Folks,
We actually have a couple.
Jamil and I are just here to kind of keep the car on the road here as we are following some wraparound coverage at the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125. We'll be tuning in tomorrow morning to watch the start of the Eldon Crest 36 and follow those athletes as they actually depart from Fort Tuthill at 7 a.m. here, and then we'll head through the Walnut Canyon section of the race. Head from there over to the base of Mount Eldon, climb Mount Eldon all the way to the summit, head over to Pete's Meats Aid Station, and then down off Eldon through Buffalo Park, then down Beaver Street, and finally that left on Birch to the finish line. So that is what is in store for the runners, both who are going to be starting the Eldon Crest 36 tomorrow, and also for those runners who are making it here, whether they're running Cocodona or they're running Sedona Canyons. So you can see Howie Stern, the incomparable photographer, taking a shot here of a runner as they're being tended to. For those who remember last year's epic finish with Stephen Park, down the alley, Howie caught a shot that made the cover of Ultra Running magazine, and it reminds me so much, Jamil, of your reaction when you saw what was going on at that finish. You know, for you to come around the corner, you saw it before we did here on the live stream. All we heard was you saying, "Oh my God," and your reaction, you know, gave me a couple seconds of heart stoppage because I was like, what is he looking at? What is he seeing? And then when you pan the camera over to follow Steven into that human spirit tunnel, oh man, that's what the essence of this race is all about, the spirit of Cocodona.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm already seeing some of these images that Howie is taking at this aid station. We saw Andre Lee. He was sharing it to we have a WhatsApp we share, and it's awesome to see. We're going to get some good feet pics out of this one for any of you that are interested in that.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, for those interested.
For medical purposes.
Absolutely. Well, what's funny is that, talking about that, Sally McRae was not shy during her race whenever she was interacting with us, or whenever Eddie was interacting with us, that her feet were not in the best of shape as she was going through this race. Early on, Andy Jones-Wilkins said that she was dealing with foot issues as early as mile 37. So, and we had people following along that were actually asking, "Hey, do we have any pictures of Sally's feet?" And they were trying to say, like, kind of trying to recant and backpedal and say, not for any sort of sinister reason, but just to see carnage. Sometimes it's fascinating to see the wear and tear of the human body when you're talking about a 200 plus mile race. But I'm sure Howie is not shy about catching raw, visceral images during this or any other race. So I'm sure that there will be plenty. As you can see, this runner being tended to and probably dealing with some maybe some blister assistance or some chafing as well.
We want to thank Megan for these images here. Megan, if you can unmute, we can maybe hear a little bit of what's going on out there. And there was some questions about Andy Glaze. And from my estimations, he's actually getting pretty close to Fort Tuthill. I don't know exactly what time he's expected to arrive there, but it could be in the next 20 minutes or so. So he should be coming into this aid station. It is a much colder night tonight than it was last night. Mm-hmm. Like I was out at the finish line and getting really chilled. You can see that roll up door, that yellow one. They had that completely open last night when I was out there when Jeff Browning came through. And you can see they've got it closed off. They're probably trying to keep it a little bit warmer inside here as folks come in and out, and they just have that door open.
Yeah, folks, we appreciate we had some Super Chat donations while Sally McRae was on with our interview post-race, and I did not get to personalizing all of them, but we appreciate all of your contributions that help make this coverage possible. Yeah, foot care is so vital in any ultra race, let alone one of this magnitude. So, even if you're at Fort Tuthill, which is basically the gateway to Flagstaff, perhaps about 36 to 38 miles remaining, you got to make sure that you've got everything taken care of. Otherwise, that last section of the Cocodona 250 or Sedona Canyons 125 is going to be pretty rough. I'm going to take a look on my sheets and verify what we're looking at as far as cutoffs. Our next cutoff on the course for both the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Canyons 125 is Munns Park. Munns Park is 192 miles in for the 250 milers, and it is 67 miles in for the 125 runners. Those runners have to be in and out of the aid station by 1 a.m. I don't know how many people we have behind them at that point, behind those cutoffs. I'm going to take a quick peek and check on our runner tracking. I would assume not many. The one thing that I've seen is that the runners that are still on the course seem to be moving pretty well. We've only got a handful of runners that seem to be out of or still behind that aid. Andrea Moore from Dallas, Texas, is currently at mile 190, so about a mile out.
This is our as you talk about this is
Yeah.
our Munns Park camera feed. So this is quite a bit back on course. I don't have the mileage memorized. This is mile 192, Munns Park. And so it looks like there are a lot of numbers here, and this is a sleep station, so it looks like dispersed between vehicles, and there, I believe, is an indoor space with some cots for folks. You know, we have sleep stations out there, so you know they're getting rest tonight. They have some of these folks have not only this whole night to go through, but an entire another night to go through, if you can believe it, before they're going to reach the finish line in Flagstaff.
Oh, yeah, and that Saturday morning, we're going to be following these runners in as they head through the streets of Flagstaff. And, you know, they'll be hurting and they'll be ragged, but by golly, they're still going to keep going. As Chasing Cutoffs is helping to update the back of the pack as well, shout out Chasing Cutoffs podcast. They said that Jenny Dolak is still crushing in DFL. Jenny has been running with the pacer for hours and refuses to quit. You know, it's very inspiring to see the back of the pack out there as a back of the pack runner myself. Jenny Dolak currently about mile 181, so has about 11 miles to go between now and 1 a.m. Might be cutting a little bit close in order to try and get any significant rest. So hopefully Jenny is rested and ready to push from there, because it's not as if, unless she picks up significantly, that she's going to have a lot of time to hang out at the aid station. That is our current back of the packer for the Cocodona. Elizabeth Russ about mile 182, so about 10 miles out. Mark Tetrault at mile 184. Sean Barnes, mile 184. Rachel Bambrick about mile 187. And the closer you get to the station, obviously, these runners are going to have a better chance to get through. Rebecca Walker, Brian Booth. And as I can tell, there's only one runner that is yet to make it to the aid station at Munns Park that is running the Sedona Canyons 125, which is good news. And that is Benjamin Kuhn. Benjamin Kuhn is currently the DFL position for Sedona Canyons 125.
Huge shout out to Leah Yingling for this super chat donation.
Awesome.
She says she's carrying the entire team at this point. Brett Horning says he is just fresh out. He must have spent all his stipend at the Diablo Burger tonight.
Well, he just asked where's that crypto donation button.
We're gonna have to talk to YouTube about that.
Yeah, shout out to Brett and Finn, Brett Hornig and Finn Melanson from the Single Track Pod. I mean, they've been holding down the fort during the midday, and when things are hopping, they're on the call and keep things moving. And when even when things aren't moving especially fast on the live stream, because there are times, we know that it's not always going to be exciting and dynamic, but man, those guys have so many things to talk about and so many perspectives that I really enjoy following along with them, even if there's not anything that is hopping in the race itself.
Shout out to Travis Longcar. He is creating a bit of a competition here with the super chats. He just dropped $20 here, and of course, he also just signed up for Sedona Canyons for next year.
That's right. I can't wait.
And Aid Station Fireball here, not going to let Leah have all the glory, dropping some Canadian on us here, Canadian dollars.
And of course, Aid Station Fireball in the Elgin Crest 36 next year.
And of course, Brett Horning also with the super chat donation here. He scrounged up some change. I'm trying to not lose track of what's happening at this aid station here, which is becoming quite active here. And there he is, folks. Andy Glaze, you've been waiting for it. He's made it to Fort Tuthill here.
Megan, are you able to unmute possibly?
That would be great.
If you can, we'll definitely know that very quickly. But Andrew Glaze, a crowd favorite as well here at the Cocodona 250. We'll be keeping an eye on him as he works through the aid station, roughly 36, 37 miles from the finish line of the Cocodona 250.
Well, we'll see if we can get her to unmute here.
Yeah, thanks for all these super chat donations. As we mentioned, Aid Station Fireball coming out to run Eldon Crest 36 next year. If you want to join Travis Longcar, Aid Station Fireball, and others, the Cocodona website now has a link to ultra sign up for the 2024 edition of Cocodona in all its glory. The Cocodona 250,
I got my
the
baby enough
the
face.
Sedona Canyons 125, and the Eldon Crest 36.
Yeah, this
You
guy's
can register for any one of those on Ultra Sign Up.
I'll
You
be
can
there.
basically just go there and search in the window for Cocodona. You can join. So far, we've got 14 official registrations in-house for Cocodona 250. We also have one verbal from Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning, who's hanging out with us here tonight on Aravaipa After Dark. Shout out to Bronco Billy for hanging with us.
Fucking do this. Let's go to rivers.
Again, we're going to see if we can get audio. I cannot make any promises, but we'll do what we can. On the Sedona Canyons race, as we mentioned, Travis Longcar and a dozen other people are registered to run that race next year. And this year's race hasn't even finished. And even more amazing than that, the Eldon Crest 36 has a dozen registrations. And the race for this year hasn't even started.
When I saw you on cam talking about the
you know,
shirt
thanks
for
for
your,
joining in with
was
us
it
on
Coco
the,
Canyon challenge, I was texting somebody
on
in the middle of the night
Aravaipa
saying, I
Running
have a
live stream
challenge for you.
as we watch
You get a
the
free
Cocodona
shirt.
250, the Eldon Crest 36, and
Yes.
the Sedona Canyons 125.
So we're spreading the word.
For those just tuning in, my name is Chris Warden, and I am your host, your guide for Aravaipa After Dark. Oh, the super chat donations coming in fast and furious. Thank you so much. You know, this is truly a labor of love. Nobody gets rich doing live streaming of ultra running races. I can assure you of that. But we appreciate the generosity because that helps keep us on the air and doing what we love. Kelly Paulson, thank you for the donation. Audrey Kelly, thank you as well. Leah Jones, thank you for your generosity. And as we mentioned before, Travis Longcar as well. Thank you all for your contributions. If there's a runner you're looking for, I actually see Will Bruner and Stephen Crawford, two of our Phoenix, Arizona locals. Will Bruner notably has finished an ultra in every state. Was not able to complete his Cocodona journey. Had to drop from the race earlier. Seeing Dr. Stephen Crawford, the man with the unmistakable beard in the background, Stephen Crawford has completed the Cocodona 250. He did so in 2021.
You want your chair though?
Right now we're looking at Andrew Glaze as he basically just hanging out, having a seat, grabbing some grub at Fort Tuttle Aid, about mile 213 or so in the Cocodona 250. Yeah, Carmela, we don't have the audio there. That's why I'm talking.
I want to do a pond burn.
Chasing Cutoffs podcast with an update. Elizabeth Russ, currently second in the DFL podium, is back for her second Cocodona 250. Elizabeth DNF'd in 2022 at mile 66, but is still fighting her way to the finish. So keep it up. I see some love in the chat for Courtney Boyle. Courtney Boyle is one of the nine, one of the few, one of the proud, one of the people going for their third Cocodona 250 finish. So Courtney Boyle, that's a name I recognized. Keeping up with her as she makes her journey down to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Folks, if you're looking for a specific runner that we don't see on camera, we're kind of limited at night. That's one of the things about Aravaipa After Dark that we kind of go off the rails as much as humanly possible because we don't have the drones. Do we have audio now?
So we actually had audio the entire time. It's just we weren't monitoring it.
There's like nobody out.
So we're good now.
Okay, so I didn't have it in my monitor.
We didn't have it in our monitor, but everyone was hearing it, so it was kind of drowning you out, which I did not know that was happening.
That's okay.
So we're good now.
We're good.
The mic is hot on there.
That's not how the Drake thing.
Check it out. I mean, I can just mute it again.
That's fine. No, we can listen to them.
You're right. Oh yeah.
This aid station is let me mute that. This aid station is serving up some really great pasta sauce, and then they had meatballs or vegan meatballs. And Chris St. Jean was talking about that in his finished interview. And I was actually there last night when he was going through there and how to plate myself. And I think it's one of my favorite meals that Aravaipa puts together. We only have it at select races. I know that we had it out at Tusher's at Miners Park this last year. I'm trying to think of like the different aid stations that do serve that meal, but it's definitely one of my favorites.
Well, across the years, you have the opportunity.
Definitely across
to do
the years,
everything. Yeah. That's one of my favorite buffets that is cleverly disguised as a race, is across the years.
So let's see. They're asking what other cameras do we have out on course right now? We'll maybe check back in with Andy Glaze here in a second. I know he's a fan favorite, but we do have. I went and set this one up earlier. We do have. Oh, did it just disappear? It's not popping up. Let me work on that. I have a camera out at Walnut Canyon. It's just not pulling up for me right now.
Okay. Well, what you're seeing right now for those just tuning in is the finish line of the Cocodona 250 and Sedona Canyons 125. It is going to be a hopping place here over the next day and a half as runners that are currently on course have about 36 and a half hours to make their way to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. I was down there earlier today. I was there some of the time that Jamil was down there. First of all, you're right. It was getting cold down there. I couldn't believe how cold I was, only wearing one layer. As now we pivoted to Munns Park, the next cutoff aid station here on the course. But one of the cool things about Cocodona is that not everybody knows what's going on, but they can tell there's definitely a buzz, a hype. I saw a family walking down Birch Street, and they walked past the alley, and there was a young child with their father, and they looked down and they said, they stopped to look, and the father just kept on walking, and when the kid stopped, the father turned around, had already passed the alley, and said, "Hey, let's go." And the kid looks over and he kind of shrugs his shoulders and he says, "Well, there's something going on down there." So, we definitely have that buzz, that hype that is working its way through the town of Flagstaff, and we picked up some fans along the way. I wish I could remember her name. I know we'll see her on Saturday morning, but there is a bike lady, a fan that just hangs out on the last stretch of Beaver Street to cheer on runners, and she was basically following in on her bike for the last several in last year's iteration of the Cocodona.
I was able to get this pulled in. So what you're looking at here is Walnut Canyon, and the theme of this one is Cinco de Mayo, which we're getting very close to now. But they have something called I believe it's called a walking taco.
Yeah.
I had never heard of this, but apparently it's a thing.
I only learned about it maybe about a year or so ago, and I think we did it for somebody's birthday when we were camping. Yeah, that's what it was. I was out with friends camping at Lockett Meadow, and so one of the people, we were celebrating. I think it was Chris Turner, his birthday, and they mentioned we're going to do walking tacos. And I had no idea what it was. It's perfect for a kid's birthday party. It is absolutely, like, for those that aren't familiar with the walking taco, at least the version that I saw, basically you just take a fun-sized bag of, like, Fritos or something like that, and you just throw everything in it and mix it up, and, it makes far less mess than a traditional taco.
Yeah, that's exactly my understanding. So maybe I can try one tomorrow. We'll see if they have any left at the end of the day.
Absolutely. That would be fantastic, especially for trying to eat on the run, as some of these runners will be tomorrow coming from Walnut Canyon. Walnut Canyon is roughly 20 miles, I believe, from the aid station, or from the finish, rather. Maybe about 22 miles from the finish for the runners. One of the things about this race is that the further you go, the fewer drops you have. I believe that by the time runners hit Walnut Canyon, we only had one person that had opted to pull the plug here at Walnut Canyon. So
we are now over Munns Park. This is with Ruth. And I haven't seen much of the inside of Munns Park aid station, actually, so this is kind of cool to see what's going on over here.
Ruth, is there a building that the runners have access to that's, like, I don't want to, like, walk into a sleep station or anything like that, but is there, like, a warming area perhaps on the inside that we haven't seen yet?
I think she's going to try and unmute here maybe.
Yeah, for the person that was just asking about whether or not we were going to be following finishers, yeah, we're going to do our best to follow as many finishers as possible. Tomorrow, that's going to be an adventure, as there are going to be a lot more finishers, as the Sedona Canyons and the Cocodona and the Eldon Crest 36 will all be on course. Yeah, Snow Mongoose, we're showing all the finishers. We just haven't had very many at this point.
Well, I was trying to look ahead because at this point, we're not sure how late we're going to go. We were kind of slating between 8 and 10, and so we're getting kind of close to 10, but I don't believe we have any more runner cams into the finish at this point.
Yeah, I believe Spider Pena let me know that he was going to be done at 9 p.m. So
and then, yeah, I think some of our others have been running around a lot, so they're going to be resting up for tomorrow. So we're a little light on those at the moment, but we do have, there's Kevin Hadfield, it looks like, coming across Buffalo Park. We also have David Meow. And then, oh, wow, look at that. I'm looking at the track leaders. We had two women in the Sedona Canyons 125, Jennifer Schwegeler and Leah Genth, coming in soon. They are, it looks like, on the final little uphill approach to the wide open Buffalo Park Road. But then Leah all of a sudden pinged near the top of Eldon randomly. Yeah, on like the Blue Dot Trail, so it's kind of bouncing a little in those canyons.
Yeah, they had been actually neck and neck for a significant amount of time. So, maybe our opportunity to go and get some rest tonight might come after one of them finishes or both of them finish, because I believe that would actually round out the podium on the women's side for the Sedona Canyons.
So I was kind of thinking that might be a good stopping point, as long as you have another maybe 20 minutes in you.
So I get out early for the first time all week. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I can also rally and stay as late as you'd like.
No, I'm all good, Jamil. I think that's actually probably a good stopping point. It becomes harder to call and prognosticate when we don't have the follow cams on course. So, we do our best to bring everybody we can to you, but the logistical limitations are what they are. But right now we've got a static cam at.
Is Sticker Gang a thing? Have you guys been doing this all week?
I don't know what that is.
So it looks like you drop a super chat on an emoji. So Michelle Baino here drops some sunglass emoji. I'm just rolling with it here.
I didn't know what that is. I'm old, Jamel. I don't know these things.
It's super chats. That's what it's all about.
Oh.
You got to flex.
Like this is something that happens on like live YouTube streams and stuff like that?
I'm thinking so. We might need a little help from the
only
chat
live
here.
streams I ever watch are trail running related. Like that's it. I don't watch much at all beyond beyond the coverage that I can get as far as trail running. So I guess that makes me kind of myopic and old. But Matthew Feldake with the love for the blue dot for life.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually just because of what I just said, I just got a text from Race Command, and they're like, "Yeah, Leah's actually fine." I actually saw her just a second ago, right behind. Oh, now she's back on course. So
yeah, Race Command has been on it. I actually only tried to.
Got to be careful what you say because they are listening. They're always listening.
Absolutely. And I did reach out to a Race Command about one runner that seemed like they were not pinging for a while, but they were already on it. So we do our best to make sure that we let Race Command know, but 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, they're already on it. So. And we have very few people that go significantly off course during the Cocodona races. I believe there were a couple notable situations last year, but I would say outside of maybe 2 or 3 people, anybody who was off more than a quarter mile got course corrected fairly quick.
Do you want to pull up on the iPad real quick?
Absolutely.
And I just want to kind of take a look at and go in reverse up Eldon. And just give a shout out to some of these folks and a little update on where they're at, because there's a lot of people coming in here.
Do you want me to pull up the
track leaders? Yeah, the track leaders map. Let me know when you've.
That's the one with the GPS.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
That's
let's
perfect.
Zoom into Eldon a little bit.
Yeah, so
here.
go a little down. The folks we were just talking about. These are the ones that were a little bit to your left.
Oh, okay.
On Buffalo
These
Park.
two.
Yeah. So. Those are the ones that I think they're going to come in rapid succession here. I mean, they're getting close to getting through Buffalo Park here. So we got Leah Genth and Jennifer. They're both in Sedona Canyons. And then going up a little bit further, we have Speedland athlete Don Reichelt coming on in. And then Jimmy Strayhorn right behind him coming down Eldon Lookout Road. We've got Fred Roberts, absolute legend.
Yeah, Fred is been
5-time Mogollon Monster finisher, I believe.
Yeah.
Or if not more. I forget how many Javelina hundreds he has, but I think it's maybe 10.
Over 10, yeah. I was going to say he's in the double digits. Fred has been around forever, and he's got a long, storied ultra running career, including a couple podiums at some of those races.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's been around a while. I saw him at the start of Sedona Canyons, and he was giddy as a kid. Just he's like something new, and he was pretty pumped for it. And he saw him again around mile 11 in Dead Horse State Park, and he was just gliding effortlessly. It was amazing to see. He's such a strong runner.
Absolutely. And also showing at the top of Eldon right now, as I mentioned, bib number 28, Nick Pedersen. So those are the next few people. One of the names that I'm familiar with. Are you familiar with Jimmy Strayhorn at all?
Oh, of course.
Okay, because whenever I bring his name up, some people are not. And, he's a younger, I guess, for this space, ultra runner, about 30 years old. His PR for the 100-mile is about 16 hours. He's run jackpot multiple times, and he trained for this race with Pete Kostelnik, and they actually met at Solstice, and ever since then, he and Pete have been working together to try and improve their skills. So, shout out to Jimmy Strayhorn, as it looks like he's probably a couple hours out from finishing.
And Lori Bach here in the chat is cheering on Michael Bach, he just went over the summit of Eldon, which we did do this year for the first time, the actual summit.
Yeah, I was surprised to find that out.
it's due to the snow conditions, but it might be something that we keep in the race. So
an extra 300 feet of climb.
Yeah, he's coming over the top of Eldon. I mean, you get that close, you might as well, I suppose.
That's fair.
But then this is kind of interesting. Look at the climb up Eldon Lookout Trail right now. It's a bit of a party out there right now. Or maybe it's people like sticking together in packs because it's windy and cold. But look at how many Sedona Canyons runners are right there. So this is like the kind of this mid-pack of Sedona Canyons athletes. And I wasn't quite sure how this was all going to play out with the 250, but it looks like, at least for this portion, is a pretty solid pack of athletes, even right behind them, where you don't have many 250 athletes, but you have a ton of the Sedona Canyons athletes.
Yeah, of course, at the start of that climb is where things are naturally going to bunch up together because it is quite the steep climb to get to the top of Eldon.
And I'm going to go let's bring it back to Fort Tuthill, and let's get some audio here with Megan, if we can try that again. I'm going to unmute. We've got Andy Glaze here, taking a minute. And I'm not sure if Megan can hear us, but if we can get her to unmute, we can get some audio on this. Well, how do you think he's looking, Mr. Coco Canyons 350?
I think he looks fantastic right now. He looks lucid. He seems to be more comfortable than I would be at this point. Of course, in case you hadn't heard, and I know you've heard, Andrew Glaze ran the Canyons last weekend and basically scooted over to Black Canyon City as quickly as possible to be there for the start of the Cocodona 250. So he's logged a lot of miles, but then again, he's no stranger to logging a lot of miles. As how long is his streak now? About 165 weeks or something like that?
Yep.
Where
I'd have lost count at this point.
Yeah, I think that it's somewhere in that range. But
so he's just running like a couple more miles than normal per day right now, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really, that's what it is. Andrew Glaze has a running streak, I believe, of 165 weeks of 100 or more miles.
Oh, here we go. We got a little beta from Kelly Paulson, who says he just updated his stories. He said he's going to take a nap, but he's feeling good. And honestly, I think that's a genius move.
Sure.
Fort Tuthill, you got 30, I think it's actually a little more than 36 miles to the finish from here. Still, that's a ways.
Yeah.
But in this building, there's actually a nice heated room with a ton of cots. It's dark. It's relatively quiet. It's a great place if you want to take a nap and a rest. This is be the place to do it. Because if you look ahead, it's going to be dirt naps.
It's the last indoor aid station.
That's about all there's going to be. Because I don't even think there's really much at Walnut Canyon in terms of like sleep tents. There might be a few.
Yeah, I know that
a few emergency ones maybe.
Yeah, it's technically not a sleep
there
station.
he goes. He just went into the sleep room, so it is confirmed.
And I see, that's Jan Rice. Jan Rice was the first person to sign up for the 2024 iteration of the Eldon Crest 36.
Andre Lee's taken some time.
Yeah, he's been there a little while. Well, he's learned. He's now a veteran of ridiculously long distances, having run Cocodona in the past, and now he's running the Sedona Canyons. And with them is actually one of my co-hosts for Aravaipa After Dark earlier this week. She was in here last night. That is Corinne Brown. And Corinne has been stretching runners out. She's got some massage boots that runners have been able to throw on. and yeah, she also professionally stretches runners out as well on the course, and I'm sure that's that's a very welcome thing for these runners as they hit this aid station with basically about 60K to go.
Yeah, and that is the nice thing about the Sedona Canyons, with it starting on Wednesday and then you have all the way until the cutoff. We wanted to contain the race within the larger 250, so we're not adding even more hours that we have volunteers and staff out there. You have 75 hours to finish this event, so I think what's great about it is it's a 100+ mile distance that is attainable for almost anyone. That is quite a generous time cutoff, and there's not a lot of events that would be able to have this sort of a cutoff. If this was a standalone race that was just 125 miles, there's no way that we would have a cutoff of 75 hours.
No, it'd be
maybe
close to 40 years.
Probably would do like 40 hours, so you have almost twice as long to complete this event, which I think opens it up to a whole new crop of people. So, there's some folks that as you age, it gets harder to meet those cutoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be a great option for you. Or if you're just newer to the sport, or, have a bit of a slower pace, or maybe you just want to come out and run during the daylight hours mostly, take advantage of the sleep stations and do it as kind of a supported multi-day almost. You have quite a bit of time. So that's enough of my sales pitch, but it is kind of interesting. You see people, they might take more time than normal. Like Andre Lee here might be here for an hour hanging out, seeing who's coming through.
He could hang out overnight if he wanted to at this point. I mean, you've got that latitude, and Andre's a talented runner. I have no worries about his ability to finish this race, but he is able to take his time and savor it. And I'm sure that that brings up a point, Jamil, that we haven't talked about, you and I haven't talked about, that with some of these runners who have run Cocodona in the past, that are running Sedona Canyons 125 and Eldon Crest 36, at first glance, you might say, why do they want to do that? Why do they want to run a shorter version of the race they've already run, especially, 125 miles? Well, having spoken to Andre and Lisa Kravitz, who ran the Cocodona last year and is running Eldon Crest this year, their response was very similar. Is that Kyung Lee? Is that bib 149? Take a quick peek.
And we are keeping an eye on bib 62, David Meow. I may not be saying that correctly, but he seems to be picking up the pace. He's on kind of the home stretch here towards the finish. So we do not have a runner cam, but we're going to hopefully catch him here. We might go to our finish static cam for a minute here and just take a look. It looks like a couple staff photographers waiting out here for our next runners coming in.
So the reaction that I got when I asked Lisa Kravitz and Andre Lee why they were opting to do a shorter distance was that that Cocodona took so much out of them that they didn't really appreciate or were very interested in what they had to see out there in the second half or in the final stretch of the race. So they decided to, in order to enjoy the final miles of the course, that they would just run a shorter version of it. Lisa knowing full well that she'd be able to, run this race, tomorrow in, far less time and actually be able to enjoy the Eldon climb because she loves to climb. Andre, same thing. By the time he was here we go.
Whoa. Look at that.
Strong hustle into the finish line.
Lori Bott called it. Number 62 coming in hot.
Coming in very hot. Congratulations.
Oh, check. There's so much energy here. Look at that.
David Meow, congratulations.
Yep. And now he's heading back out. He's going to yo-yo it. Nope. Maybe. I think he's going to return back to Black Canyon City. He is
the Cocodouble.
He's giddy.
Look
at this. He's coming back in for another photo op. Mike Santos is just shaking his head. Where is he going?
Yeah. Okay. So looking at that, he just kind of thumbs up, shrugs his shoulders, and heads out.
Did he just take off?
So we've got the big screen in the back, and
yeah.
And he's running in kind of like a weird, haphazard fashion. He's heading.
He's
out.
gone. He just left.
Does he turn left or right when he gets to the end of the alley? That's what I want to know.
I'm pretty sure we just got our first official yo-yo start.
It looked like he went to the left. So, yeah, maybe he's heading back out to do the course backwards. Yeah, Brett, I thought that the camera person needed a redo too, but he never came back. He didn't get his redo.
Does anyone have any insights here?
Yeah, if you happen to know David Meow, we're actually really curious to see bib number 62.
I think David was he might have been, I didn't see the entire field at the start line in Black Canyon City, but I believe he might have been the only shirtless starter this year.
I can't imagine running out in the desert shirtless.
And he was still shirtless up at mile 17 when I saw him. So.
Oh, that's right, because that's the guy that we actually thought like he was wearing like a dark brown colored short, and we thought we had an incident on our hands.
We might be witnessing the beginnings of the Coco 500 or the Dona 500 or the Cocodona 500. I'm not sure what just happened. I guess we can. He still has his tracker with him, so we can keep an eye on where he's going. But the aid stations have shut down, so it's going to be more of a self-supported journey back down to the desert.
That would be bonkers, Jamel. I'm actually really curious now to see. If his tracker is still active and we're able. Yeah, because he's heading back out of the course.
Someone's saying that this is probably a plausible thing that is coming out of here. He probably went back to the runner behind him.
Oh, that's cool.
To run him in because they were pretty close to each other. So Kevin Hadfield is coming up next. So he might be running Kevin in.
That's one of the cool things about this race. I mean, you're out there, and I've never run that far, but you have. I mean, I'm sure that over the course of a 250-mile race, you just kind of pack together with people who happen to be running at your pace or moving at your pace. And we saw that earlier with two of our finishers, Kevin Tiffany and Nathan Williams. Basically, it looked like they were just like one of them kind of just patted the other in the shoulder, and the other one, gave a fist bump back, and it was like, I think that was just kind of this understood camaraderie, because when they got to the finish line, one of them went to go and greet their family. The other one just kind of sat down in a chair and chilled. It was obvious that they weren't they hadn't traveled together or anything outside of the fact that they maybe had traveled together for 100 or more miles on the trails of the Cocodona 250.
So, yeah, we will obviously keep an eye on this, but it does appear he's returning. He is moving backwards on course and potentially running him in. So I think we're just going to stick on this shot for now, because I really don't want to miss what's about to happen here.
Absolutely.
This is going to be great.
Yeah, Kevin Hadfield is, I'm guessing, probably heading down Beaver Street right now. His tracker pinged about 3 minutes ago, about a half block from the turn onto Beaver Street from West Forest Avenue. So that would put him roughly, I would say, maybe about a mile out, give or take, a little bit less than a mile, the stretch of Beaver Street. If I really wanted to be exact and know it, I would just go and check our filmer Shad's Strava from last year, as he ran it about 4 dozen times.
We have some beta that he was the one wearing shorty shorts and Vaporflies at the Satisfy Ranch aid station, Fain Ranch.
Vaporflies for this race?
Apparently.
That's an interesting choice.
We also have, looks like Kevin Hadfield, our next finisher. His mother is in the chat. Karen, shout out to you for tuning in, showing your support.
I love that aspect of this race, Jamil. I mean, last year, every year we have, family members in the chat. I mean, Killian Korth's brother Conrad was in the chat for much of his race this year. Last year, We had countless people. The first year we did this, one of our runners that was actually caught by our sweeper, Jen Laughlin, was sweeping / filming at the back of the pack as the final runner that she caught, Stan Berry, made it to Whiskey Row. Now Stan missed the cutoff, but while we were focusing on Stan, as it was the only camera we had that night, and frankly it was gripping viewing for us, Stan was on the course knowing that he had missed the cutoff. He knew that he wasn't going to be continuing on beyond Whiskey Row. But Jen was able to help relay messages between Stan on the course and his wife and daughter who were in the chat. So we were talking to them, we getting to know their family. I believe that Stan and his daughter came out later that year to run Heavily 100 together. So, these are the stories that really make this all worthwhile. So, thanks, Mama Hadfield, for hanging out with us. And, we're going to make sure that we do not miss your son's finish here at the finish line. Yeah, I think that we're also in for one last bit of drama here tonight, based on the tracker. So looking at the next two women to come into the finish line, they're both running the Sedona Canyons 125. And there are currently two women who have completed their 125, and that would be our winner, Rachel Buzzard, and our runner-up, Denise Barassa. Well, Leah Genth and Jennifer Schwegler are next in line, and from the looks of things, they are in a dead heat. Leah Genth was at mile 122.6 5 minutes ago, and Jennifer Schwegler was at mile... Oh, I just got a ping. Let me...
Here we go.
That's fantastic.
Here they come. Absolutely right.
Yeah, congratulations now to our next Cocodona finisher.
Oh. Did he come in with his pacer?
Was
okay.
That
I don't think that was Kevin Hadfield.
Maybe David dropped his pacer and went back to get
That's
him.
what it looked like, yeah. he was running like 5.6 miles per hour was his final thing. He just sprinted it in, and then he circled back, I think.
To grab his pacer.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that just happens in a race like this where you feel it and you drop your pacer. That happened at Hard Rock last year. It was kind of an interesting situation with Killian Jornet. Killian dropped his pacer, and while Killian is doing a post-race interview, we see another headlamp coming in hot like 5 minutes later. We thought it was Francois. No, it was the person who had won the opportunity to pace Killian at Hard Rock and goes right into the chute, and we were all so confused.
We went briefly there to Munns Park. I don't want to miss our next finisher, but we do have quite a few runners into Munns Park, and the cutoff is 1 a.m. So there's a handful that are still coming into there. You just saw a couple that came through. There's a lot of people that are taking advantage of that sleep station or sleeping in their vehicles. There's a nice big parking lot at that country club there, so people are, using the nighttime hours to get a rest.
I'm really trying to figure out what's going on with the women that are jockeying for the final podium spot in the Sedona Canyons 125. It looks like it could be potentially a dead heat. I need more pinging in my life. They're showing as a dead heat, but their satellites pinged at different times, so we'll keep an eye out. want to give a shout out to our sponsors while we've got a moment to breathe here at the Cocodona 250 coverage. Of course, the race is sponsored by Aravaipa Running, but I would like to give a shout out to our sponsors, Speedland, Satisfy, Catula, Spring Energy, Discover Flagstaff, Gnarly Sports Nutrition, Tannery Sunscreen, Ultra Aspire, Squirrels Nut Butter, and Rob Crar Tail and Ultra Coaching, as well as the Uptown Pub House and Latinos Run. Uptown Pub House is right down about a half block from the finish line. We have Headlamp coming down. Would this be our next finisher
It's
right here?
probably Kevin Hadfield.
Let's take a look. Kevin Hadfield, if it is, that would be bib number 50.
Strong finish there.
Absolutely. Looking like he is fairly fresh, all things considered. Congratulations to Kevin. Well done. We're going to keep hanging around here for a few more minutes, if only to verify the podium for the Sedona Canyons 125.
So this is for third place?
Yes.
Got it. So we had, let's see.
Rachel Buzzard was
Rachel
first.
Buzzard, then Denise Barasa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I conducted an interview with our second place finisher, Matt Kahn, and I don't have the capability to bring the video on, but I want to play this for you. I'm going to play it through my headset. I'm going to kind of old school it.
Hey, Chris.
Yo.
Just airdrop it to me.
How do I don't have an Apple device. I have a real phone. Is there a way I can get it to you that's...
Can you just text it to me?
I can try, but it won't fit. It's about a 2-minute interview.
Try it. Can you WhatsApp it to me?
That I can do.
Okay.
Folks, live TV is nothing like it.
We had a question here. Did number 62 finish?
Yeah, that was David Meow.
He not only finished once, he finished twice. And Karen Hadfield here in the chat can confirm that that is him, all right. Congrats, kiddo.
Chasing cutoffs, I am perfectly content with my Samsung Galaxy Ultra S23 and its 200 megapixel camera and 100 times magnification.
There's Kevin. And the chat saying that that is his wife.
Fantastic.
Looks like she joined him over Eldon. And then he just had to stride it out a little bit.
That's a heck of a partner willing to go up and over Eldon with you. That's
This is great. Look at that. Love that.
Yeah, these are the moments that I love about covering these
it's
events.
just such an amazing accomplishment. I think Sally said it very well. Like, you lose track of days. You cannot wrap your mind around this at all. It's an abstract achievement is the best way to put it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And, I mean, there are times where I just don't have a lot to say, and this is one of those times simply because I'm just soaking it all in. This gives me the Colleen and Saul Vidrio vibes from last year, where the husband and wife couple, as Jeff Browning mentioned, he coached Colleen last year, and they finished just under the gun.
Wow, Chris Gatton, thank you so much. Very generous super chat over here.
Thanks for hanging with us, Chris, and
Chris
you for the
says,
very
this is
generous
just
donation.
something. Here's to all the athletes, crew, staff, and volunteers. And there's Kevin Hadfield. Looks like getting his crew together. There are amazing athletes that are doing this solo with just the help of their drop bags and the volunteers out there. But there's also many runners that bring their crew along and create really a lifetime of memories here at an event like this, supporting each other. And you never know, those crews that are standing next to their runner could be future Cocodona entrants and future Cocodona finishers.
Yeah, I think that that's absolutely true because you know, it's one of those events that once you're a part of it, you want to be a part of it every year in some form or fashion. You know, and that's again, Jamil, that's something that I think is, you know, really kind of puts an exclamation point on the vision that you bring to this sport. You have a race like Javelina and a race like Cocodona. Now, Javelina, I have been out there and I've run it, DNF'd it, and I have not a lot of desire to run it again, but I want to be a part of it every year. I've talked to people who have run that race and finished the race, and they're like, man, I had such a great time, but I don't want to run it again, but I want to be out there. They want to crew, they want to pace. People who have finished the race, who come from across the country or around the world that want to come back and just be a part of that scene, that buzz. And Cocodona is rapidly becoming another situation like that. It's just a different animal than most of the races that that you have in the calendar. You know, it's a European style situation where you run from town to town, and you get to partake in, you know, a unique experience, whether you're running the race or you're helping a runner, helping a friend, helping a family member. Did OBS crash?
No.
Okay, because I lost my monitor here in the...
Oh, you lost your monitor here. Is that coming from over here?
Not sure.
What was that?
Stephen Duick in the chat saying that I'm talking him into it. Stephen, you've run Javelin 100. I believe you've got the jacket. You've got the 5-timer jacket. Maybe it's time to take a look at a whole new experience. Stephen and his brother Brendan, both mainstays in our trail running community, actually ran across Brendan at South Mountain a couple weeks ago. And both of them have run multiple 100-milers with Aravaipa. And I would love to see you guys take a stab at the Cocodona 250 or even the Sedona Canyons 125. And frankly, Steve and his family are a heck of a talented group of musicians. They have a band called the Mini Bosses. And the Mini Bosses play 80s 8-bit Nintendo covers in you know, live and in, you know, at concerts, and it's fantastic. I truly enjoy going out and seeing them play, but I also like seeing them run, because not only do Stephen and his brother bring their family into the music realm, they also bring them out to the races. Brian, thank you very much for the awesome super chat donation. Very generous of you. I'm going to refresh my feed on the tracker because I really feel like we might be having a bit of a chase down here in the final moments of our coverage tonight for the final podium spot for the Sedona Canyons 125. So Leah Genth pinged at mile 123.5 2 minutes ago. Jennifer Schwegler pinged at mile 123.1 4 minutes ago. So we could be looking at a very close situation for the third place female.
Is that what you needed?
That works. As long as it's live, that's fine. It was just that the...
I don't know what was up there.
It was just it was the preview.
Oh, the program?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just a few minutes out from having our third place Sedona Canyons finisher here, and I can't wait to see how this wraps up. We could be dealing with a potential sprint finish.
Huge shout out to Brian Kleinhansel. Thanks for the awesome coverage, and cheers to all the amazing athletes.
These athletes are amazing, and if this has inspired you to go out and do anything, I think that's fantastic. If it makes you want to go out and run, makes you want to go out and be active, do some hiking, or if you want to register for next year's Cocodona, you can do that as well.
I wanted to say something about that. We had a comment here that it doesn't start until May 6th next year, so this event, due to various factors, cannot be held until May 1st, basically. The gates to many of the forest roads in the higher elevations are locked until May 1st. So Mingus, you cannot drive up there until May 1st, which is kind of unbelievable. But, we have massive snowpack up on Eldon, and a lot of these are still, we have gate codes, and some of the roads were even questionable to get opened up. So depending on the year, but typically those gates don't open up. So we couldn't have aid stations up there. We couldn't have crews up there. There's a lot of factors that push this event into this time slot with permitting restrictions.
I'm actually really shocked. I would have had no idea that would have been a sacrosanct rule that they couldn't make an adjustment or an exception for.
I mean, it would be challenging because they're not going to open it to the general public.
Exactly.
And so, and we actually have to do that this year. There's even going out to Schnebley Hill to get some water stations, or we have to have gate monitors and all kinds of stuff out there. We got a question here. How does one sign up to volunteer? So we have a volunteer sign up on our website. It won't open up immediately for next year.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are interested in finding out about especially some larger positions like aid station captain, I would say email steve@aravaiparunning.com. You can email him now and bookmark it for next year. But yeah, we're definitely always looking for additional help for this event.
There's another question in the chat, and this is one I was kind of curious about, but I feel like I know the answer from Dimitro. Hey, Jamil, when will Aravaipa finally put on a race at South Mountain Park? Such a great trail system there.
That's a great question. I don't know if we ever will, to be honest. There were a couple trail races or ultras held there in the 90s.
South Mountain 50, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was held, I think, twice, maybe 98, 99, I believe. National Trail 50 miler, but it's the City of Phoenix parks are just really not permitting events like an ultramarathon trail race or a trail race.
Yeah, because there are very few trail races within the Phoenix Mountain Preserve system and
pretty much
South Mountain.
The only thing I can think of, yeah, sure, they have a 5K on the roads of South Mountain, but nothing on the trails. I believe the Christensen Trail Run
recently revived. Yeah.
And so I don't know how that works. I don't know how they're able to obtain a permit for that. It's still, I think, a rather small event. Mm-hmm. So that might be part of it. Would you see a Desert Runner Trail Series event with 500-600 people? Probably not, even though it would be a great venue for something like that. The Phoenix Mountains Preserve is a preserve that's in the name. That's part of the purpose of it. Regardless of the activities that happen there, that is their primary goal, according to the City of Phoenix. And the only real organized larger events they have are organized by the City of Phoenix. So the 7 Summits actually started as a private event and was kind of taken over by the city.
Oh.
So yeah.
I didn't know that. Question from Chris in the studio. When are they reopening Dreamy Draw?
I think it's actually this fall.
Okay.
So it's been a couple years. And then I think the next area they're targeting, I was just reading, is North Mountain.
Okay.
North Mountain's going to get a facelift on their ramadas and some trails and things like that.
I do love the work that they did with the Piastawa area. I mean, it is really sharp. Those ramadas and those parking areas, they've done wonders with those. I was skeptical until I saw them, and then I was like, that's what I love to see. True improvement at the trailheads and, really jazzing it up and making more parking available, which they've done at several of the Summit Trail and climbing locations in the Phoenix Mountain Preserve.
Got a comment here from J Fru One.
Oh yeah.
Says I'll be there to do live stream finisher follow cams tomorrow evening. See you there.
Awesome. And Jogging Jim right below that asking for volunteer positions for pacers. That's something you really kind of connect with the runners as opposed to through us. Now, we've had it in the in the past for other races where we've had a quote pacer connection. I remember.
Yeah, go join the Cocodona runners group on Facebook. Is currently, I know it's on Facebook, but that's currently the best place to connect with people as far as pacing and information, where it's kind of crowdsourced.
I feel like I had an idea a couple of years ago at Having 100 where, if people that were interested in being a pacer maybe could, like you could have a little pen area where people could kind of mingle and hang out before the race, like at packet pickup, and have like a little, like almost like a Pound Puppies type sign that says Pacers for adoption, like where you could go and adopt a pacer and kind of connect people, or like, some sort of personal ads kind of fun thing. But yeah, at Cocodona, I mean, I know a couple of runners were looking for pacers earlier. I think that they got those positions filled, But yeah, that's always one of the logistical issues of a race such as this. If you're not used to running in the dark late by yourself, or frankly, if you just want somebody to keep you company, I mean, I've run with a pacer in every race that I've ever had the opportunity to do it. My first 100, I asked for a pacer. Oh, here we go. What's going on?
All right. Oh, is this a sprint finish?
It is.
Oh,
that's our third okay, that's a pacer. And is this our fourth place finisher?
Oh my goodness. I'm going to check our live timing system here. We might have just seen the race for third in the Sedona Canyons 125. I'm going to pull up, I'm going to live.aravaiparunning.com to see what the chip times were for those finishers, just to confirm it. Yes, it was. We had Leah Genth in third place, just ahead of Jennifer Schwigler. So we had 39:25:58, 39:26:05, a sprint finish, 7 seconds separating them.
7 seconds for the podium of
125 miles over the course of 39 hours, and they were probably racing it in from Eldon.
Oh, I have no doubt. I mean, to be in that situation where you just got to, full send, and I would assume that they knew that they were third and fourth, but holy cow, that was absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to both of them.
Yeah, it looks like Leah edged out Jennifer there for the third place position. So bib 442, Leah pinged first, about 7 seconds ahead.
That's pretty amazing, to have things come down to that. Our 7th and 8th finishers for the Sedona Canyons 125. Jamil, when you created this race, based on what you're seeing here, obviously when you have somebody like Jeff Browning running it, it kind of throws the curve off in terms of finisher times. But runners more frequently started coming in about the 33-hour mark. Is this what you pretty much expected in terms of finisher times? Because a 125-mile race is not a 100-mile race. It's going to throw the numbers off a little bit. So as runners really, non-Browning division started coming in about 33 hours in, is that what you expected?
Yeah, sorry, I had to just have a quick, really big yawn break. Honestly, I don't think I have spent a second thinking about what the finish times would be for this event, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it does make sense. Probably, I think instead, oftentimes for 100 miles, people target that sub 24 hour, 100 miles one day. It feels like a 30 hour would be kind of a fun benchmark to shoot for something like 125 miles. I'm just throwing that out there.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like it would be like a pretty good standard. And you see, with the outlier of Jeff Browning, I think a sub 24 is probably definitely possible on this course.
Sure.
And it'd be fun to see the competitiveness grow over time.
Well, Jeff said tonight that was kind of what he was angling for.
Yeah.
And it seemed like he was actually on target for it for much of the race. maybe that Eldon climb just kind of pushed things back a little bit.
And what I was also going to say in regards to these finishes, I wish we had a follow cam a little bit later. Oh, we got another finisher coming in here. Is that another Sedona Canyons?
That's bib number 403. Yeah, that's another finisher.
Oh, I think this is one they were saying pinged like before Eldon, and then it was like silent for 4 hours.
I did see that. Yeah, that was. I was trying to keep tabs on that, but yeah, it wasn't pinging forever.
Dan Pena is saying I should have stayed to film the chase. So they were wishing for the follow cam on that one, and I absolutely agree. Of course.
Yeah,
would have been epic.
That was Ron Hammett. Congratulations to Rob finishing the Cocodona or the Sedona Canyons 125. Rob joining us from Florida. A little bit more elevation gain here than he would be able to get back home. But
currently we have 9 finishers in the Sedona Canyons, and we've got a total of 54. It looks like that are potentially still out there. There are a handful of DNFs, but there's still quite a few people out there. Probably over 40 people are still out there in this race.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to follow these runners. I think, unfortunately, we are limited in terms of the bodies we can throw at the coverage of this race. So we were talking about potentially wrapping things up at this point. Were you able to get that video that I sent to you via WhatsApp? Is it coming through at all? Or
we'll give that a shot here. I want to recap real quick the 250-mile race before we close it down tonight. We have 25 finishers. It feels like more for some reason because it does seem like we've been celebrating a lot.
We're just in a celebratory mood.
Right. But we've got, it looks like 137 potential finishers remaining, or like in total. We could have up to 137 is approximately what we're looking at this year. So I think it's a bit less than last year. We had 150 or 151. A few less starters as well this year.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, we can take a look and see if we can pull this video up here. It looks like there's a bit of a gap in finishers, correct, Chris?
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody else has.
So Don Reichelt, he's still maybe 3 or 4 miles out. Jimmy Strayhorn, Fred Roberts, etc.
Yeah, it looks like, as far as I can tell, that Don Reichelt is still yet to make Buffalo Park. So,
and then we've got a whole slew of Sedona Canyons runners are summiting Eldon pretty shortly, but. We do have to break as we have more to come tomorrow. So unfortunately, we're going to have to end the stream. We are going to try this video. Chris, what was the context of this again?
So this was an interview with second place finisher of Sedona Canyons 125, Matthew Kahn, Phoenix resident, friend of mine. And there were rumors that I was hearing that there was a bit of an issue with a dog on the course that was from somebody who was not involved in the race, where they might have encountered a very unfortunate situation, a very strange situation. But I thought it was something that we should at least probably see if we could share with the audience.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, so I'm here with Matt Kahn, second place finisher of Sedona Canyons 125. Congratulations, Matt. So tell me what happened. I heard that through back channels that you and Rachel Buzzard, our first place female, got attacked by a dog on course.
Yeah, we did.
What happened there?
Yeah, so I just crossed Oak Creek, and we were as I was coming out of it, I met some guy on the trail who said, "Oh, hey, just watch out. There's a lady with a couple of dogs." Oh, all right, no problem. So I continued up and came upon this lady sunbathing on a rock, this big giant rock. Not a stitch of clothes on her. And then the dogs went berserk and came right at me. And one of them, I do what I'm supposed to. You come to put your hands down and stay real still. But the dog gave me just a little nip in the back of the leg. Didn't break the skin, but scared me a little bit. And then I didn't find out till later, once I got to the top of Schnebley, that that Rachel got attacked as well, same dogs, but they broke the skin on her. They left a pretty good bite on her.
Oh, wow, that's absolutely crazy. Did you end up spending very many miles with Rachel together after that point and have a little bit of a bonding moment over
Oh my God.
your mutual enemy
Yeah.
on the course?
Yeah, we spent like pretty much the whole rest of the race together. It was awesome. It wasn't until we got to very last aid station where I picked up Kevin that
Next
we
to
were
last one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, next to last. Yeah. And then and Kevin and I sort of did our own thing toward the end. But man, Rachel, she's so strong. She's just an amazing runner, and yeah, I was really privileged to kind of run with her, and she kept me motivated, and just can't say enough good things about her. She's a fantastic person, and I was really glad I got the opportunity to meet her.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, Matt, and congratulations.
Thanks.
So yeah, that was a bit of a scary moment on the course, but both of them were able to reconcile and rally and finish strong. Obviously, Rachel Buzzard winning the Sonoma Canyons 125, and Matt Kahn finishing second overall, second male as well. So congratulations to them. Hopefully all's well that ends well in that situation. But it was one of those things that people were asking about because it had come up and had been brought up, and so. Not everything we hear from the course is positive, but I felt that was noteworthy. So I wanted to share that before we signed off for the evening.
Yep, a lot of stuff out there for sure.
Absolutely. Take care of yourselves when you're on the trail. That is of the utmost importance. Are we going to wrap it up right now, Jamil?
I think so.
All right, folks, be sure to join us tomorrow morning. I believe that Matt is going to come and start throwing things around about 6 a.m. He has gotten a well-deserved bit of rest tonight. Jamil, thank you very much for stepping into the producer's window. Thanks to Jeff Browning for joining us earlier tonight. Shelby Farrell, guests on Aravaipa After Dark. Congratulations to the runners that we've seen cross the finish line. We can't wait to see more of them in the days to come. We are going to be tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. till as late as we can go. And then on Saturday morning, we're going to start as early as we can to make sure we capture as many people crossing the finish line as we can. Folks, I cannot stress enough that the Saturday morning coverage at Cocodona is some of the most emotionally heart-tugging, coverage that you'll ever find in any sport. I still, get choked up in thinking about Stephen Park's finish last year. So I guess that's a wrap for day 4 here at the Cocodona 250. For Jamil Curry and Aravaipa Running, I'm Chris Warden, and we'll see you in just a few hours in the morning. Thanks for hanging out.